On December 12, 2019, in the royal castle of the Nan dynasty, a princess was born. But don't let appearances deceive you. This little one is actually a 16-year-old high school student. Just moments ago, she died unexpectedly while saving a kitten. Upon waking up, she found herself reborn as a newborn baby. Now, the baby is being carried by a maid to meet the emperor. Looking at the maid's trembling hands and the emperor's cold demeanor, you just know something isn't right. At this moment, the emperor spoke, his eyes full of disgust. Another daughter. The princess, upon hearing this, was extremely perplexed. What's wrong with being a daughter? Is there something wrong with being a girl? Behind the emperor stood countless high officials, all of whom would decide the little princess's fate. Dr. Blaine stated that the royal family had already given birth to 3 princesses in a row, and this might be an ominous sign. Even the national master told the emperor that for the sake of the nation's destiny, this princess could not be allowed to live. With the Nan dynasty's royal family continuously producing princesses, the high officials were worried about the impact on the nation's fate. The little princess, listening to the adults' nonsense, was completely bewildered. Finally, the emperor made up his mind to drown his newborn daughter. The maid reluctantly held the princess, but she still had to carry out the order. The little princess couldn't believe her bad luck, reincarnated as a princess, only to be killed by her own father. Looking at the basin of water in front of her, the princess began to tremble in fear. The baby struggled desperately, screaming and cursing the emperor in her baby voice for being a bastard who would kill his own daughter. Unexpectedly, the maid was so stunned that she loosened her grip, letting the princess fall directly into the basin. The baby panicked even more, crying louder and struggling desperately. That damned emperor finally turned around in shock. He hadn't expected his newborn daughter to be able to speak. The other officials immediately changed their tune, praising the little princess for her extraordinary talent, able to speak at such a young age. The princess had already sunk to the bottom of the basin, a glimmer of hope still in her eyes, hoping someone would save her. A hand reached down, pulling her back from the brink of death. The damned emperor held the little princess upside down, saying that if she truly was a genius, then he would let her live. He told the maid that he would test her intelligence in 3 months, and if her score wasn't high enough, it wouldn't be too late to drown her then. The princess cried loudly in the maid's arms. This country was truly terrifying. That ill-tempered, hateful man still intensely disliked women, believing they only caused trouble. Seeing his daughter cry, he only thought that women just cry and understand nothing. One wonders if this bastard emperor even had a mother, or if he thought he sprung from a stone. Meanwhile, in a corner of the luxurious palace, the 23-year-old Queen Lulu Sui-shan of the Eternal Kingdom looked at her newborn daughter with tears streaming down her face. The princess knew that her mother was so exhausted after giving birth that she couldn't even stand. Ever since she discovered that the old scoundrel wanted to drown her, her mother had been crying nonstop, crying so much that the princess was getting annoyed because she couldn't sleep. The queen walked over to her daughter and sighed. "My poor daughter." The little princess, with her back to her mother, retorted silently in her mind, "I'm not the pitiful one. I think you're more pitiful." A queen of a nation, giving birth to a child with such difficulty, yet unable to even see her husband. That's truly pitiful. The queen was now crying her heart out, saying it would have been better if it were a son. The princess was furious upon hearing this, unable to believe how severe the sexism in this country was. It was truly unbelievable. Just then, the mother reached out with trembling hands towards the princess, saying that daughters of the royal family never met a good end. Those born weren't allowed to live, and those who lived never found peace. The princess began to think this was it, and sure enough, her mother thought that rather than wait 3 months for the emperor to drown her daughter, it would be much more efficient to do it herself. She was completely out of her mind. The princess couldn't breathe and was on the verge of tears. Her own mother was actually trying to strangle her. The queen sobbed and begged her daughter not to blame her, saying that she was doing this for her own good. The princess was seeing stars, thinking how could she not blame her. She thought having a crazy father was bad enough, but she never imagined her mother would be even crazier. She had only been born for 8 hours and hadn't even had a chance to sleep before the queen was already trying to strangle her. It was too cruel. Just at the critical moment, the emperor stormed in, his face full of rage, demanding to know what the queen was doing. The princess was finally saved. She scrambled on the crib, gasping for air as if she had just run a marathon. Queen Lulu Suishan stammered, trying to explain. Before she could plead her case, the emperor impatiently interrupted her, saying he didn't care what she was doing and didn't want to know. Then, using magic or some other power, he lifted the princess into his arms. "She is my daughter," the dictator declared, adding that no one but himself was allowed to kill her. It was so dramatic. The princess was terrified, thinking her father was saving her. He wasn't. He just wanted to kill her himself, doubling the drama. His eyes bloodshot. He growled at the queen, asking if she understood. Trembling, she stammered, "I understand." Then she knelt down. "Thank you for coming, Your Majesty," she said, collapsing to the floor, trembling as she thanked the emperor for taking time out of his busy schedule to visit. She looked utterly pathetic. The princess was furious at this sight, cursing her father in her mind for being a jerk, for not helping her wife when she was so weak. The emperor, his face purple with disgust, snapped, "Queen, stop feeling sorry for yourself." Then, grabbing the princess by the leg, he said, "I'm here to settle the score with this little thing." The princess was bewildered. She was just a baby. What score was there to settle? And she really didn't like the way the king was holding her. The petty father accused the princess of calling him crap yesterday in the main hall in front of hundreds of people. Talk about overreacting. The queen was horrified, hardly able to believe her ears. The princess, however, giggled, amused that it took her father 18 hours to realize she had insulted him. Hee hee, what a fool. Seeing the little thing's bright smile, the emperor became even more convinced of his judgment, realizing that she could not only understand adult conversations, but also insult her father. The queen quickly defended her daughter, saying that the princess had only been born for less than a day. How could she possibly curse him? The emperor glared at her coldly. "Are you questioning my judgment?" he asked. The queen panicked immediately, collapsing to the floor. "That's not what I meant," she said. "I mean, if your majesty is going to execute her, let me do it. Don't torture her anymore." The emperor grinned. "Who said I was going to kill the princess?" he asked. The queen looked up, her forehead bruised from kneeling for so long, her eyes full of suspicion. "Then why are you here?" she asked. The princess was also immediately displeased, equally confused about what this lousy dog of an emperor was planning to do. Unexpectedly, he smiled at his daughter. "I'm here to give her a name," he said. Hearing this, the little princess looked at her father with renewed eyes, trying to act cute, hoping for a good name. Seeing his daughter like this, the emperor suddenly found her quite adorable. The queen, excited and curious, immediately asked, "What name does your majesty intend to give the princess?" The emperor smiled and said one word, "Hui." He named her Nangong Hui Er. Hui sounds the same as wisdom. Upon hearing this, the queen, thinking he named her daughter Hui Er to symbolize wisdom, praised him repeatedly. "What a good name. Does Hui mean wisdom?" But the unreliable father said, "Hui means bad luck. It means regret." Hearing the name her father had given her, the princess couldn't accept it at all. She couldn't believe that a father in this world would give his own daughter such a name. Clearly, the king's mind was full of negativity and criticism, as he believed that ever since this child was born, neighboring countries had declared war on the Nan dynasty, and 300 ministers were begging him to execute her. He gently placed his daughter back on the bed, not forgetting to call her a jinx. The princess felt like she was born unlucky, bound by pointless ethics, and suffering immensely. She was so angry that she just wanted to yell at her father to use his brain. If someone wanted to wage war, they would do it even without her. The emperor finished his business and prepared to leave. As he was leaving, he said, "Don't worry, you two. Before I return, no one will dare touch you." He said, "If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I'll blow them to smithereens when I get back." The queen was overjoyed and gratefully thanked the emperor for protecting the princess. She felt that the emperor's words were very manly, because a good man should protect his wife and children unconditionally. The worried mother hugged her daughter tightly again, tears streaming down her face once more. Although she was a daughter, the king not only didn't hate the princess, but also protected her. The queen felt that Hui Er was truly her lucky star. Hui Er pushed her mother away with her small hands, her eyes full of disdain. She thought this old woman was being overly dramatic. Even if that lousy emperor father of hers was somewhat handsome, there was no need to be so moved. Hui Er wiped away her mother's tears. Although she was a daughter, she was still her flesh and blood. Her mother had no reason to hate her. She wanted to tell her mother that whether a boy or a girl, As long as the emperor was the father, he had a duty to protect her. But in reality, the emperor still saw women as troublesome, only good for crying, and useless. Hearing this, Hui Er could only glare at him angrily, understanding in her heart that he looked down on women to his core. 3 months later, the day for Hui Er's intelligence test finally arrived. A large barrel of water was already prepared, ready to drown her at any moment. The maid held the baby and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, princess. I will protect you." Hui Er was also afraid and looked around. According to the agreement, today was the day of the intelligence test. If her score wasn't high enough, she would be drowned. But everyone waited for a long time, and the damned king still hadn't arrived. The people below began to murmur amongst themselves, as the king had been at war with the Stone Kingdom for 3 months, and it still hadn't ended. Everyone heard that the king was injured, so they blamed everything on the unlucky princess. A madman, overcome with emotion, seized the opportunity to throw stones directly at the princess and the maid. His actions ignited the anger of the crowd. Everyone shouted to kill the princess. To make matters worse, in this ancient and morbid country, there was a tradition. In times of disaster and public outrage, the princess could actively or passively atone with her death. Hui Er cried in fear. Although the baby was also worried about the damned king, his injury only meant he was too childish and incompetent. What did that have to do with a newborn baby like her? Just then, a madman, his face purple with rage, excitedly wanted to take matters into his own hands. He said, "If Hui Er dies, the southern kingdom's luck will turn. We will win the war against the western kingdom, and the king will be able to return." The maid held Hui Er tightly and kept retreating, desperately protecting the baby. No one can hurt the princess, except the king. Seeing the maid firmly protecting the princess, the fierce man began to attack her, yelling at the maid to let go while cursing Hui Er as a jinx princess who must be killed, a worthless life. Despite the man's incessant shouting, the maid remained loyal and held Hui Er tightly. Thus, the two sides fell into a tug of war. Hui Er felt incredibly unlucky, being pulled back and forth like a string cheese. The baby thought it would be better to be slaughtered and pickled in salt than to suffer like this. At this critical moment, the protagonist's halo descended, and someone came to rescue Hui Er. The savage man was suddenly attacked, his face contorted in pain as blood spurted from his mouth. Who would have thought that the magic came from a 4-year-old child? Nangong, the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty, and an intermediate magician. The little guy stepped forward to protect Hui Er, declaring domineeringly, "Whoever dares to touch her, I, the prince, will kill them." The man who had just been beaten immediately knelt down and saluted the prince. Nangong, he stretched out his hand, and a mysterious light flew towards Hui Er, lifting her up and returning her to her mother's arms. The queen's face was full of worry. Hui Er looked at Nangong. Unexpectedly, that child was her older brother. She had to admit his aura was really similar to that bastard king. Looking closely, the child was quite cute. The queen tearfully told the frenzied crowd that the king was injured and she was very sad, but she pleaded with them not to harm her daughter. Before she could finish her words, the heartless people rudely told the queen to shut up, scolding her for being useless and only giving birth to a daughter, affecting the country's fortune. Among these despicable rebels, 3 men stood out. They said if the queen wanted to atone, she should kill herself along with Hui Er. Nangong, full of heroic spirit, protected his family like a man, standing in for his father. "With me here, let's see who dares to touch my sister and mother." The 3 men immediately knelt down, tried to deceive Nangong with their glib tongues, saying that he was too young to understand and that women bring ruin to a country regardless of age. While outwardly respectful to the prince, they secretly cast spells, gathering magical power, and suddenly attacked the prince together. In fact, they were spies sent by the Stone Kingdom, taking advantage of the king's absence to kill the prince and claim a reward from the Western Kingdom. Their sneak attack succeeded. Even though Nangong was a genius, he was only a 4-year-old child and couldn't withstand such powerful magic. Seeing this, the queen became extremely anxious and immediately rushed forward, using her own body to shield her young son from the magic. Nangong, heartbroken for his mother, cried his eyes out. He kept yelling at her to move. It was the emperor's materialized magic. The king of Nanchao had finally returned, meaning those rebellious officials and spies would pay a heavy price. The emperor picked up his wife and said tenderly and indulgently, "You're so foolish. You're so weak, yet you always try to act tough." Hearing his father's words, Nangong, he felt that this was the legendary hurtful love. Hui Er, on the other hand, was filled with indignation, inwardly cursing that lousy king for not praising his wife's bravery, but instead looking at her with disdain. The queen, moved to tears at seeing the king alive, nestled in his arms with a blissful smile. Hui Er panicked, seeing that she was about to be squashed into a human sandwich. The traitorous official was still putting on an act. He told the king that the king's near-death experience was definitely the fault of the two women and shamelessly asked the king to execute them to maintain national security. Seeing these pathetic men, incapable of fighting on the battlefield themselves, shift all the blame onto the women, Hui Er was disgusted by the accusation. She and her mother, the queen, would absolutely not take the blame for this. The king simply chuckled and embraced his wife and daughter, his women his daughter. How could this rabble have the right to judge them? His magic spread, and the rabble began to tremble in fear, asking what the king was going to do. By the time the magic tightened around their throats, perhaps they already understood the answer. They screamed like slaughtered pigs, still justifying themselves in their final moments, claiming they were doing it for the good of Nanchao. The clever little princess saw through the truth at a glance. How could killing the princess and the queen benefit Nanchao? They were most likely spies from another country. The king just gave a cold smile and clenched his iron fist. The rabble was squeezed even tighter until green slime oozed out, staining the papers on the ground. Everyone was shocked, as this was pure black magic, the kind used only by the most brutal individuals. Before anyone could recover, the king spoke. "Yes, we were originally going to attack the West, but they knew our plans all along. These fools are the real culprits behind Nanchao's crushing defeat and the deaths of 300,000 soldiers." In front of everyone, the emperor walked up to his son and suddenly knelt down. "Nangong, your father is sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, a magical light appeared before them. Then, two fully armed knights walked out and said, "Time's up. We've come to take the crown prince." The emperor immediately said, "Go with them quickly, learn their skills, and don't disappoint your father." Nangong, he finally understood why his father apologized. Although he felt sad, he obediently nodded, reluctantly agreeing despite his obvious reluctance. His small feet slowly walked towards the light, stepping into the magical radiance. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to his father, mother, and Hui Er. Then his figure disappeared. Seeing her father's smug look, Hui Er was so angry she wanted to curse, calling him a jerk in her mind. He had just lost a battle, 300,000 people had died, and yet he sent his son away with a happy expression. The more she thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Did he lose on purpose? But why? The emperor stood before his throne and calmly said, "Rest assured, the crown prince's journey will bring us 10 years of peace." Hearing about these 10 years, the queen's heart ached for her son, her eyes filled with sorrow. Hui Er, on the other hand, was so furious she spat on the ground, thinking, with that smug face, he probably lost on purpose. There's definitely a conspiracy. At that moment, the king's annoying hand picked her up. "It's time for your intelligence test." The queen was distraught. Her son had just left, and now her daughter was about to face a life-or-death test. Others whispered, "Such a young princess has to take the test too. What does she understand?" The lousy emperor coldly said to his daughter, "We have enough princesses in Nanchao already. If you're not a genius, you don't deserve to live." Hui Er cried out in anger, kicking his face with her little feet. After struggling for a bit, she was so tired she rolled on the floor, cursing in her mind, "Is this emperor crazy? If all parents were like this, humanity would have gone extinct long ago." The emperor, equally angry, threw her onto a nearby cushion, knowing she was already cursing him in her mind. Looking at the little one's confident face, the emperor sneered, "Begin." Dr. Bwain, specializing in archaeology, 75 years old, will serve as the examiner. There will be 3 questions for this intelligence test, administered one by one. If the princess fails to answer even one question correctly, she will be drowned immediately. If she answers all 3 questions correctly, proving herself a genius of our Nanchao, the king will reward her generously. The emperor smiled at Hui Er and said, "Later, if you want to indicate your answer, clap your hands a number of times to represent the number. If you can say the answer directly, that's even better." He then patted her head. Dr. Blaine cast a spell. This is the first question, he said. Doves immediately began to fly around. Princess, look, there are 7 birds in total. Suddenly, 4 of them die. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of 4 small birds fell in front of the princess. A very graphic scene. The question is, how many birds are left in the sky? Hearing this math problem, the elderly imperial tutor stroked his beard, quite dissatisfied. This was clearly a 3rd grade math problem. While the princess wasn't much smarter than others, how could she possibly struggle with such an easy question? Wasn't it just 7 minus 4? What was so difficult about that? So, she shouted loudly and held up 3 fingers. She thought, although she couldn't speak clearly, they should be able to understand this gesture, right? And was such a simple question really 3rd grade level? Were the people of this world so bad at math? Dr. Blaine's face broke into a wide smile. He congratulated Hui Er on her correct answer. Next is the second question, he said, indicating that this one was a bit difficult. He told Hui Er to take her time, calculating, and to write the answer down. The irksome emperor warned Blaine, listen, make the question harder. If it's this easy again, you'll be the next unlucky one. Blaine sighed and decided to pose a question that no more than 10 people in the entire country could solve. If the princess could answer it, that would be truly incredible. But the doctor thought to himself, wasn't His Majesty making things difficult for his own daughter? She was just a child. Even a genius might not be able to solve it. The cruel emperor insisted that the doctor come up with an unprecedentedly difficult problem. The imperial tutor couldn't help but speak up for the princess, asking the emperor, are you planning to force the princess to her death in front of the queen? The emperor just sneered and said he knew what he was doing, urging the doctor to hurry up and present the question. After a few seconds of thought, the high school student inhabiting the princess's body proudly wrote down the answer. Hui Er thought, this question was also only 3rd grade level. How could only 10 people in the whole country solve it? Could it be that the people here only knew magic and nothing else? Dr. Blaine took the answer, his eyes nearly popping out his head in shock. The question was, in a math exam, the class average score is 912. The average score of 21 girls is 92, and the average score of the boys is 905. How many boys are in the class? Hui Er's answer was 24, perfectly correct. The imperial tutor excitedly picked up Hui Er and congratulated the emperor and queen, proclaiming Princess Hui Er a once-in-a-millennium genius, able to solve such a complex math problem at only 3 months old. Even more incredible, the princess could not only speak and write, but also understand the question. The imperial tutor excitedly declared Hui Er a once-in-a-millennium genius, joyfully picking her up and spinning her around. The emperor also nodded in approval, saying that the question wasn't easy and that it was very good that Hui Er could answer it. However, he was still dissatisfied and asked Dr. Blaine disdainfully. That's it. He used magic to snatch Hui Er from the imperial tutor's arms, preparing for the final question. This time, the emperor himself would pose the question. He reached out and used magic to retrieve something from Dr. Blaine's pocket. A capsule-shaped object flew out. The doctor watched with distress. The emperor announced, I remember he has quite a few treasures in that spatial pouch of his. He opened the capsule, and countless medieval artifacts flew out. The princess widened her eyes, watching excitedly, thinking this kind of magic was really cool. The emperor picked out one item, which looked like a wooden box covered in talismans. He said, this is a piece of music from 10,000 years ago, but it's been severely damaged. He continued, if Hui Er can restore it, I'll spare her life. Dr. Blaine was astonished and blurted out, Your Majesty, this is too much. This is a relic of the great powers from before the destruction of Blue Star. Even if the princess was exceptionally gifted, it would be impossible for her to restore such an ancient piece of music. Hui Er was also shocked. Blue Star. What she had just heard, could it be Earth? Hui Er comforted herself, thinking it might just be a coincidence. At this moment, the music started playing. She had to admit the things in this magical world were truly wondrous. The cruel emperor did nothing but move his fingers, and the music began to play. However, Hui Er was completely stumped. She had never been good at music, always failing her exams. She was utterly tone-deaf. Just as despair set in, a familiar melody drifted to her ears. Wasn't that Two Little Lizards? The loathsome emperor casually tossed Hui Er aside and ordered Dr. Blaine to hand him a pen. Seeing the princess about to fall, Wayne hurriedly reached out to catch her, his heart filled with pity. How could this possibly be a piece of music from 10,000 years ago? He wondered, did His Majesty truly not care about Princess Hui Er at all? How could she possibly restore this score? Hui Er took the pen, a chill running down her spine. Thank goodness it was this song, otherwise she really would have died here. She immediately began to write furiously. Although she couldn't understand what they meant by a score from 10,000 years ago, this was definitely two little lizards, no doubt about it. Whatever it was, Hui Er was certain she could do it. The cold-hearted emperor continued to watch his daughter with an icy gaze, his thoughts unreadable. After writing a string of numbers, Hui Er proudly held up the paper, displaying her work. The imperial advisor took the paper, hesitated for a moment, seemingly uncomprehending, then burst into laughter. I knew it. How could the princess possibly restore such a difficult score? She's just scribbled down some strange numbers, and she's grinning like a 3-month-old baby. I have to say, it's quite impressive that such a young child can write so many numbers. At that moment, Dr. Bwain heard the numbers, and his eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He snatched the paper from the advisor's hand. Bwain looked at the contents of the paper, his face immediately registering shock. I can't believe it. The princess actually restored it. He then laughed joyfully, reaffirming to the emperor that Hui Er was a genius. The advisor immediately retorted, in my opinion, it's just a jumble of meaningless numbers. Bwain gave him a disdainful look and said, numbers are a way of recording musical scores. He then added a sarcastic remark. Such a Philistine. He waved his hand, casting a spell, and using the numbers Hui Er had written to play the melody, demonstrating to the advisor what true art was. The childhood melody filled the air, two little lizard babies chasing each other, nibbling on each other's tails. Everyone in the palace listened intently, marveling at the beauty of the complete piece. The princess was now universally recognized as a prodigy. Hui Er couldn't believe her mediocre skill was being lauded as genius. She thought these people were truly hopeless. The wretched emperor suddenly grabbed the little one by the neck, right under the queen's shocked and worried gaze. He flew into the air with Hui Er, leaving the stunned courtiers wondering where he was taking her. Hui Er was already dizzy and disoriented. The warmongering king quickly noticed her discomfort, a sneer playing on his lips. Hui Er, are you enjoying this? Then let's go even faster, so you can experience it more clearly. He shot towards the vast sky like an arrow loose from its bow. Hui Er felt like she was about to meet her maker, cursing the bootlicking king in her mind. He was so inhumane. She was just a baby, and he was flying so fast. Was he trying to kill her? Finally, he stopped in a bright, open space. The emperor threw out a small, glowing ball, instantly forming a barrier. He roughly tossed Hui Er into the center of the formation. The king finally smiled in satisfaction. Now no one could disturb them, even though Hui Er was already panicked. He continued to stare at her with scrutinizing eyes, his hands radiating intense magical power. His demeanor suddenly turned violent, as if he could kill her at any moment. He demanded, "Who are you? Who are you really? Where did you come from? How old are you? Are you male or female?" Hui Er trembled with fear, not understanding what he was saying, only knowing that his expression was extremely dangerous and that she could be killed at any moment. He summoned a magical dagger, simultaneously exposing her. You could talk from birth, solve problems that less than 3 people in the entire kingdom could solve, and even restore a musical score from 10,000 years ago. I deliberately had Bwain give you difficult questions, but you still managed to answer them. As expected, the little one's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open after being exposed. The tyrannical king continued to stare at her with a gaze sharper than the dagger, pressing the little one to tell him the whole truth. Hui Er was on the verge of tears, knowing she had been too careless. Being able to speak, write, and compose music were not abilities a newborn should possess, no matter how gifted. But she absolutely could not admit to being a transmigrator. She understood that if the king believed someone else's soul resided within his daughter, he would not hesitate to kill her. Seeing this, the queen burst into tears and cried out, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" The imperial advisor only received an even angrier response from the king. He practically breathed fire at Hui Er, his eyes wide and bulging, threatening to sell her for salt if she didn't tell the truth, showing no mercy. Seeing the cold blade getting closer and closer, Hui Er panicked. With her daughter's life hanging by a thread, the queen desperately rushed forward to beg for mercy, but was flung back by a barrier with a loud bang. She convulsed on the floor in pain. The imperial advisor and Dr. Bwain looked at the queen with pity. Seeing his wife like this, the irresponsible king rushed to catch her, angrily yelling at the imperial advisor, "You stupid woman, are you trying to get yourself killed?" But in truth, he still cared about the queen. The imperial advisor was speechless, only staring at her husband with wide eyes. Hui Er took it all in, her mind racing. She decided that regardless of whether the king truly intended to kill her, the queen genuinely loved her. Clinging to the queen was her best chance of survival. Hui Er took a deep breath and wailed. Hearing her daughter's cries, the queen quickly encouraged her, "Hui Er, don't be afraid. I'll save you." The king had no choice but to remove the barrier. He didn't want to hurt the queen. Hui Er cried as she crawled towards her mother, terrified. The queen was her only lifeline. The queen held her daughter tightly, gently comforting her. The king knew that Hui Er had learned to seek protection, but he wouldn't let this matter go easily. He recalled the last time on the Western Kingdom battlefield, when he and his soldiers had encountered some strange creatures. He understood that these creatures had infiltrated the kingdom, and they were highly organized and disciplined. Seeing Hui Er's unusual behavior, the king worried that she was one of those infiltrators. After a moment of thought, he glanced at the queen and instructed her to take good care of the child. Holding her mother, Hui Er breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had finally saved her life. But the cold-hearted king sneered, "I'll be going to the queen's chambers tonight. Have her prepare herself." Who knew what he was planning? Hui Er trembled with fear. Was he going to kill her tonight? The queen likely had the same worry, her face filled with anxiety, but she had no choice but to obey. Back in the bedchamber, Hui Er transformed back into a well-behaved baby, lying in her crib with a pacifier. Her personal maid accompanied her, chatting idly. The maid told the little princess, "Be good tonight. The king is going to the queen's chambers again. Don't cause any trouble. Don't disturb them making a baby." Hearing this, Hui Er's jaw nearly dropped. Seeing this, the maid affectionately patted the little princess's head and whispered, "If things go well tonight, maybe you'll have a little brother or sister." Hui Er sat up abruptly, staring wide-eyed at the queen, who was getting ready on the other side of the large bed. If Hui Er remembered correctly, her mother married that lousy king at 18 and was now 23, having already borne 2 princes and 3 princesses for the royal family. Hui Er suddenly worried. After so many births, could her mother's body still handle it? Just then, the bedchamber door was suddenly kicked open by a small foot, and a boisterous child yelled, "Nangong Hui Er, you 3-month-old brat, come out here." The maid panicked at the sight of the child. How did the second prince get here? But the unruly little fellow charged straight at Hui Er, chanting a spell, saying he wanted to avenge his elder brother. This child blamed Hui Er entirely for his elder brother's departure. Hui Er was bewildered. Who is this elder brother? Do I know him? But the boisterous child had already pounced. Hui Er screamed in terror. The commotion was so loud that the queen rushed out, "My daughter." The crib was knocked to the floor. A small hand reached out tremblingly. Hui Er coughed and gasped as she crawled out, a bright red streak of blood trickling down her forehead. Hui Er was just thankful she had escaped quickly. She hadn't expected a 3- or 4-year-old child to be so strong. If she had been hit directly, she would have been either crippled or dead. The queen picked up her daughter, holding her tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Hui Er also cried her heart out, truly frightened by what had just happened. Seeing the blood, the second prince was startled. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. His teacher had clearly said that his magic couldn't hurt anyone yet. The second prince tremblingly explained to his mother that he hadn't meant to do it, and asked if Hui Er was all right. Hui Er just kept crying loudly, effectively warning the little devil to stay away from her. The second prince was stunned, surprised that Hui Er was so afraid of him. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and another person walked in, coldly asking what had happened here. Hui Er looked at him with grievance. The irresponsible father, seeing this scene, simply stood there with his arms crossed and said coldly, "You're injured." Hearing this, Hui Er hesitantly touched her forehead and, seeing her hand covered in blood, was immediately frightened. She really was injured. Seeing this, she seemed to understand what he meant. The king stared at Hui Er, urging her to tell him what had happened. Seeing his sharp eyes and the sinister smile of that bastard king, Hui Er was certain he still wanted to kill her. Absolutely not. She had to think of a way. Nangong Ye's father was talking to him, and Nangong Yi stepped forward, crying as she explained. The queen couldn't bear to see Nangong Hui punished, so she stepped forward to take all the blame. But the man just sharply told him to shut up, then reached out and grabbed Hui Er's foot. Hui Er, hanging upside down in the air, was completely stunned. The blood from her forehead dripping onto the floor. The vicious king said, "Can't Hui Er speak?" He kept pressing her about what had happened. Hui Er knew he was still testing her, so she started crying loudly and screaming incessantly. She decided to play dumb, pretending to be driven mad by the blow, no longer a genius. Seeing her cry so miserably, even the king felt a little awkward. He hesitated, picked her up, smacked his lips, and gave up. "She's crying like this. I can't ask her anything. I'll ask her later." Hui Er was secretly delighted. She decided that from now on, she would be an ordinary, weak little girl, so he wouldn't be able to do anything to her. The bastard king asked again, "Does it hurt a lot?" He even poked the wound on Hui Er's forehead. She covered the wound and cried, feeling like this madman was really going to kill her. After confirming, he finally believed that Hui Er was really in pain. He looked at Hui Er and said with a smile, "My Hui Er is so hurt. Daddy will sleep with you tonight and take care of you." Hui Er was disgusted and pushed him away. She didn't want to sleep with this person at all, afraid of being killed if she shared a bed with such a vicious person. She was terrified. The second prince, hearing that his father was going to sleep with Hui Er, suddenly felt neglected. He was very sad that he was so old and hadn't been able to sleep with his father. Seeing Hui Er push his father away, Nangong shouted angrily, "You little brat, what kind of attitude is that? Father wants to sleep with you, and you push him away. He hasn't even slept with me once." After saying this, Nangong Hui asked blankly, "Father, is Hui Er too young to understand what you're saying?" Hui Er immediately stopped moving, her expression blank. She then remembered that she was no longer a genius, just an ordinary baby, so it was normal that she didn't understand. So she forced a smile, convinced that this was how ordinary children reacted when they saw their father. Hui Er reached out her small hand, smiling and asking for a hug. This action instantly touched Nangong Ye's heart. He felt that his sister, who had always been distant from him, was now so adorable. The king also smiled and agreed with Nangong Hui, patted his head, and said he would sleep with him next time. Tonight, he just wanted to make sure there was nothing wrong with this child. The king coldly told the queen that she didn't need to attend him tonight, and that she should leave if there was nothing else. He was going to sleep with Hui Er. The queen, who had painstakingly prepared for a long time, could only lower her head and obey. Her maid was so heartbroken she could barely breathe. She had originally thought the king had come for the queen, but unexpectedly, the queen had fallen out of favor. The entire royal family was shrouded in the silence of the night. In the king's bedchamber, little baby Hui Er was lying beside that dog of an emperor. She was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, but she kept encouraging herself not to fall asleep, to hold on. What if that bastard king killed her while she was asleep? Hui Er told herself that even if she were to die, she would die awake. She struggled desperately, tossing and turning throughout the night. The king, lying beside her, suddenly felt the movement and opened his eyes. Seeing that it was so late and the child was still not asleep, he realized something was indeed wrong. He secretly gathered his magic power, intending to kill Hui Er. It was better to kill by mistake than to let a monster that could destroy the Southern Dynasty remain. He approached the child, his hands filled with murderous intent. However, Hui Er, after struggling for a while, couldn't resist her sleepiness and fell into a deep slumber. Seeing this, the emperor immediately withdrew his hand, smacked his lips, and thought that the little girl slept like a log. He began to doubt his judgment. Perhaps she really was just an ordinary child. He got out of bed, thinking that if Hui Er were really an enemy, how could she sleep so soundly? The bastard emperor walked out, thinking he might have been overthinking things. Only Hui Er, sleeping like a log, remained in the room. The king's legs carried him to another room. "Queen," he called softly. The queen was sleeping in the next room. Nangong Hua was already fast asleep, still muttering and complaining that his heartless father hadn't slept with him. Hearing her name, the queen opened her beautiful eyes and sat up, surprised to see the king arrive so late at night. The king gave a soft hum in his throat and lifted a warm hand to caress his beloved wife's cheek. Utterly surprised, the queen asked him why he had come. Shouldn't he be sleeping with Hui Er? The king didn't answer, but looked deeply into her eyes and said seductively, "Queen, let's have another prince." Hearing this, the maternal queen immediately covered the king's mouth, firmly refusing, saying it was impossible because Hui Er was still here. The king's expression turned displeased. He glanced sideways and saw his younger son sleeping soundly, tongue slightly protruding. Seeing the queen seemingly rejecting him, the king felt irritated. The queen hastily explained in a trembling voice that she had absolutely no such intention. The domineering king had been waiting for these words. He He held her waist, his authority leaving her no room for refusal, and reassured her, "Don't worry. Even if I hit Hui Er's head, she wouldn't wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, a child's cry suddenly rang out, startling them both. The queen recognized Hui Er's cry instantly and became extremely anxious, while the king's face darkened. Hui Er's crying also woke young Hua. Seeing his parents embracing, he sleepily asked if they were dancing. Rewinding 10 minutes, Hui Er was still dozing. Suddenly, a branch burst through the palace floor, and a strange voice declared that it had been lurking in the Nan dynasty for 3 months and finally found a chance to approach Princess Hui Er. The commotion startled Hui Er awake. The monster, now discovered, wasn't flustered. It knew Hui Er was different, not belonging to this planet, but also not the real princess. Hui Er was completely bewildered. Hui Er stared at the monster with wide, frightened eyes, wondering what in the world it was. Was it really an alien? The monster seemed to like the term alien, but retorted, if it was an alien, weren't the humans on this planet aliens too? How sarcastic. It added that humans had fled from planet Lon hundreds of millions of years ago and seized this planet. Talk about a twisted history lesson. Hui Er flatly refused. No need to say more. It has nothing to do with me. She didn't want to hear any of this nonsense. But seriously, what was going on? Why was she suddenly encountering extraterrestrial life? Good heavens, the monster was still chattering away, laughing sinisterly, and praising Hui Er's body, making her skin crawl. Apparently, this thing had tried body snatching before, but human willpower was too strong, making it impossible to succeed. The monster said no one was more suitable to be possessed than Hui Er. It was just a pity she was so dumb, acting completely different from a normal child. Otherwise, no one would have noticed the real Princess Hui Er was long gone. Double the irony. Being called stupid irritated Hui Er immensely. After finishing its speech, the monster finally made its move, its body transforming as it extended thorny, branch-like tentacles towards Hui Er, attempting to seize her body. The thorny tentacles terrified Hui Er, forcing her to retreat. She was quickly entangled, the tentacles piercing her body, causing excruciating pain. "It will hurt a bit, but don't worry, you'll be dead soon," the monster said coldly. What a comfort. Just as the monster was about to succeed, someone called Hui Er's name, footsteps approaching rapidly. The monster realized it had been exposed. It hadn't expected Hui Er to cry for help. Damn humans. The monster cursed, its thorny vines retracting swiftly, leaving Hui Er covered in wounds. Although unwilling to abandon its plan, it didn't dare let too many people see it and fled in a panic. The monster's body turned into a pool of disgusting green slime, but its eyes remained fixed on Hui Er, filled with hatred, vowing revenge. Then, it burrowed headfirst into the ground and disappeared. Moments later, the queen rushed in, pale and almost fainting, anxiously asking Hui Er how she was. Seeing her mother trembling with fear, alarms began blaring throughout the room. The king's expression was grave. He warned everyone to be careful and erected a magical shield around the queen, then encased Hui Er in a protective magic bubble. A bomb sat before them, its fuse burning down. Hui Er thought, oh no. Boom. The bomb exploded with a deafening roar. The queen was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face as she cried out Hui Er's name in despair. The king remained calm, reassuring everyone not to worry as he had cast a barrier. Hui Er will be fine. As the smoke cleared, Hui Er was seen huddled amidst the shattered remains of the magic shield, coughing uncontrollably. Damn it, she cursed inwardly. That damn king still doesn't trust me. She had clearly seen the evil king give them the strongest shield, yet she was left battered and bruised. Trapped within that flimsy shield, Hui Er felt furious. If not for her luck, she would have been blown to smithereens. She cried out in anger, but seeing the king's sharp gaze, she wondered if this was some sort of test. She racked her brain for the appropriate reaction. Under immense pressure, she imagined how other children, rescued by their parents, would react with joyful smiles. So, Hui Er forced an innocent, foolish, harmless grin. Seeing his sister's naive smile, Yu was terrified. He shrieked at his mother, asking if Hui Er had been driven mad by the explosion, still grinning like a fool after such a fright. Like their father, he grabbed Hui Er's leg. Hua remarked that he'd heard Hui Er had passed the hardest IQ test in history, so she should be intelligent, but she seemed surprisingly dim-witted. Dangling like that, Hui Er fumed, flailing her arms and legs, realizing this brother was no different from that wretched king. Seeing his sister's ferocious expression, Yu was momentarily startled, but the next second second, the blockhead found her fierce demeanor rather cute. While teasing his sister, he unconsciously backed up, his heel landing on a strange blue capsule on the floor. With a hiss, a time-space portal suddenly opened. Hui Er lost her balance and fell backward. Both she and Nangong Yi seemed about to be sucked into the portal. Seeing this, the queen cried out, "Both of you get out. It's dangerous." Only the king remained relatively calm, his face full of confusion, unsure how a time-space portal could appear there. Then he yelled frantically, "Hui Er, grab Daddy's hand." Although terrified, Nangong Yi clung tightly to his sister, crying and asking his father, "What is this? Why is it pulling me in?" The little boy was petrified. The king comforted his son, "Don't be afraid." Then he jumped in after them. The time-space portal closed immediately, leaving only the queen kneeling on the floor, staring blankly ahead, her face etched with fear, terrified of losing her children. Meanwhile, in the back garden, the little green monster fled in a panic, only then realizing it had lost its time-space capsule. It angrily complained, "Damn humans, despicable," and framing Hui Er. "She must have stolen my time-space capsule." Without the time-space capsule, the monster's body began to collapse, turning into an uncontrollable puddle of goo. Without the portal, it couldn't return to its planet to replenish its energy. Just like that, the monster became a plump little green sprout in the back garden. Even as a sprout, it could still hear and see everything around it. At that moment, it sensed a group of people approaching. But the kind Young-er advised her sister not to do that, saying it was a small life. Hui, with wide, round eyes, looked up and asked her sister, "If we can't stomp on it, can we eat it?" Young-er, feeling her sister was hopeless, sternly reiterated her warning. Then she reached out and pulled the sprout up by the roots. Young-er smiled at the ugly little plant, saying she would take care of it from now on. The scene shifted back to the emperor and the two children. The time-space capsule was still in their hands. Hui Er and Nangong Yi seemed to be falling together into an endless void. Hui Er now felt that despite his fierce appearance, the little boy was unexpectedly warm. She was surprised that even though he was terrified, he still held her tightly. Hui Er thought that perhaps she should be gentler with him in the future. Nangong Yi couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. The little crybaby wailed, "I'm only 3 years old. I don't want to die." With the confidence of a transmigrated heroine, Hui Er smirked, thinking that Nangong Yi was, after all, just a 3-year-old child. Based on years of reading novels, she knew that protagonists who fell off cliffs into the sea or transmigrated to other worlds never died. On the contrary, their lives would improve. Perhaps they'd gain superpowers or something. Thinking about the exciting things to come, Hui Er smiled. Since Nangong Yi had protected her, she decided to let the little guy enjoy the protagonist's halo too. But things didn't go as smoothly as Hui Er imagined. A beep sounded, followed by an alarm. Warning, intruders detected, activating defense system. Beneath them, a dense array of sharp swords pointed upwards, waiting to impale the falling children like kebabs. Nangong Yi clutched Hui Er in terror as they continued to plummet, the sharp swords below coming dangerously close to piercing his skin. Suddenly, the king appeared, yelling, "Hui Er." He cast a spell, creating a barrier to protect the children. Seeing his father, Nangong Yi's eyes welled up with relief, forgetting all about holding onto his sister. Nangong Yi released Hui Er, eager to reach his father. Losing her brother's embrace, Hui Er plunged towards the dense cluster of swords. She gritted her teeth, fuming at how inconsiderate he was. A sword grazed her shoulder, drawing blood. The next second, a beep sounded, followed by a system notification. Defense system deactivated. The swords vanished instantly, leaving Hui Er stunned, wondering if her protagonist halo was at work. Just then, her clueless father grabbed her by the back of her neck, eyeing her suspiciously, thinking the system shutdown might have something to do with her. With the system deactivated, the time-space portal transported them to another planet. Hui Er looked around, awestruck by the breathtaking beauty of the place. She also wondered, with surprise, why there were so many time-space portals here. As soon as Nangong Yi landed, he roughly grabbed her head, anxiously asking if she was all right. Hui Er, indignant that he even had the nerve to ask, slapped him across the face. After being slapped, Nangong Yi finally relaxed, relieved that she seemed fine. Only then did Nangong Yi notice the change in scenery. "Father, where are we?" the little boy asked. The king admitted his uncertainty, but guessed they were probably on another planet. This planet was strange, though. On their planet, Hongxing, time-space portals were extremely rare. The Nan dynasty only had 3, but here they were everywhere, each with a trap in front of it. How peculiar. Hearing they were on another planet, Hui Er was startled and panicked. 3-year-old Nangong innocently asked, "What kind of vegetable is a planet?" He was such an idiot, she thought. A planet wasn't an onion you could eat. The king, while carefully observing a tree ahead, absent-mindedly replied to his son, "Ask your teacher what a planet is when we get back." For now, he needed to assess the situation. The king cast a spell, raising his hand to his eyes. Opening them, he clearly saw strange threads extending from the tree. Could these threads be life energy, he wondered. Could all life on this planet depend on this tree? The king boldly approached the tree, sensing its powerful energy. No wonder it could sustain an entire planet. He just didn't know if this energy could be harnessed for human use. Just then, the familiar beep sounded again, interrupting his thoughts. Nangongyi asked Hui Er, bewildered, "Did you hear something?" Hui Er thought to herself, "Of course I heard it. It was loud." Even more surprising, another time-space portal appeared above Hui Er's head. Before she could understand what was happening, she was sucked in again. Nangongyi cried out in fright. "Little sister." The king, standing behind, grabbed his son by the back of his neck, reassuring him that she had just been pulled into a time-space portal. He then picked up his son and jumped into the portal himself. Nangongyi, still worried, asked if Hui Er would be all right. The king confidently declared that with him around, she would be perfectly safe. Hui Er landed in a cozy little room. A painting hung on the wall above a wooden bed, depicting a green-skinned creature and a leaf. She was immediately drawn to the painting, finding the green creature strangely familiar. Suddenly, it hit her. Wasn't it the green monster that tried to possess her before? Heavens, could this be his home? She wondered how she ended up here and what planet this was. Lost in thought, she reasoned that if the green monster was still alive, there should be others of his kind here, right? But so far, she had only seen the large tree. Could she have been transported here because she was some legendary protagonist? Hui Er sighed, her head spinning. Perhaps she had some mission to fulfill on this planet. Just then, she heard voices behind her. The king and Nangongyi had arrived. As soon as he landed, Nangongyi waved excitedly, shouting, "Little sister." How sweet. But the boy quickly grew puzzled. How did they suddenly end up in a room? Could someone live here? Nangongyi soon spotted a pile of leaves on the floor. He immediately picked one up and sniffed it, finding the aroma enticing. Being the little gourmand he was, he opened his mouth to eat it, making Hui Er's jaw drop. Thinking this fool would eat anything, even alien things, wasn't he worried about getting poisoned? Thankfully, the king reacted quickly, covering the child's mouth and warning him not to touch anything, let alone eat anything. Hui Er finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hui Er thought this fool was really lucky to have such a smart father. But soon she felt a hint of danger and cautiously looked up to find the king staring at her with murderous eyes, clearly having seen her exaggerated reaction. The king glared at Hui Er fiercely, then continued his analysis. He thought these things looked a lot like the strange creatures he'd seen on the battlefield. Could this be their planet? A long, long time ago, people migrated to the Red Star because the Blue Star was uninhabitable. Now, the Red Star was also unstable, and it was estimated that it wouldn't be livable in a few tens of thousands of years, and people would have to move again. If this planet was suitable for living, it might become a new home. He turned to the two children as he spoke. "You two stay here. I'll go out and have a look." Hearing that his father was leaving, Nangongyi asked, "Father, are you going out?" The king nodded, told him to stay inside, and handed him a capsule. "Take food from this if you're hungry." Nangongyi took the capsule and thanked his father gratefully. He didn't expect there to be so many things inside. All kinds of food and drinks, everything. Drinks, clothes, everything. Nangongyi wondered, "Father, how did you bring so many things?" "This is enough for 3 people to live here for 3 years. Looking at the pile of supplies, he muttered to himself, this usually cold emperor was actually so thoughtful. But he soon understood that these were actually prepared by the queen. The king patted his son's head and said, "The food and clothes you need were all prepared by the queen 5 years ago." If you remember correctly, the queen was only 18 years old at that time. 5 years ago, Luoluo Shuixian, 18 years old, dressed beautifully, told her 5th brother that she was ready, and then threw herself into his arms. "I can go now." Watching Luoluo Shuixian pack her things, the king asked speechlessly, Why are you bringing so much? We're only going out for a day. Luo stood on tiptoe and kissed him. I know it's just a one-day honeymoon, but my little head always worries about what if something happens, like we're trapped on a deserted island, the ministers can't find us, and we have to survive on the island for many years. The king smiled and flicked the queen's forehead lightly. There aren't that many what-ifs. Luo covered her forehead and insisted, but what if it really happens? Wouldn't these things come in handy? Nangong Wu patted his son's head and instructed the little guy, you have to take good care of your sister. Wait for me to come back. Hui Er was stunned by the scene in front of her. She didn't expect him to be so gentle when he smiled, despite his cold exterior. She couldn't help but wonder what Nangong Wu had remembered to become so soft. The next morning, after the king left, Hui Er was still sleeping soundly in the unfamiliar bed. She opened her eyes to see Nangong Yi staring at her. He even said, although you're young and not very smart, father's not here, so I can only talk to you. Hui Er burst into tears, startled. She never thought this idiot would stare at her while she slept. Seeing that Hui Er was awake, Nangong Yi asked, have you noticed anything different about them? Frightened, Hui Er rolled around on the bed, only to be grabbed by her brother and have her head knocked hard. Nangong Yi's face was slapped askew. The movement seemed a bit too much, and a large piece of the back of Hui Er's clothes suddenly ripped open. Hui Er looked bewildered. What happened? Nangong Yi laughed beside her, teasing, Hui Er, you look exactly like it. Hui Er, her clothes tight, turned around with difficulty and glared at her brother. Nangong Yi rolled on the floor laughing. Little sister, don't bother looking. Your clothes are ripped. Was it so funny that a girl's clothes were ripped? She pounced on Nangong Yi like a tiger descending a mountain, wishing she could tear him to shreds. The helpless brother was bitten, scratched, and grabbed, covered in injuries. After a good beating, Nangong Yi finally learned his lesson and honestly explained, I don't know what happened. I woke up this morning and my clothes suddenly shrunk like I'd changed into new clothes in a cocoon. Nangong Yi was puzzled. The clothes father left hadn't changed. Hui Er also clearly felt her clothes getting tighter. She wondered it wasn't that the clothes were shrinking, but that she was growing. The next day, the months-old baby could stand firmly on the ground, and her hair had grown quite a bit longer. Looking at herself, Hui Er sighed inwardly. This growth rate was too fast. Nangong Yi's button suddenly popped off and hit her on the head. Hui Er could only laugh awkwardly. Sorry, little sister. He also noticed that he seemed to have grown taller again. On the third day, Nangong Hui came to Hui Er crying for help again, leaving her sighing. The child held a small tooth mixed with dark red bloodstains. Crying and believing he was vomiting blood and about to die. Hui Er disdainfully told him it was just a lost tooth. What was there to cry about? Inwardly, she cursed that boot-licking king, who had been gone for 3 days and hadn't returned, with no idea when he would. Meanwhile, the 3-year-old brat was still making a fuss, grabbing Hui Er's hair, opening his mouth and wailing, saying he didn't believe it. He must be dying after vomiting so much blood. Hui Er sat on the bed, lost in thought. This place was too strange. Their bodies changed in 3 days here, as if 3 years had passed outside. By the 4th day, the second prince's hair had grown longer than his body. He told Hui Er he had a question for her. Hui Er coldly told her brother to hurry up and ask. Nangong Hui's question was, no one had taught Hui Er to speak, so how could she suddenly speak? Hui Er was taken aback. That's right, although her body had grown, she clearly only had the intelligence of an ordinary toddler. So how could she suddenly speak? In just a few days, Hui Er had no choice but to quickly concoct a reasonable explanation, pretending it was a matter of course. The little guy even acted cute, praising his second brother for being smart. Hui Er looked at her second brother, listening to him speak, actually not knowing herself why she could suddenly talk. Her cute reaction immediately captured the second prince's heart. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day. Hui Er stood in front of the time portal and told her second brother they couldn't wait any longer. They had to leave. Hui Er froze, remembering her father's instructions to wait. Hui Er firmly said they couldn't wait any longer and told Nangong Hui to look. Only 5 days had passed, but it felt like 5 years. This place was too strange. Hui Er asked Nangong Hui if he had considered that their father had been out for so many days and hadn't returned. Could something have happened to him? Hearing the word something happened, Nangong Hui panicked, trembling as he asked Hui Er. Their father was so powerful. Could something really happen to him? Hui Er grabbed her second brother's hand and decisively said they couldn't hesitate any longer. They had to go out and save their father. She thought to herself, even if they couldn't find that boot-licking king, They couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, at this rate, in another 2 or 3 months, even if nothing happened, they would die of old age here. Well, maybe not, but it felt that way. Before they could act, a violent roar suddenly came from outside, and a fierce wind swept in, as if trying to suck everything away. Wow, Hui Er thought there was a tornado outside, but it was probably not that simple. She only knew that at such a dangerous moment, she had to protect her younger brother. Just inside the time portal, a hand reached in, accompanied by urgent shouts. The king embraced the 2 children and pulled them into the time portal. Nangong Huai asked his father blankly what had happened. The king's eyes burned with anger. He told his son not to speak. This place was extremely dangerous. After they came out, they stopped right in front of that tree. The storm hadn't stopped yet. From that strange tree, something resembling meteors flew towards them. The king put up a barrier to protect them, but unexpectedly, the barrier shattered after just one hit. The meteor rushed straight towards the 2 children. Nangong Huai hugged Hui Er and could only cry out, "Father." At this critical moment, the king unhesitatingly shielded the 2 children with his body. Hui Er trembled with distress, tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't understand. Hadn't this emperor always wanted her dead? Why was he protecting her like this now? Did he want to die? The plot twisted. The king was hit, vomiting blood and staggering. Seeing the bright red blood dripping down, Nangong Huai panicked even more. The king wiped away the blood, pretending to be fine and comforting the children, saying he was all right and telling them to wait here until dark before leaving. Looking at the wound on the king's back, Hui Er hesitantly asked her father about it and if he had any medicine. She wanted to help her father apply medicine. How thoughtful. The king maintained his attitude, saying he was fine. It was then that he noticed that in just 5 days, the 2 children had grown so much. This made the king even more worried. What kind of planet was this? Only 3-year-old Nangong Huai was still innocent and naive. He told his father and younger sister to sit down and rest, saying he would volunteer to protect them both. The little hero hadn't taken a few steps when Hui Er cried out in pain. It turned out that their long hair had been tangled together by the wind, and it hurt terribly. Nangong Huai whined for Hui Er not to move. Hui Er was also in terrible pain, feeling like her scalp was about to be ripped off. The sky gradually turned towards evening, and the space became much quieter, finally offering a moment of peace. The only solution to the children's tangled hair was a few swift snips of the scissors. Nangong Huai's face was clearly alight with excitement after the deed was done, while Hui Er felt as if her soul had left her body. Hui Er touched her uneven, haphazardly cut hair and felt there was nothing left in this world worth cherishing. In contrast, little Nangong Huai's eyes sparkled as he asked their father if he looked cool and whether the queen would like his new hairstyle. The king looked at his beloved son, gave a serious hum, and then fell into deep thought, his mind on that silly girl. He knew she must have cried herself almost unrecognizable these past few days. Hui Er was still shedding tears of discontent over her hair. She asked her father when they could leave this place. The king replied that they would only have 30 seconds to escape when darkness completely enveloped the area. He also lamented that he had only recovered a small amount of his energy. 5 days later, darkness, thick as ink, covered the entire space. The children's desire to leave grew even more urgent. Just then, Hui Er noticed something appearing on the large tree. Small shadows, with cute faces, danced around the tree like little sprites. Their mystical glow filled Nangong Huai and Hui Er with wonder. The little girl pointed to a sprite and innocently told her father to look, saying their eyes were so adorable. But when Nangong Yi saw them, his expression became extremely tense. He anxiously warned the children to be careful. Just as he finished speaking, one of the sprites brushed against Hui Er's round cheek, as if trying to ingratiate itself with her, holding 2 small orbs of light. Hui Er asked her father what he meant by being careful. Nangong Yi paused for a moment, then said it was nothing, just wondering why they were so close to Hui Er. He recalled seeing these orbs emerge from the tree 3 days prior, and had been pondering how to extract these energy spheres. He hadn't expected them to come out on their own. Seeing this as a rare opportunity, Nangong Yi reached out to grab one, but each small orb contained immense energy. If he could collect them and take them back for research, perhaps humanity could make a significant breakthrough. However, the moment Nangong Yi touched an orb, it instantly exploded, causing his hand to bleed profusely. He hadn't expected these these seemingly harmless and adorable things to possess such destructive power. If Hui Er had touched one, her hand would likely be crippled. Back in the present, Nangongyi added a barrier, warning his young son not to move. He then went out himself and saw Hui Er absorbing the energy orbs. Hui Er excitedly called out to her father to come quickly, saying these orbs were amazing. As they entered her body, she felt incredibly comfortable and full of power. On a whim, she punched a nearby stone, shattering it into countless pieces. Seeing this, Nangong Huai's face instantly turned as pale as a frog's belly, while Hui Er was astonished by her own strength, thinking this was definitely the protagonist's halo. Granting her superpowers, Nangong Huai was terrified, telling himself never to provoke his little sister again, or she could send him to keep company with the worms with a single punch, never to return. Nangongyi laughed, finding this amusing. These energy orbs were clearly meant to replenish the energy of this planet's creatures. They exploded upon human contact, even injuring him, yet she could absorb them. The king became even more determined to investigate this girl thoroughly. Just then, a strange cold wind blew past. Nangongyi knew the time had come. He immediately scooped up Hui Er and Huai. As soon as the three of them left the area, the entire region where the tree stood exploded with a deafening roar. The two children screamed incessantly, but the danger wasn't over. Thorny tentacles erupted from the ground, entangling Hui Er's arm like wildly growing weeds and beginning to drag her down. Terrified, she could only cry out, "Father." But Nangongyi merely glanced at her coldly and turned to leave. Nangong Huai could only watch helplessly as his sister was dragged away, unable to do anything. Hui Er's eyes were filled with despair and hurt. She reached out, but it was no use. They had lived together for so long, and he just let her go. This reminded Gugugu of when she was 5 years old, in the 21st century, watching her parents argue and divorce, each pushing the responsibility onto the other, tossing her back and forth like a burden, completely indifferent to her feelings. Thinking of this, Gugugu, residing within Hui Er's body, felt even worse. Even her birth parents didn't want her, so why should she expect this cold king to care? But as her tears fell, she heard a voice say, "Ugly crybaby, why are you crying?" Hui Er was surprised to find that Nangongyi had turned back. She called out "Father," with a smile, puzzled. He actually hadn't left her. Nangongyi drew his sword, snorted, and like a seasoned warrior, began hacking at the thorny vines. He grabbed Hui Er's hand, but in an instant, the king's demeanor changed. He abruptly seized her collar, telling her the time portal was closing, her brother was waiting outside, and they had to leave immediately. With that, he threw Hui Er into the time portal. After ensuring his daughter's safety, Nangongyi found himself entangled by the vines. He hadn't expected them to grow so quickly, and cursed under his breath. Hui Er, her eyes brimming with tears, could only look back and whisper, "Father." The king struggled fiercely, yelling at his daughter to go quickly and not worry about him. As the vicious vines engulfed him, Hui Er couldn't help but wonder if he was truly willing to sacrifice himself for her. Looking back at the time portal, Nangong Huai was beckoning her to hurry. Meanwhile, back in the Nan Dynasty palace, documents were piling up and complaints were rife. Someone grumbled, "Where's little Wu? Being the temporary king is killing me." This fellow, half dead, slumped in his chair, thoroughly fed up with the chaotic paperwork, without even the time to admire beauty. He was holding down the fort for Nangongyi, grumbling to himself, when he suddenly saw a small capsule flying towards him. He immediately perked up. It was the time portal. After 5 years, Nangongyi was finally returning. He threw the capsule into an open space, and Hui Er tumbled out. Thankfully, he caught her just in time. This devilishly handsome man asked with a charming smile, "Such a beautiful young lady. You must be Princess Hui Er, right?" Hui Er's face turned green, and she wondered to herself, "Who is this guy?" Just then, another yell came from the time portal, followed by a pair of legs. The devilishly handsome man was taken aback, not expecting another person. The second Nangong Huai fell heavily to the ground. Hui Er quickly backed away, distancing herself from the devilishly handsome man. Nangong Huai rubbed the large bump on his head, groaning in pain. But upon seeing the devilishly handsome man. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Uncle Alan." Alan clicked his tongue, feigning a look of disdain. "Who's this ugly kid?" Nangong Hui, feeling a little awkward under his uncle's contempt, said softly, "It's me, Hui." Upon hearing it was Hui, Alan's expression instantly brightened. Just as he was about to greet him warmly, Hui cried out urgently, "Uncle, father is still trapped inside. Save my father." As soon as he finished speaking, the time capsule exploded. Alan reacted swiftly, immediately erecting a barrier to protect his two nephews. He then gently set Hui Er down, thinking to himself, "It seems Xiao Hua is in grave danger this time." Alan reached out and grabbed an iron chain, deciding to help. Meanwhile, on that unknown planet, Nangong Yi was completely stunned. He had beaten the large tree half to death, and it had begun to whimper. He then realized these energy elements also had feelings. How interesting. Looking at the energy bubbles swaying beneath the tree, the chain quickly wrapped around Nangong Yi and pulled him up. Nangong Yi frowned, looking puzzled. He didn't need rescuing at all, and kept ordering Alan to put him down. Even more surprising, the mother tree began to move, emitting an ancient and furious voice. "Humans, you have invaded my planet, harmed my body, destroyed my children, and stolen my life energy. Such a great vengeance must be repaid." Back in the palace, Alan pulled on the chain while comforting the little princess. "Don't cry, your father is coming out." With that, Nangong Yi was pulled out, and the two children looked at their father with joy. The first thing Nangong Yi did after being pulled out was to kick Alan in the face with full force. Alan could only collapse to the ground, groaning and writhing in pain. The smiles on the children's faces vanished instantly. Seeing their uncle being kicked, they felt sorry for him. Hui Er thought to herself, this ill-tempered king didn't look happy at all. Didn't want to stay on that planet, and was angry at being dragged back. Alan sat up, holding his face, and said, "The three of you have returned safely, and the palace no longer needs me." He then smugly held out 5 fingers, asking for 500 million gold coins as payment for working in Nangong Ye's place for the past 5 years, reminding the king to transfer the money. With that, Alan left happily, relieved to finally be free from his temporary kingship. Hui Er then realized that while they had only been gone for 5 days, 5 years had passed in the outside world. Who was this charming uncle? A country without a king for 5 whole years, yet it remained in order. It seemed Alan's administrative abilities were extraordinary, and he clearly disliked, even loathed, being king. Nangong Yi said indifferently, "Let Alan go to the royal advisor for the money." Hearing this, Alan sauntered over to the king. Seeing Nangong Ye's indifferent expression, he said with a smile, "If it were me, 5 years without seeing my little queen, not even demons could stop me." The two children instantly knew something was up. Alan poked the king in the chest, scolding him for his lack of concern. "Your little queen has gone blind, and you haven't even asked about her." Hearing about the queen's condition, Nangong Yi could no longer hide his concern. Alan continued, explaining that 5 years ago, the night they fell into the time portal, Nangong Lu's mother barged into the queen's chambers and beat her severely. At the time, Queen Luo was still grieving over the 3 of them being swept away. The cruel mother-in-law stormed in, blaming everything on Luo, saying that Narcissus brought bad luck and complaining about how much she had suffered since her son married her. She even dared to slap the queen, viciously saying the Southern Kingdom hasn't won a single battle in these years, all because the queen gave birth to a useless daughter. She fumed, saying her son was injured and surrounded by the enemy, and at her old age, she had to watch her poor grandson become a hostage. She didn't stop there, continuing to rant that the queen not only ruined her grandson, but now both her grandson and son were missing. The poor queen could only kneel there, silently enduring all the unreasonable accusations, blaming herself for being useless, blaming herself for not looking after them, taking all the responsibility upon herself. The vicious mother-in-law slapped her daughter-in-law again, roaring, "You jinx. Since you know it's your fault, why don't you just die?" She cruelly added that she should die along with her useless daughters. Alan sighed, saying it was a tragedy. The 2 little ones were already in tears, heartbroken for their mother. After that day, the queen locked herself in the mountain cabin, refusing to see anyone. The 2 princesses, Hui Er and Hui Er, stood outside the door, knocking and crying for their mother. but they were only met with rejection. The queen told them not to call her mother, saying she was bad luck and would only bring them misfortune. She told them not to come again because she was no longer their mother. Little Princess Hui Er cried her heart out, feeling abandoned by her mother, filled with grievance. Hui Er, being more mature, held back her tears and comforted her sister. Don't cry. Mother is already very sad. Our crying will only make her feel worse. Hui Er shouted towards the door, reassuring her mother that she would go back and learn magic, and when she grew up, she would definitely rescue their father, Huigo, and Hui Er. Hui Er firmly promised her mother that one day she would bring them all home. Inside the cabin, the queen, filled with self-blame and guilt, silently prayed for her two daughters' safety, hoping they wouldn't come looking for her again. She felt she was a jinx, responsible for the deaths of Hui Er, and the king, and didn't want to implicate her two daughters any further. Hearing all this, Hui Er's heart ached. Alan patted his little nephew's head. Sympathetically, he said he heard the queen had been crying for 5 years straight, crying herself blind. Nangongye's eyes were filled with shock and anger. Hui Er hugged her father's leg tightly, begging him to save the queen. Hui Er pleaded for the same. Nangongye placed his hands on his children's heads, remaining silent. Alan, noticing Nangongye's hesitation, wondered if he wanted to speak to the queen alone. Alan quickly caught on and coaxed the two little ones, telling them to be understanding and let their father go first. The flirtatious uncle deliberately distracted them, teasing, "Your mother may be blind, but your rat-gnawed hairstyles are the real tragedy." Nangongye was shocked, remembering his father had said their mother would definitely love the hairstyle. Hui Er scoffed, thinking only a fool like Hui Er would believe that. With the help of his capable assistant, Nangongye finally felt at ease, leaving his two children behind, quickly walking towards the queen's chambers. Alan smiled and asked Nangongye, "You've always looked down on that woman, treating marriage and having children as a task. But seeing the gentle and fragile queen shedding tears because of him, how do you think he'll treat her?" Seeing the strange expression on Alan's face, Hui Er puffed up her cheeks and told him not to look at her father that way. Hui Er was very annoyed, feeling that this guy was looking at her mother like a lovesick fool. Her mother was already pitiful enough, and this weirdo still didn't know how to restrain himself. Seeing the child's displeasure, Alan found it particularly amusing and affectionately ruffled her hair. Alan picked her up and asked, "Is Hui Er angry?" The charming male elf nuzzled her, finding her little tantrum adorable. Then, Alan became serious, comforting Hui Er not to worry, saying her father wasn't his type and he wouldn't steal him from her mother. Hui Er thought to herself, "This uncle is so strange. He's very tolerant of me and doesn't treat me dismissively just because I'm a child." She wondered what kind of oddball he was. Alan grinned foolishly, not wanting to talk about parents anymore. He'd rather help the children fix their atrocious hairstyles. Alan grabbed the children's heads, his face full of displeasure. "Who cut their hair like this? It's so ugly." An hour later, Alan presented the children with a scene. Their father was comforting their mother. He also warned the little ones not to disturb them. Nangongye, with a stern face, watched his weeping wife and said coldly that his woman couldn't be so weak. Queen Luo sobbed, raising her tear-filled eyes to apologize to the emperor, saying she was useless. Hearing his wife belittle herself, Nangongye, with his stony expression, readily agreed, saying she was right. She was indeed useless, unable even to take care of herself. The queen cried even harder, apologizing profusely. Seeing this, Hui Er frowned. Did this blockhead of a king even know how to comfort a woman? Nangongye finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to his mother's side, pouring out how much he'd missed her. The blind queen could only recognize her son by his voice. Hearing Nangongye, her tears flowed uncontrollably again. In her world of darkness, Queen Luo reached out, calling for Hui Er, saying how much she missed him. Holding her son tightly, Luo kept asking, "Are you hurt? Have you grown taller? How have you been these years? Have you suffered?" Hui Er smiled and said he was fine, just that he missed his mother terribly. The silent Hui Er noticed that her mother hadn't mentioned her at all and couldn't help but worry that her mother had forgotten her. She tried to comfort herself, thinking it made sense. She was only 3 months old when she left her mother. 5 years had passed. It was normal for her mother not to remember her. Then, memories of her past life suddenly flooded back. In the 21st century, Hui Er was Chiyu, She was 5 years old then and had run away from her father's house to find her mother. Knocking on the door, she said she didn't want to live with her father anymore because there was a strange woman who wasn't nice to her. Chiyu's face was covered in bruises. She just wanted to go back to her mother. But the door never opened. Only cold, harsh words came through. Go away. Just pretend your mother is dead. Don't come looking for me again. The child refused to leave, wanting only to see her mother one more time. Standing on a wooden plank to reach higher, she peeked through the window. She saw her mother being intimate with another man. The man asked if she was her daughter and whether she should bother with her. Her mother's tone remained indifferent, and she complained, if it weren't for getting pregnant with Chiyu, I wouldn't have suffered so much with her father. She said she needed to get rid of this child quickly and had no energy to care for her. Suddenly, a gentle hand stroked Hui Er's head, pulling her back to reality. Cutting off the painful memory, Alan softly asked the little princess, why don't you go over there? The narcissist threw his head back and laughed. Do you like a great beauty like me more than your mother? He shamelessly added, if you like, I can be your mother, or I can be your father. Hui Er was so disgusted that she forgot her sadness and quickly pushed Alan away, slowly walking towards her mother. Hearing the soft footsteps, Luo asked, is that Hui Er? As Hui Er approached, she encouraged herself inwardly. Chiyu, even if she doesn't remember you, doesn't love you, it's okay. You're not her biological child anyway. You only lived together for 3 months and have been separated for 5 years. But what her mother gave Hui Er was completely different from what she had feared. Her mother hugged her tightly and asked if she knew that she was the one her mother worried about the most. Luo ached for this child who had suffered so much, feeling unlucky and filled with guilt towards Hui Er. Hui Er couldn't believe it. She was the one her mother worried about the most. Why? The handsome Alan was so moved that he cried. You silly child, why ask? Because she's your mother. Hui Er gently stroked her mother's thin cheek. Her mother had remembered her all along. Now Hui Er finally understood how much her mother loved her and how many tears she had shed for her. She finally accepted the fact this was her mother. Hui Er embraced Luo as her mother. Later, in the queen's chambers, Nangong Yi summoned a female physician to examine the queen. As the physician examined her, Alan kept urging her to be gentle and careful, saying their handsome Luo wasn't as rough as her and to be more tender. The physician was exasperated by him. Hui Er, also worried, asked with a cute expression how her fairy sister mother was doing, making the physician even more impatient. Hui Er anxiously pressed for information about her mother's condition, and the physician's face darkened further. She quickly packed up her tools and coldly announced that the queen was blind and incurable. Hui Er was stunned. She had heard that the average lifespan in this era was 150 years, meaning the queen would spend over 100 years in darkness, and she was only 28, still so young. The female physician crossed her arms and coldly suggested the king seek another, more skilled physician. She claimed her medical skills were inadequate for the task. Hui Er started to cry. She had always believed her mother and older sister were the most skilled physicians, and if even they couldn't cure her, no one could. The female physician frowned. She said if she remembered correctly, Prince Hui was already 8 years old, so why was he crying like a child? She coldly remarked that it seemed the king had done a fine job raising his son. Hearing this, Luo quickly interjected, Physician, please don't speak to the prince that way. Luo said it had already been difficult enough for the king to raise 2 children alone these past 5 years. The female physician muttered that Luo only thought of others and never considered herself. The king had it hard, but hadn't the queen also suffered? Luo had cried for him and their 2 children for 5 years, crying herself dry. Yet he hadn't even sought a skilled physician for her. Although Nangong Ye's face had darkened considerably, the female physician asked Luo, is it worth it to be so considerate of the king? Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Hui Er quietly approached Alan and whispered, Most beautiful person in the world, may I ask you a few questions? Hearing himself addressed this way, Alan's eyes lit up. Princess, ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. Hui Er, whose face Alan had just pinched, frowned and asked, Alan, why does this physician dare to speak to father like that? Alan explained that in this world, women were not allowed to study medicine. However, this woman was exceptionally talented and more persistent than anyone else. No matter how much others scolded or gossiped, she still taught herself medicine, and her skills were only slightly inferior to high-ranking physicians. Furthermore, she had saved Nan Gongye's life, so no matter what she said, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, Nan Gongye wouldn't do anything to her. Hui Er finally understood. However, she still had another question. Why doesn't father find the most skilled physician for mother? Hearing this, Alan poked Hui Er's forehead and said, "Silly Hui Er, didn't Alan just explain? Physicians are all men. How could they touch the queen's noble body?" That's right. In this world, all physicians are men. They cannot treat women. A woman's body belongs only to her future husband. Outsiders cannot touch it. What's worse, ordinary women who fall ill can only endure it or wait for death. Of course, women of the royal family are more noble. They cannot be left to fate. Therefore, the royal family usually trains some female physicians with average medical skills to treat them. Alan sighed and said that this was precisely why, no matter how ill the princess's mother was, they couldn't invite a male physician. Hui Er was shocked. Is being male or female really that important? She rushed to her father and demanded, "Is it truly because of this absurd reason that mother can't receive treatment?" The female physician frowned and coldly snorted. In the eyes of these men, rules are more important than life. Nan Gongye finally spoke, ordering his attendants to summon all the most skilled physicians. He demanded they cure the queen's eyes. Hearing this, the female physician and Alan were both stunned. Hui Er wiped away her tears of sadness and smiled. She hadn't expected her father to agree. Hui Er was overjoyed. Her mother finally had a chance to be cured. But at this moment, the protagonist of the story stepped forward to object. Queen Luo stopped the king. She said no. Trembling, she reached out to take her husband's hand, wanting to express her despair, embarrassment, and helplessness. Nan Gongye gripped her hand tightly and firmly said, "If I say it can be done, then it can be done." He held his frail wife in his arms. Although Nan Gongye deeply loved her, he still maintained his blunt nature, scolding the queen for being too difficult to please. Just as things seemed to be taking a turn for the better, another person suddenly appeared. I say no. It was Nan Gonglu's mother, the queen mother of the Southern Dynasty, and Nan Gongye's own mother. She addressed Queen Luo directly by name, saying that Luo could be shameless, but the queen mother could not. Hearing this voice, Queen Luo's face paled with fright, and she immediately knelt down, saying, "This subject dares not." The queen mother snorted coldly. It seems the queen still knows her place. This was Hui Er's first time meeting her grandmother, and her impression was extremely poor. She only felt that her grandmother was overbearing. Seeing her mother so afraid of her grandmother, Hui Er understood that her grandmother must often make things difficult for her mother. She addressed Queen Luo directly by name, saying that Luo could be shameless, but the queen mother could not. Hearing this voice, Queen Luo's face paled with fright, and she immediately knelt down, saying, "This subject dares not." The queen mother snorted coldly. It seems the queen still knows her place. This was Hui Er's first time meeting her grandmother, and her impression was extremely poor. She only felt that her grandmother was overbearing. Seeing her mother so afraid of her grandmother, Hui Er understood that her grandmother must often make things difficult for her mother. When the cantankerous old woman saw her son, Nan Gongye, her previously cold, hard face instantly changed. She opened her arms and rushed towards the king, wanting to take a good look at her son after 5 years of separation. But Nan Gongye coldly sidestepped his mother's embrace, leaving her grasping at air and nearly losing her balance. Nan Gongye then reached out to steady Queen Luo, calmly telling his mother that Luo was his queen and solemnly advising her to respect her. The old woman glared at him, teeth gritted. "Respect her," she retorted. "Does she deserve it?" She added that she couldn't understand what Nan Gongye saw in this good-for-nothing woman. She said that he should have married her younger sister, Luowa, all those years ago. How could it be? Before she could finish, Nan Gongye, his face livid, interrupted her with a low growl. "I'll say this one last time. From now on, whoever makes things difficult for the queen will not get off as easily as they have today." As he spoke, Nan Gongye gently caressed the queen's thin cheek, his eyes full of protectiveness. Seeing this, the queen mother could only swallow her resentment. Then, she saw Nan Gonghui and immediately put on a benevolent smile. But the boy's face was filled with fear and confusion when he saw his grandmother looking at him. She embraced her grandson, softly asking if he had suffered all these years and saying how heartbroken she was for him. But Hui didn't appreciate the gesture at all, struggling desperately before finally managing a strained greeting. Hui Er, who had been watching from the side, thought to herself, this old woman's expressions changed too quickly. It's like she's acting. Lost in thought, she didn't notice the vicious hand reaching out. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Hui Er's face, leaving her cheek red, eyes wide, and face full of shock. Terrified, Hui Er screamed, asking what she had done. Queen Luo covered her mouth and asked in horror, Your Majesty, was Hui Er hit? Ye's face darkened, and he roared furiously. Mother. Hui Er clutched her burning cheek and asked tearfully what she had done to deserve the slap. The old woman gritted her teeth and called her a jinx, saying that if it weren't for Hui Er, Yi and Wei wouldn't have disappeared for 5 years. The king angrily picked up his daughter, saying that even if it were because of Hui Er, she was only 3 months old at the time. The old woman interrupted her son. She simply scoffed, asking Yi why he was so protective of her, defending her. Oh, now both mother and daughter are innocent, and I'm the bad guy. Shui, unable to bear the family drama any longer, packed her things and turned to leave, not forgetting to roll her eyes and scoff. She thought to herself, whether I'm the bad guy or not, doesn't she know in her own heart? But the crazy old woman still heard her. She flew into a rage, yelling, Shui, what did you just say? She berated Shui, calling her a lowly physician who dared to be disrespectful to her, and threatened to throw her out of the palace. Unafraid, Shui retorted that whether she was thrown out or not wasn't up to her. Others might be afraid of her, but she wasn't. You're not my mother. She pushed open the door and said with a sneer, Your Majesty, besides Queen Luo, there isn't a single good person here. The old woman was completely enraged. How dare this little wretch speak to me like that? As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed a large water urn and hurled it towards Shui. The urn flew towards Shui, and just as it was about to hit her, it suddenly stopped in midair. It was as if it had been frozen by some kind of magic. The person who intervened was Alan. He frowned and said, Xiao QQ, have you forgotten me after I've been asleep for so long? The Queen Mother trembled and whispered, Lord Alan. She cursed herself for not noticing him earlier. How could he be here? Hui Er was shocked to hear Alan call the Queen Mother Xiao QQ. She couldn't understand how the usually shark-like Queen Mother could become so small in front of Alan. Alan gave a bewitching smile and said he was glad she still remembered him. It turned out that it was Alan who had helped her husband ascend the throne all those years ago, and after her husband died, he helped her son succeed him. Alan reminded her of this, patting her head and saying, I thought Xiao Chu would dump me after using me. How ungrateful. His tone changed, turning cold. Just because I helped you, do you think you can do whatever you want in front of me? The old woman's mind was filled with thoughts of killing Alan, but Alan saw right through her. He sneered what? Not convinced. Alan spread his captivating wings and asked if she wanted him to pick a new king for the Nan dynasty. Alan's aura frightened the Queen Mother, causing her to retreat repeatedly, her heart filled with panic. Could this bastard really destroy my kingdom? She recalled how easily Alan had helped her husband ascend the throne years ago. With just a word from him, anyone could become king. 35 years ago, 10 days after the previous emperor, Nangong Shangzhong, ascended the throne, a rebellion broke out in the Nan dynasty, and it was Alan who quelled it. Alan, with his usual air of roguish invincibility, challenged all those who wished to rebel, asking whether they wanted to fight him one-on-one or as a group. He would accommodate either. Though fearful of Alan's power, the ministers mustered their courage and demanded, Do you realize the people you just killed were pillars of the state? They had heard rumors of Alan's extraordinary strength, but they hadn't expected him to be this powerful. So many people attacked Alan at once, yet he managed to defeat them all within 3 minutes. Alan curled his lip and retorted, Did they not know what I intended to do? He explained that he had gone to great lengths to place Ning Shangru's husband on the throne. But those fools dared to take advantage of the new king right after his ascension even rallying a group of useless rebels. Alan, enraged, unleashed his full power, his gaze sharp as a blade, cutting down the resistance of even the most stubborn rebels. He questioned them. Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Do you not take me seriously? Or do you want me to kill every single one of you? The officials present trembled with fear, kowtowing and begging Alan for mercy, swearing absolute obedience to his arrangements. Whoever Alan chose as king, they would accept. They wept like children. Alan's aura was supreme. Recalling that scene, the Queen Mother still shuddered. She didn't want to witness Alan's terrifying power again. She immediately humbled herself and apologized to Alan, but inwardly vowed to kill him before she died. Her forbearance was solely for Nangong Ye's sake. Of course, she knew full well that no one in the entire Nan dynasty could match Alan. The Queen Mother turned and left with a bitter heart, unwilling to let Alan decide the fate of the nation any longer. Watching the Queen Mother leave, Hui Er was surprised that the storm had subsided so quickly. The old woman had actually left. Nangong Hui had initially thought Alan was his father's lover, but now he had a different idea. Alan must be the Queen Mother's lover. Otherwise, why would the Queen Mother listen to him so obediently, leaving at his command? Alan even called the Queen Mother Little QQ, and she didn't get angry at all. Seeing Hui Er lost in thought, Nangong Hui poked her cheek with his little finger and asked what she was thinking. He found his younger sister utterly adorable. Hui Er, hugging her arms, said, "I'm wondering how old Uncle Alan is." She thought the Queen Mother must be 60 or 70 years old, but this uncle looked at most 30, perhaps even younger. The more she thought about it, the stranger the relationship seemed. Hearing Hui Er's reasoning, Nangong Hui couldn't help but laugh and said, "I heard Father say that Uncle Alan is 10,000 years old." Hearing 10,000 years old, Hui Er's jaw dropped. Isn't he a living fossil? As for Alan, he already knew the Queen Mother was angry. She would definitely try to find a way to kill him. But Alan simply smacked his lips, unconcerned. She was all grown up now and didn't need his protection anymore. So why worry about such trivial matters? He had lived this long only to wait for someone. Other people and matters were of no concern to him. Alan tugged at his collar, pulling it tighter, and complained wearily, "These people only know how to fight, kill, and plunder. How boring." He wiped away a tear, saying he had done so much for them, yet they didn't even know how to cherish a peerless beauty. Faced with such a self-proclaimed peerless beauty, Nangong Yi and his two sons were speechless. Nangong Hui thought this guy was truly an eccentric, sometimes like a boss, sometimes like a fool, always saying inexplicable things. Alan was sulking now, muttering, "I'm not going to bother with the Nan dynasty's affairs anymore." He took out a capsule, retrieved a coffin from inside, opened the lid, and climbed in, deciding to hibernate. He told Nangong Yi, "If my little fairy doesn't appear soon, don't wake me up." The coffin then shrunk and slid back into the old capsule. Zhangguoshui asked, "Is Lord Alan going into hibernation again?" Nangong Yi softly replied, "Ahem." Even in his drowsiness, Alan didn't forget to collect his debt, telling Nangong Yi to transfer 50 million to his account. Hui Er and Nangong Hui were both stunned into silence. Just then, a voice requesting an audience was heard from outside. It turned out that the best imperial physicians had all arrived, wanting to ask the king if they could examine Queen Luo Luo. Upon hearing this, Zhangguoshui immediately objected, weakly extending a trembling hand to stop the king, saying, "No." She knelt down and pleaded with Nangong Yi not to let those people touch her. Hearing this request, a troubled expression appeared on Nangong Ye's face. Zhangguoshui continued to plead, even threatening to die to prove her innocence. Hui Er reached out her small hand and tugged on the queen's robe, asking, "Mother, do you not love Hui Er anymore? Are you going to abandon Hui Er because of this?" Even Hui Er started crying, trying to change her mother's mind. Zhangguoshui was instantly mortified. She covered her face and sobbed, unable to bear the thought of them touching her. If they did, where would the royal dignity be? What king would allow his queen to be touched by other men? Hui Er felt helpless these days. This feeling of powerlessness was agonizing. She stood on tiptoe, whispering a suggestion to her mother. Let the top imperial physicians in. If they needed to examine anything, Hui Er could touch her mother for them, and they could simply observe. Seeing her mother hesitate, Hui Er continued, "Don't worry, they all have eye problems. They'll only look at your eyes and face. Besides the face, other parts are meant to be seen anyway," she added, mentioning her own beauty and encouraging her mother to take a look. The queen affectionately pinched her darling daughter's cheek and agreed to her plan. Nangong Yi immediately ordered the imperial physicians to enter. The three physicians, young and old, walked in as if facing a formidable enemy. They feared the queen wouldn't allow them to touch her, and even if she did, they might be killed after treating her. Hui Er enthusiastically ran over to them. "Tell me where you want to examine, and I'll do it for you," she offered. The three physicians immediately nodded vigorously, relieved. This way, it wouldn't count as touching the queen. Hui Er lifted the queen's eyelid with her tiptoes. "Can everyone see clearly now?" she asked. The physicians nodded while recording their observations. But the next moment, they were all drenched in cold sweat. Even if they could see clearly, it was useless. The queen's eyes were too severely injured to be healed. Hui Er, tired from standing on tiptoe, asked if they were finished. She could barely hold on, but would try to persevere if they needed more time. Seeing this, Nangong Yi thought the little girl was truly clever. Nangong Hui cheered her on from the side, encouraging her to hold on a little longer. The king, seeing her concern for Queen Luo, smiled with satisfaction. Mother and daughter were truly alike. At this moment, the three physicians knelt down and confessed their inability to cure the queen's eyes. Hearing this, Hui Er froze, then burst into tears, hugging her mother. Just then, the youngest physician spoke up. "The queen's eyes are not entirely beyond saving. A top divine physician could cure them." As if grasping at a lifeline, Hui Er urged her father to quickly summon a divine physician to heal her mother's eyes. The king remained silent. The physician explained that since physician Gigi passed away 10 years ago, there were no more top divine physicians in Hongshan. Hui Er, heartbroken, unconsciously stepped back. Would her mother never see again? Clenching her fists, she cried out to her father in a hoarse voice. She would study medicine. If there were no more divine physicians in the world, she would become one herself. The three physicians huddled together in fear, worried about the taboo of women studying medicine. But the king found it amusing and told Hui Er to study if she wished. He smiled, thinking this child was different from other girls, and wanted to see what she could accomplish. But the anxious queen objected, fearing her daughter would be ridiculed by the world. Nangong Yi scoffed, picking up Hui Er and declaring, "Whoever dares to laugh at my daughter, I will kill them. Let's see who dares to laugh at Nangong Ye's daughter." Meanwhile, in the Western Kingdom's palace, in the third prince's chambers, the third prince was playing chess. He asked the person opposite him, "I heard your opponent's father, the one who disappeared 5 years ago, has returned." The person playing chess with the third prince of the Western Kingdom was none other than Nangong Yi, the first prince of the Southern Kingdom. He smiled and told the third prince that not only had his father returned, but his younger siblings as well. Having said that, Nangong Yi immediately made his move. The third prince looked surprised. Then, the third prince Shi Hongpu sighed. "It seems Nangong Yi's network is truly vast, knowing everything. I thought if I didn't say anything, you wouldn't know." Nangong Yi smiled faintly, thinking to himself that although the third prince of the Zhong clan was out of favor, his information was remarkably accurate. He said, "I also think the third prince is very capable." Shi Hongpu laughed. "I heard that Nangong Yi's younger sister, Princess Hui Er, wants to study medicine. I also heard that people say women shouldn't study medicine, that they'll be gossiped about if they do. I'd like to see how many people will criticize Chu Hui Er then." As he spoke, he captured Nangong Yi's pawn with his knight. Nangong Yi smiled. "Rest assured, third prince, your father won't let her suffer any grievances. I'm just curious, what does the third prince think? After all, your little fiancé, Hui Er, is the third prince's fiancé." Just then, an attendant walked in and served the two old men coffee. The two children exchanged a look, a wild, intense glance passing between them. Shi Hongpu laughed. "Nangong Yi is only 8 years old. They say 5 years ago, he was just 3, still a child, yet those adults insisted on arranging a marriage for him. I couldn't do anything about it." With that, Shi Hongpu swept all the pieces off the chessboard, refusing to admit defeat. Nangong Yi's face fell, and then he burst into tears, whining, "Third prince is cheating again." After this childish display, Nangong Yi's expression changed instantly. He lowered his voice and said to Shi Hongpu, "Do you think those men in green will believe such an exaggerated performance?" "Don't worry," Shi Hongpu replied. "As long as you play dumb, they'll really think you're a fool." He lowered his voice further. "Nangong, you must think they're fools to dare to speak to me so openly, right?" Nangong Yi gave an embarrassed, sheepish smile. The attendant who had served the coffee immediately showed a clear look of disdain. genuinely believing the two princes were fools. The attendant left angrily, wondering why his master had sent him to see these two idiots. They were clearly useless. Inwardly, he cursed them as good-for-nothings. Watching him go, Nangong thought how stupid these people were. He had been in the Western Kingdom for 5 years, and he had realized that the country was occupied by these men in green. Strangely, they possessed many advanced weapons and knew a lot of things Nangong he had never heard of. Shihengpu, seeing through Nangong's thoughts, asked, "Do you find it strange?" Nangong was taken aback. Then his eyes widened in surprise. It seemed Shihengpu felt the same way. He also found it unbelievable that these people, with their advanced technology, had such low intelligence and emotional intelligence. They said whatever came to mind, spoke whatever they saw. In these 5 years, Shihengpu remarked, "I've never heard them tell a single lie." He looked at Nangong. "Don't you think that's strange?" Nangong impatiently brushed away Hengpu's hand, which was playing with his hair. "Yes, it is strange." Hengpu stood up and, as he walked, said to Nangong, 5 years ago, your father went to great lengths to send you here as a hostage. It was probably to investigate this matter, right? Therefore, Third Prince Shihengpu believed that Nangong had deliberately lost that war. Hearing these sharp deductions, Nangong was utterly shocked, stunned into silence. How'd he guess? He thought. Shihengpu continued to smile amicably, repeating his speculation. "I'm saying your father lost that war on purpose, right?" Nangong stammered, trying to cover his surprise. "It's just that the Southern Kingdom couldn't defeat the Western Kingdom." He took a sip of water to calm himself, thinking, this third prince is truly remarkable. He's only 8 years old, yet he knows so much. Hengpu smiled, reassuring Nangong not to worry. Even if he had guessed Nangong's father's plan, he wouldn't do anything to him. At this moment, Hengpu wanted to destroy the Western Kingdom even more than Nangong did. Hearing these words, Nangong was completely dumbfounded, dropping his water cup. He jumped up, asking Hengpu in astonishment, "What did you say?" "That's your country." Hengpu let out a bitter laugh. "That place has been controlled by those green-clad underwear men for 5 years now. Is that still my Western Kingdom?" Hengpu was unwilling to admit that it was no longer his, but he knew he didn't have the power to resist yet. He said he needed Nangong and his father's help. As he spoke, he pressed a cup of hot coffee into Nangong's hand, as if saying, "Don't rush." Hengpu leaned close to Nangong's ear and whispered, "I'll give you 5 years to consider whether you want to join forces with me." With that, he turned and left. Nangong was left alone in the room, holding the teacup with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, in the Southern Kingdom Palace, within Queen Luo's chambers, the palace maids screamed and ran out. Behind them was a small hand, wielding a needle and chasing them. The little devil also held a bowl of something that looked rather suspicious. "No one is allowed to leave," she declared. It was Hui Er, crying as she called for everyone to come back. The palace maids begged Hui Er for mercy. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack as a whip lashed down. The palace maids jumped in pain as if they had been electrocuted. It was Nangong, the third princess of the Southern Kingdom. With a fierce expression, she brandished the whip at the palace maids. Hui Er said no one is allowed to leave, so no one leaves. "I'd like to see who dares disobey my orders." 2 palace maids huddled together, pleading with Hui Er for mercy. The sweet little Hui Er, however, was shy and embarrassed. She was worried that if everyone ran away, who would help her test her medicine? Without help, how could Hui Er treat her mother? The 2 palace maids were instantly won over by the little princess's cuteness. They knew Princess Hui Er was intelligent and kind-hearted. That medicine might not be fatal, but it will definitely cause diarrhea. No one wants to suffer like that, and even more so, seeing that giant needle, who would want to be poked. Hearing the commotion outside, Queen Luo weakly called out, "Hui Er, younger, don't trouble them." She said with a bitter smile, "I know my eyes can't be cured." Hui Er looked at her mother, tears welling up in her eyes, crying and apologizing to her mother, feeling useless. She remembered her past life in the 21st century when 5-year-old Hui Er was abandoned by her parents, who each formed new families. Nominally, she was adopted by her father, but in reality, no one cared about her. Poor grades, eccentric personality, unpopular. Neither teachers nor classmates liked her. No one ever attended parent-teacher meetings. Her father only sent tuition fees every year, nothing more. Sometimes she was so hungry that she had to beg customers for leftovers. At the noodle shop, the owner would give her a bowl of leftover noodles, but would also scold her get out of here. Don't eat here. Hui Er would take the bowl of leftover noodles and find a quiet corner to eat. No one cared about her. No one sympathized with her. To survive, she could only shamelessly beg for scraps. Later, Hui Er met an old woman who adopted her. Although the family was poor, Hui Er was happy with her. But the good times didn't last long, and the old woman passed away. The day the old woman died, Hui Er even contemplated suicide. But just then, she saw a kitten shivering in the middle of the road. Without thinking, she rushed out to save the kitten. Hui Er saved the kitten, but she herself fell into a pool of blood. A beautiful flower stained with blood. She traded her life for the kitten's survival. Yes, Hui Er died in an accident and then transmigrated to this world. She originally thought that someone as miserable as herself would definitely become an all-powerful heroine after transmigrating, or at least have some special ability. Although she couldn't save her grandmother in the 21st century, she also wanted to become someone who could save the world here. Unfortunately, after being reborn as a baby, she found that she was still useless, without any special abilities, and didn't even know medicine. Hui Er blamed herself for being useless and unable to save her mother, crying and shouting, "Mother, I'm really useless." Queen Luo felt sorry for her daughter and gently comforted her. "You are already very capable. At such a young age, you memorized so many herbs in 3 months and learned so much knowledge. You are really amazing." The queen stroked her daughter's head and said she only hoped Hui Er wouldn't ruin her life for her. She was only 5 years old, an age where she should be seeing the beautiful world, appreciating the flowers, plants, and animals. She could even run around carefree like a boy and get her clothes dirty. Queen Luo only hoped that her youngest daughter could live happily like an ordinary child, instead of burying her head in books all day and making those innocent palace maids and guards risk their lives to help her test medicine and practice medicine. Hearing this, the palace maids nodded vigorously. Queen Luo then said to Hui Er that although they couldn't live for 10,000 years like Master Allen, living for over 100 years wasn't short, and she only hoped Hui Er could be happy. Hearing these words, 7-year-old Nangong Yanger and 6-year-old Yu both had innocent expressions, as if they didn't quite understand their mother's words. But Hui Er was different. She understood every word. Hui Er cried and said, "Mother, if I don't study medicine, what will happen to your eyes?" Zhang, as always, was blunt and loudly called Hui Er a fool. Hearing her eldest daughter say this, Queen Luo was shocked and quickly corrected her, "Don't be rude." While Hui Er wondered, was she calling me a fool? Nangong Yanger began to explain. She said, if Hui Er can't learn it and Yu can't learn it, it doesn't mean that no one in the entire Southern Kingdom can learn it. Even if no one in the Southern Kingdom can learn it, there's still the Western Kingdom, the White Kingdom, the Eastern Kingdom. Even if no one in the entire Hongxing can do it, there will be people on other planets. Hui Er suddenly had a realization. Why hadn't she thought of that? She turned to her mother and said she understood, adding that she wasn't actually good at medicine, but she and Yanger were both good at fighting. Hui Er's eyes lit up and she said, "I'm going to practice fighting now. Look at these fists. They're bigger than steam buns." Seeing her daughter return to her little rascal demeanor, Queen Luo was momentarily stunned, feeling both helpless and apprehensive. She had hoped her daughters would be gentle and virtuous, but Hui Er raised her fists high and declared heroically, "I think elder sister Yanger is right. The universe is so big, there must be someone who can cure Mother's eyes." Hui Er was determined to learn the most powerful martial arts. In the future, if she encountered the person who could cure her mother's eyes, she would bring him back. If he refused, Hui Er and Yanger would beat him up together until he agreed. Hearing this, Yanger tightly held her sister's hand, determined to work together. Meanwhile, Yu and Queen Luo watched these two violent little ones speechlessly. Hui Er, still holding her sister's hand, chattered on, "I can kill 4 50-pound pigs with one slap." Just then, the good-for-nothing emperor suddenly appeared out of nowhere, remarking on how amusing his daughter's words were. He then ordered his personal attendants to announce throughout the Southern Kingdom, regardless of status or gender, everyone could study medicine or cultivate magic. The royal family would focus on cultivating geniuses. Upon hearing this decree, Physician Bowen and the black national teachers' faces darkened. They cautiously asked His Majesty if allowing even the poor and women to learn magic wasn't going a bit too far. But Nangong Wu rebuked them for clinging to outdated traditions. He told them they should be aware that, according to the annual report, the entire Sure Kingdom was now controlled by strange creatures, and the entire Red Star was in danger. The greatest danger wasn't just wars between nations, but threats from other planets, other universes. Could they even imagine it? Nangong Wu wanted everyone to learn magic and medicine, so that in the event of a real war, the common people would at least have some means of self-preservation. Clever, wasn't it? Upon hearing about this nationwide study of medicine, Queen Luo's mother-in-law was so furious, she threw her teacup, startling the cat in her lap. Dramatically, the Empress Dowager fumed, believing her son was wasting his energy on that useless queen. How cliché. Her maid urged her to calm down, suggesting that perhaps His Majesty wanted to cure the queen's eyes so he could favor her again. Honestly, who would want to be intimate with a blind woman? How venomous. But the old Empress Dowager slammed the table and sneered. So what if she's blind? Bearing children doesn't rely on sight. She continued, blind, mute, crippled, it doesn't matter as long as her body isn't broken. As long as she can bear children. She gritted her teeth, convinced Nangong Wu was deliberately opposing her. That child had been disobedient since he was young. Oh, the woes of motherhood. She recalled 20 years ago beating Nangong Wu with a large stick until he cried. What a toxic parent. She thought that once her son cried, the emperor would come to see him, and then she could see the prince, her husband. Such scheming. But Nangong Wu, covered in blood, didn't shed a single tear. Instead, he advised her to give up, saying, "Father doesn't love you. Why torment yourself?" How cutting. The Empress Dowager was both ashamed and enraged by her son's words. Crying, she insisted that the emperor loved her. Nangong Wu's father loved her, and then she beat him even harder. Blood streamed from Nangong Wu's mouth and head. He trembled and asked his mother, "When will you understand?" It was heartbreaking. Father never loved you. Only then did she understand, forcing it was useless. After speaking, Nangong Wu collapsed unconscious. The old woman finally dropped the stick and, feigning distress, embraced her son, wailing, "Nangong Wu, why won't you help me? Why? How can you be so cruel?" She sobbed, tears and snot streaming down her face. Even now, the old hen still believed she had dedicated her entire life to Nangong Wu and his father, yet no one understood her. Her victim complex was severe. Her sycophantic maid feigned sympathy. "Your Majesty still has me. I understand your suffering." Such flattery. The Empress Dowager sneered. Indeed, she felt her life was too bitter. How could she let Queen Luo have it easy? So the old woman stood and commanded, "Maid, quickly follow me to the harem." Oh dear! Trouble was brewing. Hui Er stroked her mother's face with her small hand and excitedly asked everyone, "Look, haven't mother's eyes improved a little these past few months?" So adorable. She was really trying. The physician could only tremble pathetically and beg Hui Er for mercy. He had examined the queen's eyes over 1,000 times. They hadn't improved at all. Poor fellow. Hui Er. She had clearly seen her mother's vision improve. Today, she stood beside her mother without making a sound, and her mother was able to walk towards her. Queen Luo urged her daughter not to trouble the physician further. She explained, "I could walk towards you because I heard your voice." Queen Luo said that rather than her sight recovering, she had simply adapted to life as a blind person. She smiled and said she was used to it, telling Hui Er not to worry about her anymore. Only then did the physician cough and concur, screaming internally, "Hui Er, please spare me." He feared that if he, a grown man, stayed in the queen's chambers for too long, it would cause gossip. He still wanted to live a few more years. Over the top. Finally, upon hearing Hui Er dismiss him, the physician breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could go home. But who knew Hui Er would then say, with a pitiful expression, that she would need to see him again in a few days. The physician nearly wet himself in fright. Before the princess could even finish her sentence, he took off running, like Forrest Gump on a sprint. Hui Er then turned to her mother and boasted that her martial arts skills had improved, claiming she could now send 5 people flying with a single punch. As the princess raised her fist, the maids behind her trembled in fear. Queen Luo, hearing these words, was utterly helpless and could only sigh. To her, it was better for her daughter to have a hobby than none at all. Queen Luo only hoped that Hui Er would grow up happy. Just then, the door was pushed open. Before anyone could see who it was, a loud voice shouted, Luo, is this how you raise a child?" Who else could make such a commotion but that old hag, the Empress Dowager? She scolded, "No wonder all 3 princesses are a bit off. A dignified princess studies fighting all day. If word gets out, won't we become the laughingstock of the world? As she spoke, Queen Luo was slapped by her mother-in-law. Hui Er stood there, panicked, and cried out, "Mother." Luo sat trembling on the floor, her cheek already swollen and red. Seeing this, Hui Er clenched her small fists tightly. Not satisfied with one slap, the old hag continued to scold and raised her rough hand, preparing to slap Luo's other cheek. Just as the hand came down, Hui Er blocked it with her own small hand. The Empress Dowager, seeing that it was 5-year-old Hui Er stopping her, roared, "Nangong Hui Er, what do you think you're doing?" Hui Er stood fearlessly in front of her mother, looking directly at the Empress Dowager. She looked down and told her great-grandmother that she hadn't done anything, but if someone bullied her mother, she might get so angry she would hit them. Hui Er added that she was young and didn't know what she might do when angry. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth and angrily asked, "Hui Er, are you crazy?" Hui Er retorted, still righteous, saying that no child in the world would willingly watch their mother being beaten. She took a small step forward and said that she wasn't good at much, but she was good at fighting. She emphasized that, like her great-grandmother, she could also send 200 people flying with one punch. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was momentarily stunned. It reminded her of events 20 years ago when Nangong Wu's father was putting Ningxiang on trial. Xiaoshang lay on the ground, reaching out to touch her phoenix crown, refusing to admit her wrongdoing. Even with blood coming from her mouth, she wouldn't yield. The emperor furiously stepped forward, stomping on his wife's phoenix crown, and berated Ningxiang. "You won't shed a tear until you're in your coffin." He raised his hand, preparing to slap the empress. But Nangong Wu, agile as a kitten, intercepted the blow for his mother. The emperor froze and asked, "Son, what are you doing?" Nangong Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He still bore the marks from his mother's beating, but he continued to shield her, saying, "Nothing, I just don't want to see mother being hit." The memory ended. The Empress Dowager took a step back, finding Nangong Hui Er exactly like Nangong Wu as a child. And because of this, the Empress Dowager ultimately decided to spare them. But she still reminded the queen that after she recovered, starting tomorrow, she was to share a bed with Nangong Wu and strive to bear more princes for the southern kingdom. Queen Luo could only lower her head and reply, "As you command." The old hag then instructed her confidant, Nanny Lu, not to return with her, but to stay in the queen's chambers and keep watch until the queen became pregnant. Queen Luo's face paled at these words. Her mother-in-law still wanted to control her. The nanny agreed to the Empress Dowager's orders and suddenly said to the queen, "From now on, this servant will take care of your majesty. In a moment, this servant will brew a sun-bearing soup for Queen Luo." The old hag grinned grotesquely. Queen Luo could only weakly express her thanks, tears welling in her eyes, her face filled with helplessness. Hui Er trembled with rage. It was simply too much. It felt like her magic was about to erupt. How could they humiliate her beloved mother like this? Nanny Lu was terrified. She hadn't expected Hui Er, so young, to possess such powerful magic. Yang Er was also shocked by Hui Er's power, feeling that she had already been left behind by her younger sister. Little Hui Er looked at Hui Er with utter adoration. Seeing that Hui Er's magic was about to go out of control, Queen Luo quickly grabbed her daughter, urging her not to be disrespectful to Nanny Lu. The Empress Dowager angrily scolded Hui Er, calling her an impudent little beast. The old woman then cast a spell, intending to teach Hui Er a lesson. A powerful force surged towards her as the Empress Dowager snapped, "I'm still here, and you dare to be so disrespectful." 5-year-old Hui Er was no match for the 70-year-old woman's powerful magic. Bound and controlled by the spell, Hui Er screamed in pain. The old woman, so cruel to her own great-granddaughter, cursed, "For the southern kingdom to have a princess like you, what a disgrace." A vicious thought crossed her mind. Rather than let the world laugh at them later, it would be better to end it now. The Empress Dowager intensified the force of her spell, causing Hui Er even more agony. Hearing her daughter's heart-wrenching cries, Queen Luo quickly knelt down, tearfully begging her to spare Hui Er's life. The cruel woman brutally kicked Queen Luo away. "Get out of my way. This little beast cannot live." Nangong Wu finally arrived, holding his wife tightly, his eyes filled with fury. "Mother, I remember telling you long ago, she is my queen. If you don't respect her, I will not be polite either." Queen Luo pushed the emperor away, urging him to ignore her and save Hui Er. Nangong Wu's eyes flashed with jealousy. He envied the attention his daughter received from Queen. Nangong Wu raised his hand, casting a spell that enveloped Hui Er. By now, Hui Er had almost fainted from the pain. The two princesses rushed forward to support Hui Er, accidentally knocking Nangong Yanger and Liliware to the ground as well. Hui Er scrambled up, her body aching from both the torture and the fall. But when Hui Er looked down at her injuries, she was astonished to find they were all healed. Meeting the emperor's gaze, she panicked. He couldn't know that she could heal herself. So Hui Er immediately burst into tears, crying out to her father about the pain, gasping as if she couldn't breathe. Nangongwu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Who did this child take after with so much drama? His mother's magic was indeed powerful, enough to kill an elephant, yet Hui Er had only suffered minor injuries and could even heal herself. Nangongwu thought to himself, this girl was truly extraordinary. The Empress Dowager spoke unwillingly. Nangongwu, are you really going against me? Nangongwu stopped holding back. Mother, you look unwell. Why don't you go back and rest? Don't come out again. He then ordered the servants to escort the Empress Dowager back to her palace. Only then did the Empress Dowager feign injury. She had carried Nangongwu for 10 months, raised him, and cherished him. Yet now he treated her this way. Nangongwu felt conflicted too. He asked her, if you truly love me, why would you hurt the person I love most? The queen is my wife, and since our marriage 10 years ago, I have never touched another woman. Yet you still don't understand her place in my heart. Hearing these words, Queen Luo's eyes reddened. Cluck, cluck, cluck. This was clearly a public declaration of love, confirming that she was the one in his heart. Even Hui Er was secretly giggling. She hadn't expected her good-for-nothing dog of a father to be so dashing. She thought, mother must be incredibly touched. Her good-for-nothing dog of a father usually never said such cheesy things, and Hui Er deserves some credit for this. Nangongwu pointed directly at Hui Er's face and said to the Empress Dowager, she is my daughter, stranded on a strange planet for 5 years. I raised her from an ugly duckling into what she is now, at least somewhat presentable. Tell me, how important is she to me? Sprinkling in some sweet nothings while simultaneously insulting his daughter, Hui Er's little heart almost shattered. They just wanted to beat him up. She was naturally born this way, yet her father called her ugly. Besides, she grew up on that planet by herself. Her father hadn't raised her for a single day. The Empress Dowager gave a wry smile. Nangongwu, you've grown up now, disregarding even your own mother, defying me. It seems I raised you for nothing. Nangongwu shrugged. If that's how you feel, so be it. But no one can touch my people. The old woman turned and left, accepting Hui Er as Nangongwu's daughter, but still believing Queen Luo was unworthy of him. She secretly vowed to make her life a living hell. Ningxiang looked at the deceased former emperor, Nangongwu and Nangong Shangkong, the 3 father and sons, and sneered inwardly. None of you are good. What good was all the love I gave? After the venomous woman left, the queen's palace fell silent again. It was Hui Er's turn to be interrogated, and she was incredibly nervous. Nangongwu adopted the demeanor of a judge. We see you've become quite capable, daring to strike the Empress Dowager. The queen, knowing he intended to punish Hui Er, quickly knelt and begged him to punish her instead. Seeing her mother kneel, Hui Er felt a pang of guilt. She stepped forward and said, there's no need for this. Hitting the Empress Dowager was my fault. After all, she is still my great-grandmother. Hui Er said if father wants to punish anyone, punish me, don't make mother kneel. She also said, even a delicate woman should have a way to protect herself. Hui Er asked, Mother, why don't we practice kicking people together? I hate tears. I hope you could be strong like me and Yanger, and I hope you never have to cry again. The lively Nangong Yanger completely agreed, hoping everyone could become stronger together. Seeing this lively scene, Nangongwu felt like an outsider. He was very annoyed and growled, Hui Er, aren't you being a little too arrogant? I haven't even scolded you yet. Hui Er calmly admitted her mistake. She said she did wrong, and if she could avoid fighting in the future, she would. But if she really had to fight, she would try not to let her father get involved. This made Nangongwu even angrier. He questioned, so you wanted to kill the Empress Dowager? Hui Er quickly waved her hands in denial. But if I don't fight back, there will be a next time. Your Majesty, you can't always come to Mother's rescue in time. What if the Empress Dowager kills Mother before you arrive? I know this is the Imperial Palace, but I also know this world is full of sexism. If I don't fight back, I might die. Hui Er asked her father, if the Empress Dowager bullies Mother again, what should I do? She's your mother, but Mother is my mother. Hearing this, Nangong Wu was truly startled. He realized this seemingly carefree child actually harbored a lot of pain. He smiled and said, My queen, why don't you also go to the royal tutor and learn magic with Hui Er and little Hui Er? Queen Luo was shocked. She hadn't expected to learn magic. The three daughters were also surprised. They couldn't believe their father actually wanted their mother to learn magic too. Nangong Wu told Queen Luo that he thought Hui Er was right. I remember that Luo, Shui, Xian's older sister's magical abilities were no weaker than mine. You are sisters, so logically, your talent shouldn't be too bad, right? The three children were surprised to hear for the first time that their mother had such a powerful older sister. Queen Luo seemed very flustered. After all, she had lived with her sister for 18 years and hadn't learned any magic. Could she really learn it now? Nangong Wu gently comforted her, stroking her head, saying she didn't need to learn too much, just a little would be enough. The three daughters were thrilled to see their parents showing affection again. Hui Er then asked her father, what about me? Now Mother, Hui Er, and little Hui Er are all going to learn magic. Hui Er was full of anticipation. Nangong Wu looked at her and said she was too rough and too ugly, not suitable to be with the girls. Hui Er was very unhappy with the criticism, clenching her fists, cursing him in her mind as a shitty emperor. So unfair. Nangong Wu thought she was even uglier when she was angry and sneered. You should go to school with your brother. Hearing this, Hui Er was completely shocked. There were schools in this world. Hui Er remembered when she took the intelligence test, an old man said 7 minus B was a 7th grade question and kept praising her as a genius. Hui Er smiled smugly, a little drool escaping the corner of her mouth. With this level of difficulty, if she went to school here, wouldn't she be a genius among geniuses? Hui Er had never thought that a poor student like her would have the opportunity to experience what it felt like to be a top student. Little Hui Er was puzzled seeing her sister giggling to herself. Nangong Hui was very jealous. Now she wanted to go to school too. Nangong Wu then grabbed Hui Er by the neck, lifted her up, and gently wiped away her drool. Little Hui Er watched this scene with envy. Nangong Hui encouraged herself that she could become strong without going to school and didn't need hugs and kisses. Hui Er asked her father with a happy smile, when can I go to school? Nangong Wu smiled and replied, tomorrow. He had known his daughter was pretending to be foolish and knew she still remembered taking the intelligence test. After everything was arranged, the emperor returned to his room and sat in a chair, lost in thought. Among his children, Hui Er was the most special. Her magical talent was so strong that even she couldn't control it. He had to find a truly powerful magic teacher for her. Nangong Wu then took out a capsule, pondering over it repeatedly. Only one person was most suitable. Soon, the great Alan's coffin appeared. Nangong Wu walked to the coffin and stepped directly on it, rudely calling for Alan to come out. Alan stretched out a bony hand, even touching Nangong Wu's leg, complaining that he was too rough. Nangong Wu's skin crawled from Alan's touch, and he kicked the coffin away. Alan grumbled at it, saying he was just joking with Nangong Wu, but he almost got kicked to death. Alan whined petulantly, "You're a real jerk, Emperor." Nangong Wu told him to cut the crap and said he needed Alan's help. Alan quipped that he was sleeping soundly. He wouldn't help, saying lack of sleep would affect his beauty. I mean, Alan doesn't even have a chance to meet his fairy wife. Can't we just let him sleep for 100 years? The Emperor offered $5 billion for 5 years for Alan to teach him all his magic. Seeing such a sweet deal, Alan immediately changed his tune, acting all chummy with Nangong Wu, as if their close relationship had nothing to do with money. Then Alan asked for $10 billion, saying he'd teach everything without holding back. Nangong Wu kicked him $6 billion, take it or leave it. They finally settled on $7.5 billion. Alan made a finger heart, which looked more like he was throwing a knife. Nangong Wu immediately put up a barrier. Night quickly fell upon the queen's chambers. The kind palace maid gently covered Queen Luo with a blanket, her heart aching for the queen. Since the queen lost her sight, the king hadn't shared her bed, yet she constantly worried about the princes and princesses staying up late every night. The palace maid cried, not knowing what to do. Just as she finished speaking, Nan Gongwu walked in, dripping wet, seemingly having just finished bathing. Seeing the quiet chambers, Nan Gongwu asked the maid, "Is the queen asleep?" The maid's eyes lit up at the sight of the king, incredibly excited, thinking he had come to dote on the queen. This way the queen wouldn't fall out of favor. The maid was practically overjoyed. The emperor, however, coldly said to her, "Move aside." The maid leaned closer to the king, grinning from ear to ear, as docile as a little angel. Nan Gongwu, seeing her excessive enthusiasm, stepped back cautiously. He sternly told the maid, "Even if you are the queen's personal maid, if you dare to have any improper thoughts, you will die." He thought to himself, any woman who tries to seduce him will die. The maid, whose name was Hui Er, was so moved that she cried, saying that the king's most beloved must still be the queen, then smiled at him. Hui Er left with a heart full of happiness. As a result, the king's harem was the purest. Nan Gongwu watched the maid leave, dumbfounded, thinking that there might be something wrong with this little maid. Just then, the queen woke up groggily and asked, "Is that you, your majesty?" Nan Gongwu propped himself up in bed. He leaned closer to the queen and whispered, "Since the children aren't here, I want you to sleep with me tonight." Queen Luo shyly covered her face and said to Nan Gongwu, "Should I go and prepare myself?" Nan Gongwu replied, "No need. You're already beautiful like this." He continued to praise her beauty as he moved closer. Just as they were about to become intimate, a loud bang suddenly echoed. The queen panicked, saying that sound seemed to come from Hui Er's palace. Queen Luo worried that something had happened to her child, but Nan Gongwu reassured her that everything was fine. Nan Gongwu's eyes were filled with jealousy. He gave up, saying it was late anyway, and he didn't need Queen Luo to sleep with him. Sullenly, he said, "I'm going to sleep. You should rest early." He burrowed under the covers, muttering about Hui Er being an ugly, shameless brat, and loudly told the queen that Hui Er wouldn't die and not to go see her. Although worried, Queen Luo could only give up. As for what happened to Hui Er's place, it all started 10 minutes earlier. The little one was fast asleep, completely unaware that Alan had been sitting beside her for a long time. Looking at the sleeping princess, he sighed, "This little one is just too cute." Then Alan got down to business. Since Nan Gongwu wanted to teach Hui Er magic, Alan would first check Hui Er's aptitude. After some analysis, Alan found the little one's soul to be rather strange. He also knew the truth about Hui Er's birth, but Alan simply smiled calmly and said to the sleeping Hui Er, "Don't worry, I won't tell Xiao Hui Er about this. Even if he finds out later, he won't hurt you." Alan continued his analysis, only to discover that Hui Er's blood was also strange, so strange that even the all-powerful Alan couldn't understand it. Hui Er giggled in her dream. "I didn't expect a slacker like me could become a genius." Alan was startled, thinking Hui Er had woken up, then breathed a sigh of relief. He remarked that Xiao Hui Er's child was just like him. Once asleep, not even a clap of thunder could wake them. Next, Alan would test Hui Er's magical affinity. Upon discovering her magical affinity, Alan couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had won the lottery, even slapping the bed and exclaiming how unexpectedly powerful the little one's magic was. His laughter was so loud that he finally woke Hui Er up. Hui Er opened her eyes and, seeing an old man laughing wildly in the middle of the night, asked in confusion, "What are you doing, old man?" Alan wiped his tears and said, "Little princess, you're awake." Hui Er nodded coldly and repeated her question, "Alan, why are you here?" Alan reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, "Sa Wu Er asked me to come. Otherwise, a great beauty like me would still be asleep." Alan rambled on for a while, finally remembering the child was awake, and quickly slipped away. He stood at the door, made a finger heart at her, and said, "Don't miss me too much." Then he slammed the door shut and disappeared. Watching the old guy leave just like that, Hui Er was a little dumbfounded. In the middle of the night, did he just wake me up for that? Hui Er was so sleepy, she was getting angry, and punched the ground to vent her frustration. Who knew a 5-year-old's punch could be so powerful? The whole bed collapsed. Hui Er was completely stunned, as if she were on a battlefield. Alan hadn't actually gone far. Hearing the loud noise, he grinned. So Princess Hui Er has a durable constitution. The more she gets beaten, the stronger she becomes. Alan became even more expectant. He summoned a magic circle and a cat's head poked out. This white cat looked cute, but was actually a super arrogant fox demon. It complained to Alan with dissatisfaction. "Why did you call me out so late?" Seeing it, Alan stroked its head affectionately and sighed. 10,000 years, and still so fierce. The little fox struggled, looking reluctant, and just as boisterous as Alan, complaining. "You've messed up my fur." Alan smirked. "A shorty like you cares about your hairstyle." The little fox gritted its teeth in anger and ordered, "Hurry up and tell me. Why did you call me out? If you don't tell me, I'm going home." Alan smiled mysteriously. "Want to find a fox to help you beat someone up?" Early the next morning, the whole palace was bustling with activity. Hui Er woke up groggily in the ruins, thinking, was there an earthquake outside? Hui Er's brother's voice came from outside, urging her to get up quickly, saying that the second prince had come to pick up his little sister for school. Hui Er suddenly became excited, remembering that she was going to school today. Her little feet couldn't wait to rush out, ready to activate her top student, beautiful girl mode. But she froze. Her brother was nowhere to be seen. Nangong Hui shouted, "Hui Er, look ahead." A super huge mecha cat stood before her. She trembled in shock, thinking, what kind of world have I transmigrated to? There's a king, magic, aliens, and elves. Seeing her standing there dumbfounded, Nangong Hui couldn't help but laugh. Is Hui Er scared silly? Hui Er was utterly devastated. These things were fine, but why was there a transformer too? The mecha cat extended its giant hand towards Hui Er. Nangong Hui urged her to get on, saying, "This is my exclusive transport robot. I usually don't bring it out. I only brought it out today to take Hui Er to school." Hui Er still hadn't recovered and didn't want to enjoy this treatment at all. Nangong Hui excitedly asked her if she liked it. Hui Er stepped onto the mecha cat, trying to look happy to please her brother. Nangong Hui told her to hold on tight. He started using magic to control it, bringing Hui Er into the cockpit. Hui Er gripped the mecha cat's finger tightly. The robot moved so fast that Hui Er screamed internally, "Can't that idiot slow down?" When the robot's hand rose to face level, it stopped, and the cockpit door behind it opened. Nangong Hui urged her to come in quickly. So this was the control room. Although she still wanted to complain, upon closer inspection, this robot was actually pretty cool. Seeing his sister come in, Nangong Hui happily greeted her, saying that his operating skills were limited and he couldn't play with Hui Er, so he let her explore on her own. Hui Er looked around and was surprised to find that this giant robot wasn't powered by electricity, but by magic. Nangong Hui seemed to be about to do something big, preparing to accelerate, and told Hui Er to sit tight. This was probably the first time anyone had ridden in Nangong Hui's robot. He secretly vowed to perform well and not disappoint his sister. Nangong Hui immediately increased his magic power, and the robot sped across the ground. It quickly stopped at the school gate, and stairs immediately extended from the mecha cat's mouth. Nangong Hui went down first, not forgetting to bow handsomely to welcome his sister. This was Hui Er's first time here, and she was very surprised. What surprised her even more was that the school sign read Southern Kingdom's Ultimate Great Beauty Academy. Hui Er thought, what kind of ridiculous school name is this? I really want to rant about it. While putting the mecha cat back into its capsule, Nangong Hui explained that this was the best school in the Southern Kingdom. It was also the most prestigious academy in Hongsheng. Nangong Hui asked Hui Er if she felt honored and happy to be here. Hui Er's face darkened, and she replied directly, "Not at all." His sister's answer surprised Nangong Hui. He immediately asked why. This school has a history of thousands of years and has cultivated countless talents. In fact, for the Southern Kingdom, every king has studied at this school, and it's said that the principal has been around for tens of thousands of years, a being even more powerful than a high magician. Nangong Hui couldn't understand why Hui Er didn't like such a prestigious school. Hearing about all these accomplishments, Hui Er's jaw dropped. She hadn't realized the school was so impressive, but she still felt the name sounded a bit suspicious. As the siblings were talking, a student approached. He asked Hui Er if she was a new student and informed her that the principal wanted to see her. Having just heard from her brother that the principal was even more powerful than a high magician, and now being told the principal wanted to see her, Hui Er was bewildered. She asked the student if the principal wanted to see her about enrollment procedures. Upon hearing that the esteemed principal wanted to see Hui Er, Nangong Hui panicked. He'd heard the principal hadn't appeared for centuries. He couldn't believe Hui Er had just arrived and was already summoned. He felt a little glum, wondering why the principal didn't want to see him. The blonde-haired student seemed anxious, explaining that the principal was short on time and Hui Er had to go immediately. The best way was through the time-space gate. After saying this, the blonde-haired student tossed a capsule-shaped object towards Hui Er. Before she could react, she was sucked into the small capsule and, with a scream, transported to another space. When Hui Er stepped out, she found herself in an office, and the principal was the White Fox. He asked with a cool smile, "Hui Er, you've arrived." Seeing the talking fox, Hui Er's eyes widened. The fox continued, saying he thought most people would be scared to see a talking fox. So he praised Hui Er for being so calm at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. The principal was very pleased with her. Hui Er nearly choked with anger. From the moment she woke up, she'd been subjected to one shock after another. She couldn't take it anymore. Finally, losing her patience, she asked the little fox directly if he really was the legendary, tens of thousands-year-old, top-level grand magician principal. The little fox crossed his arms and pouted, thinking this child seemed too naive, not at all as composed as Nangongwu. He wondered if she was really as capable as Alan had claimed. Lost in thought, the little fox looked up at the sky and cast a small spell, preparing to test her. They'd soon find out. Just then, the window behind Hui Er slammed shut, startling her. The little fox gave Hui Er a task, pointing to a panda robot. He told her that if she could defeat it, she could go to class. Hui Er looked at the panda robot with a puzzled expression. Before Hui Er could protest, Principal Fox had already left. The robot bear behind her began to introduce itself politely, clapping its metal hands together. It called itself Robot Zero and asked Hui Er if she was ready for a sparring match. Hui Er observed it, even reaching out to touch it. She thought that although this robot wasn't as luxurious as her second brothers, and she didn't sense any magical aura, could be powered by electricity. Her actions startled the robot bear, which solemnly advised the princess to respect her opponent and not harass it. As soon as it finished speaking, a metal fist swung out, sending Hui Er flying and flattening her against the floor like a pancake. But Hui Er was a resilient little trooper and quickly got back on her feet, though still a bit dizzy. She felt something wasn't right. How could a cute princess like her be getting tossed around by a robot? The robot bear approached smugly, with a provocative grin, and gave a wave, clearly ready for another round. Hui Er, drenched in sweat, quickly told it to stay back, her whole body trembling. As she backed away, the fat bear swung its arm at her again. Meanwhile, back in the principal's office, Principal Fox was still observing Hui Er. He smacked his lips and asked Alan, "Are you sure you want to train her?" He took a sip of tea and asked Alan again, "Aren't you afraid she'll beat that poor little princess into a pulp?" Alan, with an air of nonchalance, told the fox that the princess wasn't as delicate as she looked. Then he countered, "Are you sure you want to use this robot? If it gets broken, don't come crying to me for compensation." Rubbing his paws together, the principal chuckled, "Of course I'm sure." He practically jumped for joy. Just by letting it play with this 5-year-old for a while, he could earn $75 million. Only a fool would pass that up. Hearing the little fox's reply, Alan finally relaxed. However, he still hoped the poor little princess would fight back soon. Seeing Hui Er's pretty face swelling up like a pig's head made his heart ache. It looked so ugly. Principal Little Fox scoffed, asking Alan if he regretted it. She added, "Even if you do, I won't return the $37.5 million to you." Meanwhile, Hui Er was still struggling against the silent Robot Zero. Seeing the robot charging towards her, she eagerly wanted to help. Hui Er curled up, desperately protecting her head. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she fiercely retaliated with a kick, hitting the bear's belly. She yelled, "Didn't your mother teach you not to hit people in the face? Take this." This blow was fatal. Robot Zero's head was kicked off, and the entire robot collapsed into a pile of scrap metal. However, it still managed to bow to Hui Er. "Greetings, Princess Hui Er. I am Robot Zero." Hui Er became even angrier and punched it again, silencing it completely. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Little Fox's cup fell to the floor. Cold sweat dripped down her back. She couldn't believe Hui Er had taken out Robot Zero with just one punch. Seeing the calm and smug smile on Alan's face, Little Fox was even more shocked. She questioned him, "Are you playing with me?" She couldn't believe that this 5-year-old girl could be so strong. Alan calmly replied, "She is indeed only 5 years old." He patted the principal's head and added, "But I don't think she's too strong. I think your Robot Zero is too weak." Little Fox was furious. To regain her authority, she decided to send out Robot 1 to fight Hui Er. After defeating Robot Zero, Hui Er started dismantling its parts, wanting to see how the robot worked. However, she couldn't find any plugs, switches, or power sources. She was very curious about how the robot moved. Just as she was engrossed in her research, another identical robot appeared. With the same smug look, it said, "Greetings, Princess Hui Er. I am Robot 1. Pleased to meet you. Hui Er was startled to see another one. Robot 1 charged towards her like a madman, and Hui Er could only run for her life, panting as she was chased. Hui Er cursed angrily. This broken robot is so persistent. You piece of scrap metal. The little girl muttered to herself. Did that dog king who forced me to come to school yesterday do it so I could be beaten by these robots? Does he want to kill me? After being called scrap metal, the robot went completely berserk. It caught up to Hui Er and stepped on her, angrily demanding respect. Hui Er could only struggle in pain and burst into tears. Principal Little Fox was satisfied with this scene because Robot 1 was much stronger than Robot 0, with 4 times the strength of an adult. Hearing this, Alan narrowed his eyes and teased, oh, really? He was actually looking forward to seeing how powerful the robot could be. The more Hui Er was beaten, the braver she became. She kicked Robot 1 directly. Principal Little Fox coughed up blood in shock. She didn't expect this child to be so powerful, so she sent out Robot 2 and Robot 3. Alan reminded Little Fox, you know, an angry Hui Er is terrifying. Sure enough, Hui Er quickly dealt with those 2 robots as well. Alan worriedly asked Little Fox, you have more robots, right? He smiled, thinking that although the Ox's robots would become stronger later, at this rate, in 3 or even 5 years, all 101 robots would be reduced to scrap metal. Seeing Little Fox crying from distress, Alan laughed heartily, feeling incredibly clever. Hui Er continued to focus on her training. Early the next morning, she went to school with her second brother again. Like riding a Hanoi bus, Hui Er felt dizzy and kept complaining. Slow down. Her second brother, Nangong Hui, was quite excited. He comforted Hui Er. Hold on, we're almost at school. Who knew that once they arrived at school, Hui Er would have to continue fighting robots. She covered her face, swollen like a pig's head, worried that she would actually turn into one. The robots all said in unison, in creepy voices, "Greetings, Princess Hui Er. We are robots BA 8C and H10. Pleased to meet you." Hui Er hadn't expected them to find her hiding place so quickly, so she decided to abandon all pretense of politeness. In the afternoon, Hui Er still had to bury herself in fighting robots, with bangs and crashes all day long. The little girl finally won her honor. Hui Er hummed triumphantly. These broken robots are nothing. At this moment, you are fait invincible. The enraged Principal Little Fox sent robots 11, 12, 13, and 14 to fight her. That evening, the little girl went home from school, her face extremely swollen, her right arm in a cast, her left arm fractured, and blood trickling from her mouth. Seeing his sister like this, Nangong Hui cried out, "Hui Er, who did this to you?" Even Hui Er trembled in fear. Only her eldest sister, Yang Er, encouraged her, "You must defeat them tomorrow." Nangong Wu looked at his youngest daughter, feeling both heartbroken and cold. He asked, "Doesn't it hurt?" He gently touched Hui Er's swollen cheek with his finger. She immediately covered her cheeks, screaming like a stuck pig, "What do you mean it doesn't hurt?" That night, she lay peacefully in her mother's arms, while Hui Er was carefully bandaged and disinfected. The Empress anxiously asked the royal physician, Shang, if Hui Er was all right. Lu Luo Shuaxian touched Hui Er's face, noting 3 swollen areas. Seeing her mother trembling with worry, Shang reassured her that children recovered quickly, and with this medicine, no matter how severe the injury, Hui Er would be healed by morning. However, there were some things Shang dare not say aloud. She felt that not only was Hui Er fine, but she was even stronger than before. She found this child rather strange, doubted her own judgment, and fearing she might say the wrong thing, remained silent. Just then, Nangong Wu entered, launching a barrage of questions, asking if he felt distressed and regretful seeing the princess beaten like this. Alan appeared, saying that if Nangong Wu truly felt that way, he should end the princess's lessons. Of course, the detestable Alan wouldn't refund the money. Hearing such shameless words, Nangong Wu kicked Alan directly. 3 years passed in a flash. Inside Yang Er and Hui Er's bedchamber. Remember the small sprout Yang Er picked up years ago? It finally showed some activity. The little green sprite inside was thrilled. After 8 years, thanks to ample photosynthesis, it finally accumulated enough energy to restore itself. But it was still complaining. It was all Nangong Yang Er's fault. If she hadn't pulled it out, it would have recovered 1 or 2 years earlier. This fellow held a considerable grudge against Nangong Yang Er for its current predicament. Just as it was fuming, it suddenly heard Hui Er's voice outside. Oh, Hui Er didn't want it. The sprout was terrified. It turned out that both sisters, Hui Er and Hui Er, were asleep. Young Hui Er was dreaming that her father was forcing her to go to school, and she was talking in her sleep, waving her hands and feet. Hui Er slept soundly, rolling over and hugging the pillow beside her tightly. Seeing Hui Er sleeping soundly, the alien plant extended a long vine, wanting to avenge the grievance from 8 years ago. The thick, thorny branch quietly reached towards Hui Er. Unexpectedly, Hui Er reached out and grabbed the branch, murmuring in a daze, "Silly sprout, I've taken care of you for 5 years, and you haven't bloomed once. You're useless." But then she subconsciously stroked the branch, happily saying she wouldn't abandon the sprout and believed it would bloom someday. Hearing these words, the little green sprout blushed and immediately stopped. It then turned and left, consoling itself that today was a good day, and it would postpone killing for another time. The sprout walked out the door and suddenly remembered it was supposed to meet its friends today, hoping they hadn't canceled their plans. Outside the Lanzhou princess's palace, the sky was already bright. The great Alan was gleefully congratulating Nangong Wu because his little daughter, Hui Er, had defeated the 99th robot. Hui Er was extremely proud, having become a little invincible warrior, sweeping away all the robots. Nangong Wu suddenly changed the subject, mysteriously telling Alan that he had something that could traverse space. The two chatted animatedly, not noticing the sprout behind them. The sprout originally wanted to go find its friends, but now, annoyed by the crowd, it could only sneak around like a stray dog. It was distressed. Although it had grown, it wasn't strong enough to fight them. So it decided to transform into a chubby little sprout and wait until nightfall to act. But nothing escaped the eyes of the great Alan. He sensed the movement, and his sharp gaze made the sprout tremble. Seeing Alan's reaction, Nangong Wu also noticed and asked him what was wrong. Alan just smiled and said it was nothing, then continued chatting with Nangong Wu about the past, mentioning that money matters were important and he couldn't control too many things. Seeing Alan's clingy demeanor, Nangong Wu kicked him again. This is what happens when you pay. At this moment, the two princesses, Hui Er and Hui Er, also woke up, and the two girls went for a walk together. Hui Er happily pointed ahead and told her sister that it looked like the sprout was over there. Hui Er immediately reached out and decisively plucked the sprout. Holding the sprout in her hand, Nangong Hui Er found it strange that the sprout hadn't left in 8 years and was still here. She threatened the sprout, saying that when they got back, she would tie it up so it couldn't run away again. The great Alan, knowing everything, could only laugh, blurting out "Poor little sprout." Seeing Alan suddenly burst into laughter, Nangong Wu found him rather odd and asked him directly what he was laughing at. Who knew that the little devil would poke his chest with his finger and say in a coquettish voice, "Oh, you guys are so amusing." Nangong Wu grabbed Alan's thin hand, the sudden action causing the imposing Alan to tremble. But without warning, Nangong Wu's expression changed. He flung Alan aside and roared angrily, "Get lost. You're still in school." Meanwhile, he was still struggling against robot number 100. The lanky figure found this robot a truly tough opponent. Number 100 was furious. Leaping into the air, it raised its leg, preparing to deliver a powerful kick to the principal's office. The little fox, full of confidence and eagerness, continued to cheer for the robot. "You want to defeat us?" Alan simply chuckled. "I have to admire you. As a fox who's lived for 10,000 years, you're truly optimistic." Hearing this, the little fox's last fragile line of defense crumbled. Tears streamed down its face. It regretted thinking Hui Er was weak. 3 years had passed, and its only remaining hope was this robot. The imposing Alan finally became serious. He asked the principal, "Did the little fox find out what I asked it to check?" The little fox asked, "You mean about Princess Hui Er's blood?" Alan's face was full of doubt. "I just don't understand why her blood is so strange." And little Wu said she can directly absorb energy from other planets. Alan was filled with curiosity. The little fox crossed its arms and snorted coldly. "Alan, you idiot, you can't even figure this out. The test results show that Hui Er's blood is like alien blood." The little fox compared it and was certain it must be from that planet. Alan's eyes widened in confusion. Why would Hui Er have that kind of blood? A thought suddenly popped into Alan's head. He felt that Lu Luo Shuixian must have had something to do with that green guy. Alan asked excitedly, could it be that Shuixian was pregnant with Sha Hui Er's child? The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Everything makes sense now. The little fox then asked if Alan had heard of the Western countries, the places controlled by the aliens. Rumor had it that they had been lurking for hundreds of years, trying to infiltrate human bodies, but they couldn't get in. A few years ago, they stopped infiltrating and started attacking directly. The Western countries were the first to be occupied. Of course, Alan knew about this, but he was puzzled. What does that have to do with Hui Er? He thought that after those guys got into human bodies, they would change people's red blood cells to green. But because of genetic differences in the human immune system, they are eliminated by white blood cells after invading the human body. The little fox also analyzed, so it's impossible for people attacked by them to have alien blood. The little fox believed it was because of Hui Er's special body that she accepted that kind of blood. Hearing this, Alan panicked and wailed loudly, thinking that his little Hui Er had been attacked by that green guy. The little fox nodded. Theoretically, that's the case, and it's the result of a combination of special factors. That guy probably lost a lot of blood after the failed invasion. Fortunately, he stopped. Otherwise, Hui Er would have been completely taken over. The little fox concluded, now Hui Er is no longer like a human, but more like that green guy. Alan asked blankly, so my little Hui Er is alright. He failed to invade others, but he invaded her. The little fox had to admit that this was indeed the case. Because Hui Er had that guy's blood in her body, how else could she absorb alien energy and have the power to smash the principal's robot to pieces? The little fox heard the groaning sounds. Alan said weakly, pretend I didn't hear anything. At the same time, Hui Er slammed a fist at the robot. She warned, robot, you're in trouble. Seeing the huge crater on the floor, the little foxes first stood on end. Was this really something an ordinary person could do? Alan said proudly, our little princess's fists are works of art. They finally shut up when the walls started creaking. As a responsible robot, robot number 100 assured the principal and Mr. Allen that it would fight harder. After saying that, it bounced out like a child on a sugar rush. Of course, Hui Er wouldn't let it off so easily. The little figure jumped lightly and in the blink of an eye blocked the robot's path. Alan and the little fox could only huddle together, trembling as they watched Hui Er's power. Seeing that the princess wouldn't give up, the robot started using its ultimate move, spinning frantically on the ground like a top. It even dared to curse Hui Er, you're nothing but a useless princess. Do you think I'm a toy? It also asked Hui Er if she was fighting it or demolishing the school. The dignified princess was furious at being called useless and a destroyer. You dare insult me, you little brat princess. Understood. With that, Hui Er vented her anger on the wall beside her. Honestly, Hui Er was terrifying when she got angry. The principal's treasured cups fell one after another. The principal clutched his head and yelled, Hui Er, stop breaking things. But Alan excitedly cheered for Princess Hui Er. You did well. However, he also felt that defeating robot number 100 was enough. She should learn something else now. Watching the battlefield, the little fox's heart was breaking. It groaned, Alan, I'll give you 75 gold pieces. Please end this farce quickly. Alan took the gold card and asked, are you sure, little fox? The little fox just wanted Alan to take the money and leave. Of course, Alan wouldn't refuse. After taking the money, he feigned concern, saying, I don't know if I can stop her. The little fox panicked at this, just wanting Alan to take Hui Er away and stop her from smashing things. Since he had taken the money, Alan had to do the job. He used magic to silence robot number 100, making it stand motionless. Seeing it still, Hui Er looked puzzled and approached, asking, is it out of energy? Hearing the little princess ask this, Alan explained to her, nothing in this world runs on electricity. Hui Er looked at Alan and asked, do you know what electricity is? She remembered that in the past 3 years, she had asked 100 people, but no one knew what electricity was. Hui Er also realized that everything here relied on magic. Everyone only knew magic. Hui Er looked up and asked her uncle Alan, how do you know about electricity? Since this planet doesn't have electricity at all, how can electricity make a robot move? Alan finally sighed dramatically and said, a great beauty like me has lived for 10,000 years, yet I only know some ordinary little things. Alan denied knowing about electricity. Hui Er only needed to glance at him to know he was lying. She knew that humans originally lived on Earth and later migrated here. And since this uncle had also lived for 10,000 years, he must have witnessed that migration. Alan looked at the little princess with a sharp gaze, making her think he was finally going to say something serious. Unexpectedly, he suddenly started acting silly, saying that everyone should call him Big Bossy from now on. He talked about how kind he was. Just then, there was a commotion outside. It was her second brother and his blonde friend coming to pick up Hui Er. Nangong Wei casually told his sister that Hui Er's fiancé had another new invitation. 8-year-old Hui Er, hearing about her fiancé for the first time, felt like she'd been struck by lightning. The bespectacled, blonde nerd cautiously asked, "Was there an earthquake here just now?" No one answered, because the most obvious evidence was the principal over there, heartbroken and about to faint. Later, in the royal palace, the entire royal family was gathered. The princesses, the Grand Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Emperor Nangong Wu were receiving the emissary from the Western Kingdom. With the formal announcement, the 5th princess and the 2nd prince were invited to the front. Hui Er and Nangong Wei entered the main hall together, and Nangong Wei respectfully introduced her as the 5th princess. Hui Er was a little surprised. Having lived with her second brother for so many years, this was the first time she had seen him so serious. She also knew that even if he didn't say it, Hui Er still missed their eldest brother, Nangong Yi, very much. She wondered if her eldest brother still remembered them. The emissary from the Western Kingdom cautiously asked, "Princess Hui Er of the Southern Kingdom, is she the fiancée of the 3rd prince of our Western Kingdom?" Hui Er then spoke, "Your esteemed emissary, I am Nangong Hui Er." At that moment, Hui Er recalled 8 years ago, when that damned emperor was defeated in the war with the Western Kingdom. The Southern Kingdom lost more than 300,000 soldiers and had no choice but to send their 4-year-old eldest son as a hostage. Hui Er had thought he had lost the war on purpose, to send his eldest son away to fulfill his own schemes. But now that she was about to go to the Western Kingdom and become the fiancée of that country's 3rd Prince Piyu, Hui Er finally understood the reason. Nangong Wei then said to the emissary, since the 5th princess was already here, could they open Nangong Yi's letter now? The emissary took out a magic crystal, and Nangong Yi's image appeared before everyone. His first words were to greet his family. Luo Shuexian, having not heard her son's voice for many years, immediately teared up. The doting mother also cried out, wanting to see her grandson. Nangong Yi also greeted his younger siblings. The crybaby Nangong Hui Er couldn't help but whimper, saying she missed her brother very much. Hui Er anxiously urged her brother to take care of himself and to stay safe no matter what happened. Hui Er just wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, unable to say anything. Hui Er choked up, reaching out her hand, wanting to touch Er, asking him if he was doing well, as if hoping Er's hand could reach through the blurry image and come to her side. Nangong Yi froze, thinking, wow, this is amazing. Is this some kind of 3D projection? He smiled and asked, Hui Er, did you just touch me? Urs eyes widened. How did you know? She asked. Nangong Yi happily explained to his sister that what she was seeing wasn't real. It was just a recording of him from the past. Ur trembled with surprise. It felt so strange, as if even the questions she would ask and how she would react were known in advance. She stepped towards her brother, and Nangong Yi reached out and patted her head. Hui Er was amazed that the technology could even calculate a person's height so accurately. Nangong Yi said he'd heard that when Hui Er was 3, she fell into a time rift with their father and him. He asked if it had been hard taking care of crybaby Nangong Yi back then. Hearing this, Nangong Hui Er immediately protested, "Brother, you're talking nonsense." Just then, someone behind Nangong Yi shouted, "Nangong Yi, get to the point. You're rambling." He nodded in agreement. Then, turning to everyone, he said, "I wrote this letter to announce something." He bowed respectfully. Father, mother, Hui Er's fiancé, the 3rd Prince of Zixingpu, is about to turn 13 and will soon have his first coming-of-age ceremony. He hopes Hui Er can attend. The king and queen looked utterly shocked. Second brother, she asked, what's a first coming-of-age ceremony? Nangong Hui Er was busy crying and explaining to Nangong Yi that she wasn't a crybaby, completely ignoring Hui Er's question. Hui Er clenched her fists and sighed. Nangong Hui Er was so pathetic. Even she wasn't crying like that. Nangong Hui Er finally dried her tears and answered her sister's question. He couldn't understand how Hui Er didn't know about it. He had learned about it when he was 3. Hearing this, Hui Er wondered, confused, was I when I was 3? How does he know this and I don't? Nan Gongwei explained that in Hongxing, everyone, rich or poor, has two coming-of-age ceremonies. The first is held at 13, and after the ceremony, they are treated equally. If they make a mistake, regardless of their social standing, they are no longer considered children and must face the consequences. They won't be treated differently like before. Of course, if they get hurt at this age, they will still be protected like children. Hui Er interrupted. So when is the second coming-of-age ceremony? Nan Gongwei replied that the second one is held at 18, at which point they can marry and are fully recognized as adults. When Hui Er turns 18, she will marry the third prince of Zixingpu. Hui Er could already picture her 18-year-old self giving up all her joys and reluctantly getting married. She felt a pang of despair. The road ahead was long. Why get married so early? She could only lament the strange laws of Hongxing, wondering who had made them. It turned out the mastermind was Uncle Alan. Legend had it that he came up with this idea 10,000 years ago and made all the countries follow it. According to this rule, a person has two coming-of-age ceremonies, one for someone else and one for themselves. Hui Er thought Uncle Alan's decision seemed serious, but she also wondered why he had done it. After finishing, Nan Gongwei bid farewell to his family, saying the next part was for the third princess. After he disappeared, the third prince of Zixingpu appeared, puffing out his cheeks like a toad, and introduced himself as Nan Gongwei Er's fiancé. He said to Nan Gongwei, "In 2 years, at my first coming-of-age ceremony, have Hui Er come, and I'll let Nan Gongwei go back." Even the emissary was stunned, wondering if the third prince knew what he was saying. To stop him from saying anything more, the emissary immediately shut off the image. His face was pale, as even the emperor of Shigua hadn't mentioned letting Nan Gongwei return. Hui Er angrily demanded, "What are you doing? My sister's fiancé wasn't finished. How could you turn it off?" The emissary quickly begged Princess Hui Er to calm down and hastily corrected himself, saying the third prince was merely inviting everyone to his first coming-of-age ceremony in 2 years, nothing more. But Nan Gongwei had heard everything clearly. Nan Gongwei's return was conditional on Hui Er going to Zixingpu. He sneered. "It seems my future son-in-law is quite shrewd. I wonder what he's planning." Nan Gongwei was worried about his daughter. The third prince of Zixingpu was so calculating at such a young age. He couldn't tell if this marriage was a blessing or a curse. Everyone looked curiously at the crystal ball in the emissary's hand, politely asking what was inside. The emissary didn't answer. The king thought to himself, "In 2 years, we'll see if Hui Er likes him. If she does, we'll hold the wedding. If not, we'll think of something else." The defeat 8 years ago wasn't because his army was weak, but because Nan Gongwei deliberately feigned defeat. He didn't expect those Zixingpa people to actually believe it, and even have the audacity to make demands. The emissary suddenly raised his voice, sharply questioning Hui Er, the fifth princess of the southern kingdom, the fiancée of the third prince of Zixingpu, dares to look at another man's hand. The emissary sneered. Is this how the southern kingdom teaches its princesses? Hui Er, hearing for the first time that looking at someone's hand was considered ill-mannered, was at a loss for words. She clumsily apologized, quickly covering her eyes. "I didn't see anything." Hui Er thought, is looking at a hand really such a big deal? The emissary, however, wouldn't let it go, continuing to reprimand her for lacking the virtues of a princess. He questioned her, "What makes you worthy of our Zixingpa prince?" Seeing his sister being scolded so harshly, Nan Gongwei spoke up for Hui Er. "Hui Er is a princess of our southern kingdom. Even if she did something to displease you, you cannot speak to her so rudely." He then put his arm around his sister and rebuked the emissary. "How dare you slander someone in front of our parents? Is this the upbringing of the Zixingpa royal family?" Seeing himself being countered so effectively, the emissary was momentarily stunned. He had always thought this boy was just a crybaby, but today he was completely different. Hui Er looked at her second brother, deeply moved. She thought, although I bear the title of princess, neither in my previous life nor this one have I experienced such a scene. She also wondered if this scene would affect the southern kingdom. But one thing was certain. The relationship between the two countries had never been peaceful. Hui Er was also frightened by the emissary's words. Even Hui Er's little brother was scared, but he still bravely protected her. Just like their eldest brother, Nan Gongwei, 8 years ago. The emissary then said, "I hope the southern kingdom will properly educate Hui Er in the next 2 years. Otherwise, I believe she will become a laughingstock." His words were quite harsh. The emissary glanced at Nan Gongwei, inwardly judging her. "She's no better than Hui Er. he thought, ugly and with a bad temper. She's not fit to be a princess at all. He scoffed inwardly, thinking that a weak country like the Southern Kingdom should keep its burdensome princesses for itself. He looked around, deciding that Hui Er, dignified, gentle, and quiet, was the most presentable. The emissary was very satisfied with Hui Er, believing that even if the third prince didn't like her at first, he would eventually come to love her. So, the emissary made a bold proposal. In 2 years, both Hui Er and Hui Er should attend the third prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Of course, if the king felt uneasy, the second prince, Nangongwei, could also accompany them. After finishing, the emissary smiled smugly to himself. Regardless of whether Hui Er marries the third prince, he thought, in 2 years, aside from the 2 princesses, both princes will also belong to Zixingpu. The Southern Kingdom's only heir will be Nangong Yonger. He imagined Nangong Wu's terror upon learning that his most cherished children were in Zixingpu's hands, fearing for the survival of his small southern kingdom. Upon hearing the proposal, Nangong Wu immediately agreed, but the Queen Mother immediately scolded him. She felt that Zixingpu was trying to take Nangong Hui away as well, worried that her precious grandson would be in danger there. Lua Shuixian was also worried. Is this really safe? She asked the king. She knew Hui Er and Hui Er had to go, but Nangong Wei absolutely could not. Nangong Wu comforted the queen. Don't worry, the 2 countries are currently maintaining friendly relations. So I've agreed with the emissary that in 2 years, Nangong Wei will escort Hui Er and Hui Er to the coming-of-age ceremony. The emissary happily bowed to Nangong Wu in thanks, then took his leave, diving into the mysterious magical space and disappearing. Only then did Hui Er find the courage to ask, why does second brother have to go too? Nangong Hui trembled with anger. Father, what is going on? You just agreed to let Hui Er be the prince's wife. This isn't right. Nangong Wei knelt down and pleaded with his father, please cancel this marriage. I don't want Hui Er, or even Hui Er, to marry him. Hui Er asked in surprise, are they asking Sister Hui Er to take my place? She took a frightened step back. So the 2 countries have been colluding in secret all along, she thought. A mere emissary can decide the fate of a princess. Is this Hui Er and Hui Er's fate? Are we destined to be manipulated by others in this life? Just then, a warm hand gently rested on Hui Er and Nangong Wei's heads, accompanied by comforting words, telling them not to worry. Emperor Nangong Wu solemnly declared, I will not force any of my children or even my descendants into marriage. He told his children not to overthink it, because everyone has the right to make their own decisions. Nangong Wei was stunned, completely bewildered by his father's words. But he felt he wasn't young anymore. After all, he was already 11. In 2 more years, Hui Er's fiancé, Nangong Hui, would also have his coming-of-age ceremony. Hui Er forced a sullen smile. 11 and 13 aren't that young. What do you mean? When the emperor heard his son say he was 11, he paused, thinking, indeed, children grow up so fast. They've lost the adorable looks they had when they were younger. Looking at his children, Nangong Wu felt a pang of guilt, realizing he hadn't noticed them growing up. He thought to himself, it's time to have another child with the queen. He smacked his lips, thinking how quickly they grew, wishing they could stay small forever. Yang quickly noticed something odd in his father's gaze towards his mother. The queen, hearing this, was also confused, completely clueless about what was going on. But the queen mother immediately stood up in a huff, flicking her sleeves as she left. Fine, this old woman won't be an eyesore for you anymore. That night, in the back garden, Hui Er was trying to get her second brother to agree to a no-holds-barred duel with her. Hui Er, however, was crying and trembling, begging her for mercy. Hui Er's challenge to Hui Er wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. She used to think her second brother was weak, but now she realized he was actually quite strong. Back on that strange planet, Hui Er had lost several years of her life compared to others, but so had Hui Er, and he had persevered. Now, Hui Er had become the youngest mecha expert in the Southern Kingdom. Earlier, when facing the Western emissary, Hui Er was nervous, but Hui Er calmly protected his sister, both in this life and the last. Hui Er was actually in her 20s. As someone who had transmigrated, being protected by a child was truly humiliating. For 3 years, she had desperately cultivated her magic, destroying countless robots. Yet in the end, she still had to rely on others for protection. Hui Er asked herself, what's the point of living like this? With this thought, she threw a punch, urging her second brother to fight back. Hui Er had to force herself to become stronger to control her own destiny. She would never allow herself to be forced to marry some Western prince. Seeing Hui Er's punch capable of shattering stones and cracking walls, Hui Er cried out and dodged, saying he couldn't beat her. But Hui Er wouldn't let him off so easily. Thwack! A muffled sound echoed in the night, breaking the silence. Young Er and Hui Er, hearing the commotion, thought it was an earthquake. They ran out only to find it was all Hui Er's doing. Seeing Hui Er's angry face, Hui Er guessed she was still upset about what had happened during the day. Young Er, however, was completely clueless, scratching his head in confusion. What's wrong? Hui Er lowered her head and whispered to her sister that she thought Hui Er might have misunderstood something. After saying that, Hui Er ran off to find Hui Er to figure things out, leaving Young Er still bewildered. Hui Er was still chasing after her second brother, fuming, when Hui Er rushed forward and called out to her. Seeing her younger sister standing in front of her, Hui Er knew her punch was already unstoppable. She frantically yelled, "Get out of the way!" Seeing the danger, Hui Er immediately rushed in front of Hui Er to shield her. Hui Er panicked, unsure what to do. She was about to hit them. Just then, a whip flashed. Young Er used his whip to snag Hui Er and Hui Er, pulling them to safety. He sighed in relief and asked, "Are you guys all right?" Hui Er smiled gently. "I'm fine." Hui Er, however, grimaced as his sister pinched his cheeks, rejecting Young Er's excessive concern. Hui Er quickly ran over, apologizing frantically and asking if they were hurt. Hearing their sister apologize, all three of them widened their eyes. Hui Er trembled, tears welling up in her eyes, apologizing sincerely. The little girl lowered her head, trying to stay strong, honestly admitting her mistake. Even if her older siblings hated her for it, she couldn't cry because she knew she was wrong. Young Er and Hui Er couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young Er ran over and ruffled his sister's hair, praising Hui Er for being so cute. Seeing that her older siblings weren't angry, Hui Er stopped fussing and asked why Young Er didn't think it was a big deal, even though she almost hurt everyone just now. "Don't we all get hurt when we practice magic?" She then whispered to Hui Er, "Actually, second brother only looks tough. He's really just a paper tiger." She then asked if Hui Er remembered the time Hui Er broke his leg 2 years ago. Hui Er was shocked. Didn't Hui Er say it was just a minor injury 2 years ago? Young Er winked mischievously. Actually, second brother broke his leg, but he kept it a secret because he was afraid of being punished by father. Hui Er, realizing her sister had spilled the beans, frantically hugged Hui Er, asking if second brother would be angry at Young Er for revealing the secret. But Hui Er gave a bright smile and said of course not. He added that he knew Hui Er hadn't done it on purpose, so none of her siblings were angry with her. Touched by their kindness, Hui Er felt a stinging in her nose and her heart pounded. Unable to hold back any longer, she burst into tears. Her 3 siblings immediately gathered around to comfort her, telling her she didn't need to be so upset. Hui Er raised her head, tears streaming down her face, and said she didn't know why, but her eyes and heart ached. Memories of her past life flooded back, a time when she was just a little girl called Goo 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 Goo. All she knew was to bake cakes tirelessly, hoping to give them to her friends, hoping they would accept them. But all she received were malicious smiles and rude, discriminatory rejections. They said everything she made was trash. They said Hui Er didn't deserve to be their friend. Now, experiencing genuine care for the first time, Hui Er felt incredibly happy. Watching her siblings anxiously comfort her, Hui Er felt deeply moved. Under the moonlight that night, the god Alan silently watched the children. He sighed, thinking that Hui Er was still just a recently reincarnated child. He knew that in her past life, she had no parental love, no siblings, and no friends. That was why she felt the care of those around her so intensely now. It was normal to have such emotions. Hui Er finally had a chance to talk frankly with Hui Er. She said she knew what was bothering Hui Er and told her sister to relax. Even if Hui Er's fiancé was handsome, as her older sister, Hui Er wouldn't steal him. She added that if their father and the king of the Western Kingdom forced her, she would definitely refuse. Hui Er wiped her tears, seemingly not fully understanding her sister's meaning. Hui Er took Hui Er's hand and told her not to worry. She said she didn't know what Hui Er was thinking, but she just wanted to tell her that she wouldn't take anything away from her. Hui Er now felt that Hui Er was truly gentle and thanked her, thinking that if her sister hadn't stopped her, she really would have caused trouble. Now Hui Er finally understood why Hui Er wanted to fight him. It was because of this. Er puffed out his cheeks angrily, saying they had no team spirit at all, and said to his older siblings, "Look at father and mother. They never make each other sad. They're such a perfect couple." Hui Er, listening, puffed out his cheeks and said he'd been very cooperative, clenching his small fists. He said to Hui Er, "Listen, I'll help you deal with that Western Kingdom prince and teach him a lesson." Hui Er also excitedly chimed in. Finally understanding each other's thoughts, Hui Er breathed a sigh of relief. A pure, contented smile bloomed on her face, and she reached out her small hands, wanting to hug all her siblings. It felt so good to be cared for by them. This scene moved Alan to tears. His little princess had finally untied the knot in her heart. He gently stroked the cherry blossom tree, and new buds instantly bloomed. Alan wanted to ask Hui Er if she knew why she had been reborn here. Even if the trauma of her past life was too deep, even if rebirth couldn't erase it, making her forever bear the shadow, such pain was too heavy. Alan then released the petals, letting them fly with the wind towards the group of innocent children. Hui Er reached out and caught a petal. It was the first time in her life she had touched a petal of happiness. Alan's words reached Hui Er's ears like a whisper in the wind. When you untie the knot in your heart, Hui Er, you won't care anymore. She wouldn't dwell on the pain of the past anymore. Only then would she truly become Nangong Hui Er. Cherry blossoms showered the entire space, dyeing the night into a sweet, pink dreamscape. Alan wanted to give this tree to Hui Er, hoping she would forget the past. Just as Alan was about to send his caring words to Hui Er with the wind, someone said to him, "Caring for others is good, but you always forget yourself. You're obsessed with yourself just because of a girl's words. For her, you force yourself to live for 10,000 years." Mid-sentence, the headmaster was attracted by a falling cherry blossom. Holding the beautiful flower, the fox cub said he was too lazy to deal with a weirdo like Alan anymore. The little fox had his own dreams. He now wanted to find his destined person. The headmaster fox finished speaking and vanished into thin air, but thankfully, he left Alan a short farewell before leaving. Goodbye. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chambers, Nangong Wu had come to accompany the Empress for the night. Seeing the Emperor, the maid Xiaoyi happily asked, "Are you here to see the Empress again?" Wanting to maintain propriety, Nangong Wu cautiously took a few steps back. Jieche said he'd better hurry because the Empress really needed comforting right now. The maid said she didn't know why, but ever since meeting the people from the Western Kingdom, the Empress had been crying non-stop, which wasn't good. But perhaps she would feel better after seeing the Emperor. "The two of you should get together and have another little prince," she suggested. Nangong Wu felt a chill down his spine at Xiaoyi's enthusiasm, thinking to himself that the girl must have gone mad. Hui Er then cheered for the Emperor, wishing him success. Hui Er then ran off excitedly. After 8 years, there would finally be a new addition to the family. Meanwhile, the children in the back garden were still gathered together. Er sat bored, asking Hui Er, "What should we do now?" Hui Er looked up at the sky and smiled. "Let's look at the moon and stars." Gazing at the full moon, Hui Er thought to herself, "It's been 10,000 years, and this is an Earth, but the moon and stars haven't changed a bit." Hearing that they were going to look at the moon and stars, Er could only nod and go along with her. Er then quietly asked Hui Er, "What's so good about looking at the moon and stars?" Hui Er explained, "I'm hungry and want to eat cake, but the teacher said I can't eat at night, so I can only look at the moon to lessen my hunger." Er looked at Hui Er suspiciously. Their quiet space was broken by Shuner's cheerful singing and comical movements. Er asked, "Why is that maid still hopping around so happily so late at night?" Hui Er revealed, "The Empress and the Emperor are together, so I cannot disturb them." The 3 children looked bewildered, not understanding. Hui Er suddenly cried out in alarm. Could be that. Hui Er was determined not to let this happen, because if the Empress had another child, her life would be in danger. She remembered the skilled physicians saying that Luo Shixian's body was extremely weak, and even precious medicinal herbs might not be able to cure her, let alone give her the strength to bear another child. Hui Er decided she had to stop it, otherwise she feared the Empress would leave the children and the Emperor behind next year and ascend to heaven. Hearing Hui Er's cry, Hui Er assumed the child was being naive. Hui Er said, "Of course I understand, because when I was born, Sister Si Er told me." Hui Er panicked because she had been so foolish back then. She had actually poisoned the princess, and she had even forgotten what she had said to Hui Er. The three children still didn't understand what they were talking about. Hui Er smiled and turned to her siblings, saying it was nothing. She just wanted to go play with the Empress and invited them to go along. The children readily agreed. So, the group of children meandered towards the Empress's chambers, leaving Xiaoyi behind. Xiaoyi called out helplessly, trembling, "Your Highnesses, please don't cause trouble." Inside the Empress's chambers, Luo Shuxian fumbled in the darkness, her voice weak as she called out to the Emperor. She reached out a trembling arm and asked, "Are you there?" Nangong Wu answered her. He wondered why she was crying. Unable to see, the Empress accidentally bumped into a small chair and fell forward in pain. Nangong Wu quickly caught her, holding her in his arms, and asked if she was still not used to living without light. The Empress, in tears, could only apologize, saying she was a bad person. Nangong Wu could only comfort her with pity. The Empress lifted her tearful eyes and pleaded, "Wu Gij, please don't let both of them go to the Western Kingdom, or don't use Hui Er to replace Hui Er, okay?" Seeing the Empress say this, he asked her why she cared so much. He felt something was amiss, because since their marriage, Luo Shuxian had never called him Wu Gij. Luo Shuxian then explained that the Empress was doing this to protect the children, suspecting someone was plotting, and didn't want the past to repeat itself. She remembered the day in the Northern Kingdom when Nangong Wu chose her as his wife. 16-year-old Lixian happily announced to the Northern Kingdom's royal family that the Emperor of the Southern Kingdom had chosen her. She hadn't noticed at the time that none of the sisters behind her wore a smile of blessing. Sure enough, sarcastic remarks followed, with one girl suggesting Luo Shuxian had used trickery. "We have so many talented and beautiful princesses here. Why didn't he choose them?" Luo Shuxian remained gentle, only apologizing. A princess stepped forward and sneered, "Luo Shuxian, don't be so smug. Luo Duan is 17, beautiful, and scheming." She also said that every princess who married a Southern Kingdom prince had Lord Alan's help. She used the late Empress Dowager Ning Shang as an example, saying she was originally just an unnoticed ordinary maid, and it was all thanks to Lord Alan's care that she became famous on this red star. Later, it was also thanks to Lord Alan that her son, Nangong Wu, was able to ascend to the throne. The more Luo Duan spoke, the more agitated she became, loudly proclaiming that only those with talent and virtue, capable of marrying into the Southern Kingdom without Lord Alan's help, were worthy. The Empress Dowager, she claimed, was merely clinging to others, incapable of anything. Duan's words grew increasingly excessive, spiraling out of control as she berated someone as incompetent and useless as Luo Shuxian for being chosen, even going so far as to rudely declare Nangong Wu blind. As soon as she finished speaking, Duan received a sharp slap across her face. She cried out in pain, demanding to know if Luo Huahong had gone mad, daring to strike her. Luo Huahong delivered another slap, rendering Duan speechless. With a smile, Huahong sincerely advised Duan to stop, saying she had gone far enough. Huahong, the eldest sister at 18, was intelligent and quick-witted. Though smiling, her every word was a reprimand. She questioned how Duan dared to suggest that Lord Alan had helped the Empress Dowager, or even cursed the Emperor as blind. Did Duan truly wish to shame the entire Northern Kingdom with her careless words? Duan was stunned into silence, flustered and unable to defend herself. Luo Shuxian looked gratefully at Huahong for intervening, wiping away her tears and offering a bright smile. She thought to herself that she wouldn't have known what to do without Huahong's help. But just then, Huahong suddenly grasped Luo Shuxian's hand tightly, addressing her with a slightly rough tone. Luo Shuxian was bewildered, unsure what Huahong intended to say. Huahong gave a sweet smile, her words laced with barbs. She said that although the Southern Emperor had chosen Luo Shuxian as his wife, truthfully, Luo Shuxian was utterly inadequate. Huahong confidently declared that it should have been her who married the Emperor. At this sudden shift, Luo Shuxian froze, her face filled with confusion. The Northern Kingdom's queen also sternly addressed Luo Shuxian, agreeing with Huahong. The Northern King dejectedly stated that having a daughter like Luo Shuxian was a disgrace to their kingdom. Both the Northern King and Queen voiced their agreement, and the mocking whispers resumed, everyone declaring Luo Shuxian unworthy of the Southern Emperor. Huahong stepped forward, gripping Luo Shuxian's shoulder, taking control of the situation. She sneered, "See, no one thinks you're worthy. Luo Shixian trembled, wanting to speak. Then, Shushan burst into tears in front of everyone, confessing her own desire to marry Nangong Wu. Subsequently, the entire northern royal family pressured Luo Shixian to break off the engagement, intending to replace her with Huahong. Even now, Luo Shixian remembered that scene, her heart filled with immense grievance. Nangong Wu, hearing for the first time about the humiliation his empress had suffered in her homeland, felt both anger and heartache. He couldn't believe they had pressured her like that. Luo Shixian placed her warm hand on the emperor's face, softly pleading, "My Wu Gij, please don't force Hui Er to give up her beloved. Don't let her suffer as I did back then." As the two adults whispered behind the wall, a small figure eavesdropped. It was Nangong Er, who had appeared unexpectedly. He hadn't realized his mother had experienced something similar to Hui Er. Hui Er became even more anxious, trembling as she begged Hui Er to believe her, promising not to steal her sister's husband, pleading with Hui Er not to hit her. Hui Er, having overheard everything, felt more heartache for her mother than ever before, deeply moved by her mother's concern. Only the mischievous Nangong Hui Er couldn't understand why everyone was arguing. He suggested that both women simply marry their father. A vase with both daffodils and roses, he thought, would be a curious combination. The moment he spoke, Hui Er was met with a chorus of idiot from his three disgruntled sisters. But the sisters' arguing grew so loud that Luo Shixian heard them from inside the room. The four children were immediately discovered. The empress quickly pushed the emperor away and went to find the children, asking when they had arrived. Hui Er clung to her mother's leg, acting spoiled and complaining of her sadness. Hearing his youngest daughter's complaints, Nangong Wu felt a pang of sorrow, thinking that he should be the one feeling sad. Then, Yang Er also complained to his mother about his sadness, which Nangong Wu found rather annoying. Hui Er quickly chimed in, telling his mother that he wasn't the Southern Kingdom's father. Nangong Wu was confused, thinking the little one was insulting him. Hearing the phrase, Southern Kingdom's father, Luo Shixian was also puzzled. The child clearly didn't understand what father of the Southern Kingdom meant. Hui Er, meanwhile, began to gush dramatically about how much she loved her mother, the empress, asking if her mother loved her too. Watching this scene, the three sisters wanted to tell their brother to tone it down. His performance was a bit much. Finally fed up with the buzzing little flies, Nangong Wu waved them away. "If there's nothing else, Scram, let your empress and I sleep." Hearing them mention sleeping together again, Hui Er was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Poor Hui Er nearly broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly resenting her father's desire for more children. She hadn't even recovered yet. Meanwhile, Hui Er was acting spoiled, insisting on sleeping with his father and the empress. Nangong Wu coldly refused. "Hui Er, you're a boy, and you're too old to sleep with your parents anymore." Unwilling to give up, Hui Er, along with Yang Er, also clamored to sleep with the empress, Yang Er arguing that she was a girl. Hui Er also timidly raised her hand, echoing the same request. Seeing this, Hui Er thought her two sisters were very clever, and she mustered the courage to say she also wanted to sleep with the empress. Yang Er and Hui Er said in unison, "From now on, we three sisters will all sleep with mother." Luo Shixian happily agreed. Hui Er felt wronged, muttering to himself about why he had to be a boy. He also wanted to sleep with the empress like his sisters. Nangong Wu remained firmly opposed. He climbed into bed, claiming he was very tired, and urged the children to go back to their rooms. Seeing her father was still unmoved, Hui Er smiled mysteriously. "Father, have some pig trotters," she said, implying his stubbornness. Holding her sister's hands, Hui Er said excitedly, "Let's all go sleep with father and the empress." She laughed innocently, saying she had never slept with her parents before. Like a gust of wind, the three little girls rushed forward. They jumped onto Nangong Wu, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Luo Shixian was still worried about whether so many people would be too crowded in the bed, while Hui Er felt left out. Everyone was going to sleep together, so what about him? The little boy decided to join the fun, aiming for his father and jumping on him. With a thump, the bed instantly became a chaotic mess. Nangong Wu was nearly tormented to death. Hearing the commotion, the empress was utterly bewildered. When everyone finally settled down, the family lay together in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Only Nangong Wu's face remained tense. Hui Er was already fast asleep. She mumbled in her sleep, flailing her arms and legs and calling for her father. Then Hui Er murmured again, "The empress is ours." Nangong Wu sat up abruptly in anger. Er. Hearing the movement, Luo Shixian asked, "Your Majesty, are you still awake?" He replied, "I'm thinking about Er." Luo Shixian immediately felt a pang of sadness. The family was reunited, but he was still in a foreign land. Nangongwu suddenly made an unexpected decision, declaring that he would send Hui Er and Hui Er to boarding school tomorrow. Luo Shixian was stunned, not understanding why they needed to change schools. Hadn't the children been doing well for the past 3 years? Nangongwu's reasoning was that the children were too dependent on adults. Hui Er being young was understandable, but Hui Er was already 11 years old and still wanted to sleep with her parents. The others were the same. Nangongwu compared them to Er, saying they weren't even 1/10 as independent as him. He said that in a few years, he would choose one of the 2 children to inherit the throne, and he only hoped that Hui Er could be as independent as her brother, not as dependent on her parents as the younger ones. Luo Shixian disagreed, arguing that Hui Er was a girl, not the crown prince, and firmly opposed Nangongwu's idea of including Hui Er as a potential heir. Nangongwu just shook his head and chuckled. He had his own plans. She was naturally gifted with powerful magic, and it shouldn't be wasted. Nangongwu felt that Hui Er was just like her mother, who was the only woman in the Red Star who studied magic back then, enduring the contempt and bullying of those around her. If it weren't for Master Alan's help, she wouldn't be where she was today. Master Alan stepped forward, declaring his protection and threatening to send anyone who dared to bully her straight to hell. Those people were still Bufu, questioning why Master Alan allowed this girl to learn magic, claiming it was a desecration of their ancestors. Upon hearing the word ancestors, Alan simply sneered. He put on his coat, helped Ning Shangtu, the 9th king, down the steps, and turned to the crowd with a smile. "A great beauty like me is your ancestor." He also told them not to call him Master Alan, but ancestor. "I say she can learn, so she can learn." Alan said coldly, "If anyone dares to speak out again, I'll dig up your ancestral graves." The crowd pleaded for mercy and terror. At that time, no one could understand why Master Alan defied the laws of Hongxing and insisted on teaching Ning Shangtu, the 9th king, magic. She once asked him why he was teaching her magic, as everyone said she was a girl and shouldn't learn such things. Master Alan simply tapped Ning Shangtu on the head and said, "You are a girl, but you can still learn." Master Alan said he had waited for that person for 10,000 years, but they never appeared. He felt extremely bored that there wasn't a single woman on the entire Hong Mountain who knew magic. He worried that if this continued, the person he was waiting for would never appear in this world. Master Alan told Ning Shangtu that it was wrong for women to be discriminated against like this, so he wanted to try something. Ning Shangtu wondered what Master Alan wanted to try. What Master Alan wanted to try was whether the world would become much more interesting if women could also learn magic. Even if it took a long time to achieve, he didn't care. He would rather do this than simply wait. But it's undeniable that Master Alan loved and supported Ning Shangtu very much back then. Yet, she eventually grew old and even wanted to kill him. Of course, she did not disappoint his expectations. She became the first female magic genius in the history of Hongxing. Seeing her powerful magic, other countries also began to allow women to learn this skill. Among them, Luo Shixian's sister was the most outstanding. If Nangongwu remembered correctly, Luo Huahong had reached the level of senior magician by the age of 15 and attracted much attention. His mother was very happy after hearing this, and this was the reason why she had always wanted him to marry Luo Shixian's sister all these years. After hearing this, Luo Shixian couldn't help but shed tears, feeling useless. Nangongwu comforted her, saying she shouldn't apologize. He had known for a long time that she had no talent for magic, but Hui Er was different. She had shown amazing talent since she was a child. Nangongwu felt it would be a pity not to cultivate her, and gently stroked his daughter's head. Just as Hui Er was talking in her sleep, she slapped her father's hand away and scolded, "Old man, you can't steal my mother." Nangongwu's hand hurt from his daughter's slap, so he decided to send her to boarding school, and she wouldn't be allowed to come back until she graduated. Luo Shixian asked, "What about Hui Er and Yang Er?" Yang Er's magic is also very powerful, even stronger than Hui Er's. Listening to his wife's words, Nangongwu glanced at Yang Er, who was tossing and turning in her sleep, dreaming of fighting completely immersed in her own world. Nangong Wu said somewhat awkwardly, "We'll talk about her after she graduates from intermediate magician." Luo Shuxian was still pleading for Yu, looking at her gentle, well-behaved daughter sleeping soundly. Nangong Wu knew very well that she was just like the Empress, with no talent for magic at all. Luo Shuxian thought that since this was the case, her daughter could stay by her side, and she was overjoyed. Nangong Wu put his hands on his hips and said, "Yu Er can only stay with you for another 6 months." These words broke Luo Shuxian's heart. Why didn't he just say that Yu Er had no talent for magic? He glanced at Luo Shuxian and said he didn't want his daughter to be bullied like her, so he would teach her some skills to scare off bullies. Hearing the king's words, Luo Shuxian felt very sad, thinking she wouldn't be able to take care of her children anymore. Nangong Wu smiled slyly, then said seriously that after the children all went to school, he would help her have a few more children for her to take care of. At this moment, little troublemaker Hui Er was dreaming of fighting a bad robot and kicked her father. Nangong Wu, who had only been holding his wife for a few seconds, was kicked out of the Empress's bedroom by his daughter. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, the palace became lively. The children, having just heard their father's new decision, hadn't yet reacted and looked bewildered. Hui Er hugged his mother and cried, saying he didn't want to go. As a mother, Luo Shuxian could only comfort him. Yang Er and Er didn't want to go either, and Hui Er protested even more vigorously, but Nangong Wu stopped her. Hui Er knew in her heart that this old man definitely wanted to send the children away so he could do something with Luo Shuxian. Hui Er wondered if he wanted to eat a bigger hedgehog. Nangong Wu coldly ordered the children to be taken away. Several tall and handsome guards immediately appeared. "Princess, Prince, please come with us." Hearing that only Hui Er could go to school, Yang Er cried sadly. Hui Er was also stunned by her sister's tears. Yang Er finally said loudly, "I want to go into seclusion to cultivate. Father doesn't need to worry about me. I'll come out when I become a senior magician." Hui Er also protested, "Father, that's not fair." Nangong Wu asked the reason with a smile. Hui Er asked, "Why can only I go to school, but Yu Er and Yang Er can't?" Nangong Wu explained that in the past, the school only accepted boys, but he felt Hui Er was thick-skinned and wouldn't be afraid of being scolded, so he let her go. Yu Er and Yang Er were too delicate, not as wild as Hui Er. What if the two sisters followed Hui Er to school and were dragged down by her? Sure enough, as soon as the children heard the word delicate, Yang Er and Yu Er immediately stopped feeling sad, thinking their father was praising them. Hui Er was still worried that Hui Er would be bullied at school, but he said, "Father, don't worry. With Hui Er here, no one will dare touch her." Hui Er was unconvinced, pushed her brother away, and argued with her father, "I'm telling the truth. Mother could go to school, the minister could go to school, and I remember Mother's sister, Queen Luo Shuxian, could go to school too. Hui Er sees that everyone, all girls, can go to school, so why can't my two sisters? If Nangong Wu thinks school is bad, why can only Hui Er go?" She also mentioned that years ago, her father had decreed that everyone should study medicine or magic. Hui Er grew more and more excited. Asking Nangong Wu hadn't he said there were no girls in the school. Bombarded by his daughter's barrage of questions, Nangong Wu probably thought, who did this child learn her glibness from? He asked in a serious voice, "Does our daughter know what happened when those three went to school?" Actually, Hui Er didn't know at all. Back then, when Hui Er's grandmother, the 9th King Ning Shangtu, was at school, one winter she was pushed into the swimming pool, became seriously ill, and almost died. Even when Jiuxiang Sui was teaching, someone played a prank on her and dumped a bucket of dirty water on her. And Aunt Hua Hong, after taking a bath, found all her clothes were gone. She was trapped in the bathroom all night, afraid to come out, while the boys outside kept laughing at her. It was truly outrageous. Back to the present, the emperor asked Hui Er, "If you let your two sisters go to school with you, what do you think would happen?" Hui Er stammered, not knowing how to answer. Nangong Wu continued, "Hui Er is skilled in magic. She has talent. With Hui Er to protect her, I'm comfortable letting her go to school. But your two sisters aren't as strong in magic, nor are they as resilient, especially not as stubborn as Hui Er. Think about it. If they went, how hard would it be for them?" Hui Er's eyes reddened. She hadn't realized things were so complicated. She just wanted to go to school with her sisters. But now it seemed impossible. Hui Er thought to herself, if it's this difficult for her, a princess What about ordinary girls? Luoxixian, who had been silent, finally tugged the emperor's sleeve and softly asked if she could speak. She hugged Hui Er and said, "Everything you said is right, but it's not the whole story." When the Empress Dowager fell into the pond, Master Allen was furious and abolished the magic of those responsible. Bang! From then on, no one dared to bully the Empress Dowager. Actually, already warned them last time, but some people just pretend to be deaf and dumb. What else could Master Allen do? It's better to get rid of their magic once and for all than to let them learn it. Otherwise, sooner or later, someone else would get hurt. As for Jiuxiang Sui, after being splashed with dirty water, she fought with that rascal for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, she won completely, and that person became Jiuxiang Sui's servant, and is still very respectful to her to this day. Luoxixian continued, and my Luolo, the next night, she found an opportunity to get revenge on those who stole the clothes. She hung all their clothes in the trees. The next morning, those two were found naked. Haha. Saying this, Luoxixian laughed triumphantly, because she heard that those two still tremble at the sight of girls and don't even dare to think about marriage. Luoxixian felt they were all the same. Every girl should have the opportunity to go to school. Otherwise, if they are bullied, how would your daughters know how to take revenge, how to vent their anger? Hearing this, Nangong Wu was completely stunned. Since she became his wife 12 years ago, she had never talked back to him, only cried. He didn't expect that today. For the sake of the children, she would dare to talk back to him. So he compromised and agreed to let all his daughters go to school. Seeing their father finally agree, the children were overjoyed. Nangong Wu stroked Hui Er's head and said, "If my own daughters can't go to school, how would the daughters of ordinary families dare to go?" Yang Er excitedly waved his whip and said loudly, "Don't worry, father, no one dares to bully them now. This whip doesn't have eyes." Hui Er quickly dodged to the side, frightened. Thus, these little girls would usher in a new era of their own, striving for equality for women. Seeing her daughters as fierce as little tigers, Luoxixian's heart tightened. Then she heard the children running and shouting joyfully outside. "Let's go fight. Fight!" Luoxixian collapsed to the ground. She wanted her children to study, not to fight. Seeing this, Nangong Wu quickly comforted his wife, holding her and saying, "Luoxixian, let them go. Don't worry, they can tell right from wrong." Unknowingly, the children were all attending the Southern Kingdom High Academy. The beautiful scenery surrounding the children was actually a magical anti-cheating barrier. She was initially disappointed, thinking that real classes were finally about to begin, but unexpectedly, it was more tests and exams. Honestly, this exam was just too outrageous. The first question, write the numbers from 1 to 10. The second question, count how many lovely principles are here. The third question, what does the moon remind you of? Hui Er looked at the questions with a bewildered expression. Write the numbers from 1 to 10. Aren't they already written here? How could anyone get this wrong? She noticed a blue box and poked it. Unexpectedly, the question was read aloud. This was the first time she had seen sound embedded in an exam paper, and she was immediately thrilled. With this, even those who couldn't read would know what the questions were. She looked back and saw her sister Yang Er clutching her hair in distress. So she reminded her, if the questions are too difficult, skip them and do the others. There's still a magic test later. Hui Er, on the other hand, looked around, completely unstressed, while the slightly slow-witted Yang Er was still desperately encouraging herself. I must do it. Hui Er had already started writing the essay question, using the sound technology to fill in the answers. When it was Yang Er's turn, she confidently recited the frog poem she had written. The moon is round like a pancake. Hui Er was hungry and wanted to eat it, but she couldn't reach it, so she dragged Hui Er to fight. After a while, the 3 princesses finished their papers, the exam ended, and the papers were quickly sent to the professor's office. Seeing Yang Er's poem, the professor's blood pressure spiked. He scolded her, "You have test anxiety." He then threw the paper on the floor. When he got to Princess Hui Er's paper, the professor was very pleased. He hadn't expected her to be able to recite Li Bai's Quiet Night Thought at only 9 years old. He felt that even a 12-year-old might not be able to recite it, and decided to pay more attention to Princess Hui Er in the future. Next, the professor marked Enchi's paper. Seeing that she had written that the moon is a satellite orbiting the Earth, the professor was completely baffled. He simply didn't understand this knowledge. The moon itself doesn't emit light. What we see is only reflected sunlight. The professor thought she was talking nonsense and angrily threw the paper on the ground. Just then, Hui Er's voice rang out. The ancients often used the moon to express homesickness, such as, when will the bright moon appear? I raise my wine cup and ask the blue sky. The bright moon rises above the sea. We share this moment, though miles apart, and tonight the moon is bright. Everyone gazes at it. I wonder whose autumn thoughts it falls upon. These verses astonished the professor. He quickly picked up Hui Er's paper and repeatedly praised her as a genius. Incredible. Princess Hui Er knows so many ancient poems. The professor was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes as he held the paper. A genius, my prize student. After the exam, the children were strolling outside. Hui Er held her sister's hands. She happily asked them, "How did you feel about today's exam?" Young Er immediately puffed up her cheeks, her face full of dissatisfaction. Except for the last question, I couldn't do any of the first two. Hui Er and Hui Er were speechless. Finally, Hui Er couldn't help but mutter, "Was the first question really that hard?" She still couldn't understand. Wasn't it just copying the question? How could you not know? Young Er yelled, "That question was too hard. I've never learned to write, so how could I write 1 to 10? Hui Er then gently told Young Er that she just needed to copy the question. Oh, I see. Young Er suddenly realized and started blaming herself. How could I not have thought of that? Then she praised Hui Er for being smart. Seeing this, Hui Er thought her third sister's intelligence was probably about the same as her second brother's. Hui Er, praised by her sister, modestly waved her hand and said, "Young Er is the smartest." The third question was too difficult. Hui Er really didn't know the answer. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with anything. So in the end, she could only copy down what Hui Er had said last night. Last night, in the small garden of the Imperial Palace, Hui Er, looking at the moon, suddenly remembered a poem and wanted to recite it to her siblings. Before my bed, bright moonlight. I suspect that is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the moon and lower it to think of home. Young Er and Hui Er, these two kindred spirits, upon hearing this, asked each other, what did Hui Er just say? Hui Er hadn't understood a single word, but Hui Er happily praised the poem, then felt a little ashamed, remembering she had just copied Hui Er's answers. Hui Er was stunned, never expecting her younger sister Hui Er to be such a hidden genius. It turned out what Hui Er had recited last night was entirely classical literature. She had never studied it, yet she could remember it all. Hui Er recalled her past life. When at 7 years old, she still had to struggle to memorize that poem. Hui Er greatly admired her fourth younger sister. So young, yet so magnanimous. She turned and encouraged her little sister, laughing heartily and saying to Young Er, "Since you're so amazing, it doesn't matter if you fail the test. Who passes on the first try anyway?" Later, the children's laughter suddenly erupted in a corner of the garden. Hui Er clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Beside her, Hui Er was also laughing uncontrollably. They had just heard the fraud poem their third elder sister recited during the exam. Seeing his sisters laughing like this, Young Er could only scratch his head awkwardly, saying he thought the poem was actually quite good. Hui Er collapsed upon hearing this. Young Er's taste was truly unique. As the children were laughing heartily, an uninvited guest barged in. He stomped his foot heavily, asserting his authority, and roared, "What are you three brats laughing at?" This foul-mouthed fellow declared he had been waiting for these little chicks for far too long. This person, who had finally arrived after a long wait, was none other than Xiao Zhang, the magic instructor. He was irritated from waiting for the princesses for so long, and seeing them still giggling only fueled his anger. Xiao Zhang assumed his fierce appearance would surely frighten the princesses to death, and if they were scared, they wouldn't want to learn from him anymore. He preened inwardly, cursing the princesses in his mind for being weak and ugly. He fantasized about the princesses scattering like a flock of frightened chicks, but Young Er stepped forward and told Xiao Zhang he was wrong. She proudly declared, "You're the chick teacher." Infuriated by the child's retort, Xiao Zhang immediately decided to challenge Young Er. "Today, I'll let you three hens see how I deal with you." Young Er, worthy of being the eldest sister, was full of fighting spirit. She told Hui Er and Hui Er to stay back, then brandished her sharp whip, eyes blazing, declaring she would defeat this old geezer. Young Er's temper was so fiery that Hui Er couldn't stop her. Hui Er could only watch helplessly as her sister started a fight with the teacher on the first day of school, feeling incredibly awkward. Young Er's whip lashed out at the teacher, but he easily blocked it. Even so, Xiao Zhang, the magic teacher, was quite pleased, finding her magic decent. He had deliberately sealed 99% of his own magic power to avoid injuring these little chicks, then taunted the princesses to attack him. Yang Er, with her fiery temper and impressive martial arts skills, raised her fist at the teacher and said, "This princess needs no explanation. Take this, you ugly thing." When their fists collided, Hui Er finally rushed over, her face full of anxiety and panic. The little one yelled, "Teacher Xiao Zhang, go easy on her. She's my sister." But Yang Er didn't need Hui Er's help. She kicked her sibling aside and continued the fight. Yang Er used her magic whip to tie up Hui Er's feet, telling her sibling to go play somewhere else. Just like that, Hui Er was dragged away, yelping in pain. But in Hui Er's eyes, her elder sister Yang Er was truly amazing, already so strong to be able to fight with the teacher. But elder sister Yang Er could also easily kick their second elder brother several meters away. It was simply too cool. Hui Er, of course, didn't want to miss this excitement. She ran over, saying she wanted to help elder sister Yang Er, then threw a punch with a bang. Seeing Hui Er's punch, Xiao Zhang knew this little one had some skill. Indeed, the teacher had probably overthought things, and as a result, he was accidentally punched in the face by Hui Er. Xiao Zhang was knocked back. If it weren't for his magic shield, he would have probably fallen face first. This scene frightened Hui Er. Hui Er also covered her eyes in fear, thinking Hui Er was terrifying. Xiao Zhang stepped forward, his cheeks swollen red from the punch. He cracked his knuckles, a strange, almost sinister smile on his face, as if about to take revenge on Hui Er. Surprisingly, he began to praise her, calling her a little fairy and clinging to her leg like a madman. "You sent me flying with one punch. How are you so strong? How did you do that?" Behind them, Yang Er saw the teacher clinging to Hui Er's leg and immediately pointed at him, yelling that he was a pervert. Furious, she began to struggle, picking up a handful of stones to throw at his face. But Xiao Zhang reacted quickly, casting a magical barrier to protect himself while simultaneously praising Yang Er for her strength. Hui Er just stood there, looking innocent. Hui Er, caught off guard, was hit by a small stone and tumbled to the ground, her face swelling up. Xiao Zhang sighed, saying it had been years since he'd encountered such talented students, and officially declared Yang Er and Hui Er to have passed. Both girls were astonished. Hui Er was especially stunned. Apparently, all you had to do to pass was beat up the perverted teacher. What a strange school. Then Hui Er looked up and asked, "What about Hui Er?" Xiao Zhang immediately responded with impatience. "That child is too weak. I won't accept her. Truly weak." Hui Er had already fainted on the grass from the small stone. Her brother was crying beside her, trying to wake her up. Meanwhile, in the palace of the third prince of the Western Kingdom, Shi Hongpu was concentrating on a game of chess. The boy seemed particularly fond of the game. His face was looking more and more youthful. Shi Hongpu smiled and asked the person opposite him, "Didn't your 3 younger sisters just go to school?" It was Nangong, playing chess with him. Nangong, confirmed with a proud smile. Nangong, also told the third prince that Yang Er specialized in magic, and Hui Er, gentle and kind, majored in literature. This made Shi Hongpu a little anxious. He leaned closer to Nangong, placing a hand over his lips, and asked with a smile, "And what does your fiancé want to study?" Annoyed by the teasing, pushed the third prince away, but the boy just laughed and said, "How could I be as well informed as you, third prince? You already knew. Why ask me?" Shi Hongpu feigned innocence. "Really? Perhaps I just have a little more information than you." Shi Hongpu told Nangong that he'd heard Hui Er, his own sister, was studying literature, law, and magic, specializing in all 3. Hongpu smiled gently, as light as a cloud, and said, "Hui Er is so talented, studying so much." As he spoke, he secretly moved one of his chess pieces. Nangong smiled proudly and said he didn't know how to praise her enough. Hui Er was simply amazing. The smile in Yi's eyes suddenly intensified. He glared at Shi Hongpu, grabbed his hand, and said, "The way you play chess, you're not worthy of my sister." Yi seriously told the third prince, "A gentleman does not regret his actions." The third prince, still childish, pouted and said he wasn't a gentleman. Then he pulled his hand away from Yi's and said with a smile, "Then it's okay to regret." Shi Hongpu's expression changed faster than the turn of page. One moment mischievous, the next acting cute and coquettish. Now he was clinging to Yi, begging him to let him win a game, as Yi had already won 3 in a row. Yi refused outright, saying that if he let him win, he would never be able to marry Hui Er. The third prince sighed and asked Yi, What should I do then? He said dejectedly that he had never won a game of chess against Yi, wasn't favored, and felt he wasn't worthy of Hui Er. Seeing the boys so downcast, Yi panicked and quickly explained that he hadn't meant it that way. The third prince's hand landed on Yi's, a bright smile on his face, as if he hadn't been upset at all. I won't be discouraged anyway, because no matter what, I'm Hui Er's fiancé. He playfully asked Nangong if he was jealous. Honestly, this guy's flirting skills were just like Master Allen's. Nangong was both embarrassed and annoyed by the question, but couldn't say a word. The third prince chuckled, thinking the Southern Kingdom's first prince was so cute, getting angry so easily. Sure Hung Poo's other hand was still secretly cheating. He didn't bother saying anything, knowing he would just cheat if he couldn't win. The two boys were having fun when the blue-faced guy with the coffee barged in, rudely calling the two princes idiots who only pushed chess pieces around all day. He slammed the coffee down on the table and complained, "Your thing's such a waste. Two useless fellows." Sure Hung Poo gave a playful, innocent smile and thanked him. The blue-faced man stormed off, muttering, "I said useless. That's you. What you smiling about?" Seeing Sure Hung Poo's mischievous look, Nangong laughed and said, "You're teasing him again. You little rascal." Sure Hung Poo lifted Nangong Yi's chin, winked, and said with a teasing tone, "If I can't tease him, then I'll just keep teasing you." Nangong Yi, having been pestered by him all day, snapped, "Go to hell." Sure Hung Poo then turned serious. "Let me talk to you for a moment." He then mentioned he was going to school. Nangong, he said that as a prince, even an unfavored one, Sure Hung Poo didn't need to study medicine. But Sure Hung Poo asked Nangong, "Isn't your mother's eyesight injured?" In truth, Sure Hung Poo had been racking his brains trying to think of a wedding gift for Hui Er. He innocently said that after much thought, he felt the best gift would be to cure Nangong Yi's mother's eyes. Hearing this, Nangong Yi's eyes lit up, a mixture of surprise and delight in his expression. Sure Hung Poo continued, saying that in 3 months he would be going to the Southern Kingdom for a year, and warned, "Then you'll be stuck here all alone with those blue-faced fools. Don't miss me too much." Nangong asked suspiciously, "What are you going to the Southern Kingdom for?" Sure Hung Poo replied, "To study, of course." He added that his fiancée was also going, and he couldn't fall behind her. He also wanted to see if Hui Er was really as amazing as Nangong claimed. Nangong immediately pointed out, "But even if you go, you won't be able to get into that school. It's named after the great Allen. Not only that, but my mother's uncle, the one who washed my mother's feet back then, is now the vice principal of that school." Hearing this, Sure Hung Poo excitedly lunged at Nangong exclaiming, "That's great. What's there to worry about?" Nangong promptly kicked him away. Easy for you to say. The scene shifts to the unparalleled academy in the Southern Kingdom. The beautiful Hui Er is dragging her luggage through the school gates. She recalls how she always envied boarding students back in the 21st century, and now she was thrilled to be experiencing it herself. Suddenly, Hui Er remembered something and turned to ask Hui Er and Yang Er, "What are your code names?" To protect their identities, the teacher had instructed them to use code names at school. Hui Er smiled and replied, "Nanyu." Yang Er's code name, surprisingly, was Nanyang. Hui Er was taken aback. "Aren't you just reversing your names?" Hui Er, struggling to carry her sister's belongings, excitedly said after hearing the code names, "Then I'll be Nan Hui." She then eagerly asked, "What's your code name?" Hui Er scratched her head and replied, "Goo Goo Goo," using her old name from her previous life. Hui Er, Nanyu, and Nanyang looked at her with puzzled expressions, finding the name rather strange. Goo Goo, isn't that the name of a bird girl? After some idle chatter, the four sisters finally arrived at their dormitory. They were all excited to see it for the first time. Nan Hui threw her things on the floor and said wearily, "This is your room from now on." She then turned and ran as if fleeing for her life, leaving her sisters behind, looking bewildered. Hui Er felt that Hui Er seemed a little scared. Hui Er and Yang Er quickly huddled close to Hui Er and whispered that they had some gossip to share. They began to recount the school rumors. There are very few girls in this school, and only one is around our age. It said that Nan Hui provoked her on her first day and got beaten half to death. Hui Er said, "She lives in this room." Hui Er and Yang Er exchanged glances, wondering why they were only hearing about this now. Hui Er said, "I overheard father and mother talking about it. Mother was crying really hard." Hearing this, Hui Er felt the situation becoming more serious, thinking, Who is she? She beat my brother like that and scared my parents so much. She must be someone important. As the three sisters were talking, they suddenly heard a hissing sound nearby. Er nervously asked her sisters, "Did you hear that?" The three huddled together in fear, their eyes fixed on one spot, wondering if it was a snake. Indeed, hundreds of thick, menacing snakes slithered into the room. Er fainted without hesitation, collapsing to the floor with a thud. Hui Er looked back at her sister and became even more frightened. Er quickly helped her up, lamenting inwardly. This was bad, as Er was terrified of snakes. She lashed out with her whip, expecting the snakes to be split in half. But after a second, the snakes were completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Er was completely stunned, wondering how the snakes were still alive. The clever Hui Er immediately sensed something was amiss and deduced that they were probably just illusions. Er could only carry Er and run outside, but Hui Er told her to calm down and look closely. This snake and that snake were actually the same one, and those two over there were also the same. The optical illusion confused Er. She asked blankly, "But every snake has eyes and a nose. How can they be the same one?" Hui Er confidently walked towards the snakes, knowing it was pointless to hit these illusions. The most important thing was to find their source. Er worriedly called out, reminding her to be careful. Be careful, because behind those snakes, something seemed to be slowly approaching Hui Er, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But when they tried to attack Hui Er, her magic made them vanish with a poof. Completely unaware of what had happened, she turned and asked her sister, "Careful of what?" Er was momentarily speechless and could only reply, "Nothing." Er remembered that Er had been afraid of snakes since she was 8 years old, and every time she saw a snake, she would be sick for a whole month. Every time Er got sick, Er would feed her porridge spoon by spoon, taking care of her and comforting her. Now, however, she felt that Hui Er was simply the natural enemy of snakes, and any snake that touched her would instantly disappear, just like when she whipped the snakes. Hui Er rolled up her sleeves and walked into the swarm of snakes, saying that although there seemed to be many, they were all illusions. There were only 3 real ones. Hui Er looked around, guessing that the source must be hidden somewhere in the room. Seeing the strange blue glowing gem on the table, Hui Er was certain that was it. She felt terrible because her sister Er would be sick again for a while. Biting her lip, she felt awful. It was just a prank, but it scared Er so much. Watching Er tremble with her eyes closed, both sisters felt heartbroken. Hui Er also recalled memories from her past life. She wasn't originally afraid of snakes. Her friends often put fake snakes in her pencil case to scare her. After being teased so many times, Hui Er gradually became afraid of snakes. They hurt her again and again, either soaking her to the bone or letting dogs chase her. They laughed at the suffering of others, and Hui Er hated that feeling the most. Now that she had sisters, she couldn't let them be bullied, and she couldn't be as cowardly as she was before. This was Hui Er's bottom line. She nervously told her sisters Er and Er, "I will protect you." Er didn't know what thoughts had just flashed through her sister's mind, but she responded with encouragement. Er thought to herself that no one could actually bully her, or rather, no one could bully Er. But seeing her youngest sister's face covered in tears and snot, Er wondered why she was crying. Was she afraid of snakes? Er reached out and wiped away her tears. Then she immediately grabbed the necks of the 3 real snakes, laughing heartily, and questioned them, daring to listen to their hateful master and hurt them. They shouldn't blame Hui Er for turning them into dried snakes. Seeing her sister grab 3 snakes with one hand, Er was astonished. She didn't expect Hui Er to be able to do this despite being afraid of snakes. Meanwhile, the mastermind on the roof saw everything. She admitted that Hui Er had handled this round well, finding the source so quickly. But that little brat still wouldn't give up and wanted to continue causing trouble for the sisters. At this moment, Hui Er suddenly heard a loud noise behind her as she was running. She stopped, feeling uneasy, and decisively turned around to check the situation. She encouraged herself silently. Even if she were beaten to death, she would go back to protect her siblings. When Hui Er returned to the dormitory, the sounds of fighting were already coming from inside. She trembled with fear because everything had already happened. Finally, Hui Er decisively kicked open the door, wanting to save her siblings, and shouted, "Whoever dares to bully my siblings will not leave this place safely." But the scene inside stunned Hui Er. Er had single-handedly knocked everyone down, and the room was piled with bodies. Hui Er saw her second brother arrive, and happily looked up to greet him, even sitting on a child who had been beaten to the point of foaming at the mouth. Hui Er was shocked, and asked tremblingly, "Er, did you knock them all down by yourself?" Er angrily shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." Quickly kicked that stinky brat out. She said Hui Er was the sick little tiger cub. She was still sitting in the chair, arms crossed, as arrogant and annoying as a queen. Hui Er also anxiously said to her second brother, "Why aren't you ready to beat up that ugly freak yet?" At this moment, Hui Er's only concern was her sick sister, Er. He immediately ran over and hugged Hui Er. Hui Er opened her eyes and weakly called out brother, but Hui Er told her not to speak anymore because she had a fever. He said he would take her back later. The arrogant little girl, with her hands on her hips, shouted loudly at Nangong, saying that this was a matter between her and these children. She warned the boy not to interfere if he didn't want to get beaten up. Seeing the girl's audacity in threatening her brother, Er swung her whip at her. "You little rascal." Unexpectedly, the girl easily dodged the attack. "How dare you?" Er exclaimed. "You can hit others, but when they fight back, you get angry and ask why they dare to touch you." She then asked Er if she knew who she was. Hui Er was also surprised, curious about who she was and why she dared to be so rude and arrogant to others. She was furious, completely unaware of her own identity. This is the Southern Kingdom, full of princes and princesses. How dare she look down on us? She's even imitating the Grand Empress Dowager. The little girl then haughtily told Er that if she dared to offend her, she would face the consequences. But Er, never afraid of anyone, continued to swing her whip. Seeing the powerful attack directed at her sister, Hui Er warned Er of the danger and told her to run. She hadn't expected someone so seemingly frail to possess such powerful magic. Seeing that Er was no match for her, at the critical moment, Hui Er rushed forward and shielded her sister with a protective barrier. Furious, he warned the girl, "You'd better be careful. If you hurt my sister, you won't get away with it." The arrogant little girl gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected Hui Er, once so weak, to be so different now. Hui Er noticed with satisfaction that the girl had revealed a weakness. She raised her fist and attacked. "You ugly freak, you're finished. Take that, bully." The punch knocked the annoying little girl unconscious. The little girl collapsed to the ground, motionless like a frozen piece of meat. Hui Er, seeing this, panicked and covered her face, speechless. Er quickly gave Hui Er a thumbs up. "That kid can really fight." Hui Er scratched her head sheepishly and replied with a silly grin, "It was nothing." Hui Er ran to the little girl's side and stammered, What do we do now? How are we going to explain this to the Grand Empress Dowager?" Why would we need to explain to the Grand Empress Dowager? She frowned, wondering what connection this child had with the Grand Empress Dowager. Could she be her illegitimate daughter? Er, as always, spoke loudly to her brother. "That child is just an ordinary girl. What are you afraid of?" Hui Er finally couldn't hold back and tearfully revealed the truth. "That little girl is our great aunt." Then Hui Er reached out and checked the little girl's pulse. She sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, she's just fainted." The other siblings were stunned upon hearing the words great aunt. Hui Er stood up and explained, "She is the Grand Empress Dowager's paternal half-sister. This is Sister Ningxiang, 9 years old, codenamed Sister Ma." Hui Er couldn't believe it. How could the Grand Empress Dowager's father have a child at such an old age? A while later, in the chaotic rented room, Sister Ma's subordinates gradually woke up, each clutching their heads in pain. Someone caught sight of Sister Ma on the ground and cried out in alarm, "Miss." They quickly gathered around the still unconscious Sister Ma, and seeing her badly swollen face, became even more anxious and flustered. Hui Er stepped forward to protect Hui Er and took the blame. "If you have a problem, come to me." Hui Er still looked confused and asked her brother, "But you hit her." Hui Er immediately covered her mouth, stopping her from saying anything more. Hui Er declared loudly, "Although I hit this young lady, it was because she made Hui Er sick. If you want to make a big deal out of this prince isn't afraid to confront anyone." The subordinates didn't want to argue further and quickly carried Sister Ma away. After they left, Hui Er continued to cover her sister's nose and mouth, while her sister struggled desperately. Only when Yang Er asked her brother, "They're gone. Why aren't you letting go?" did he release his grip. Hui Er had almost suffocated. She coughed weakly, gasping for breath. Her stunned brother was terrified and quickly apologized to his sister. Hui Er was too weak to argue with her silly brother and swayed before collapsing onto the ground. Yang Er was speechless, not knowing what to say. A moment later, a fragrant aroma drifted through the room. Yang Er guessed it was the snake soup Hui Er had just made, figuring Hui Er would lose her appetite if she knew. Yang Er added that it was made with the snakes the Grand Empress Dowager raised, the same ones Hui Er had taken a few hours earlier. Hui Er had made a pot of snake soup. Having just arrived, she didn't have many supplies, but a little magic could heat it up. So, Hui Er turned to her and asked her to light the fire. Hui Er, busy caring for her sister, was happy to help. Seeing 2 pots, Yang Er curiously asked why. Hui Er explained that one pot was for herself and Yang Er, while the other was medicine she was brewing for Hui Er. Yang Er understood then, remembering Hui Er's impressive medical skills. Hui Er asked her 3rd older sister to feed Hui Er some later and then continue. She was still a little down, feeling her medical skills were limited. Her 3rd older sister smiled, reassuring Hui Er that she was the best. Then, she pulled out her whip. "Let me show you my fire-starting skills." Hui Er reminded her to control the heat. The snake soup needed a low simmer, while too much heat would burn Hui Er's medicine. Yang Er flicked her wrist, and flames erupted. Hui Er laughed, finding it amazing how even cooking could be done with magic in this world. Hui Er tossed the spoon aside, wanting to try cooking with magic herself, but she couldn't. Despite knowing a lot, she hadn't mastered using magic for other tasks like this. She had been cultivating for 3 years and still hadn't activated that ability. Back in reality, hearing that her sisters had killed snakes to cook, Hui Er worriedly asked, "Won't that old witch, Ma Jieja, be angry?" Yang Er smiled mysteriously and began to tell the story. She said the old witch was scared out of her wits when she saw the snake soup pot, calling her nieces little devils, and then she actually started crying. Then she used her magic phone to call home, demanding a dorm change and wanting to move out immediately. Afterward, a group of fierce-looking people came to punish the children for bullying the young miss, but they ended up getting beaten half to death. Yang Er thought to herself that she had never called home after a fight before, but this time she did, probably because of the snakes. Hui Er brought out 3 bowls of snake soup. "Eat up," she said. "Hui Er's medicine is also ready." Having not had it in a while, Hui Er missed the taste. He told his sisters that the old witch had raised these snakes to poison her fiancé. She had supposedly raised them for 3 years, starting with 100 and dwindling down to just 3, waiting for only 1 to remain. "Hui Er was stunt." What about the last one? She wondered. From 100 to 1, was it really for poisoning? Hui Er shrieked, shining the light on her face to heighten the drama. He said she was going to let the snake bite her fiancé and then kill him. Hui Er and Yang Er were horrified, which was why Hui Er had stewed the snakes, preventing the murder. She must be furious. Hui Er said she did definitely seek revenge. Hui Er now regretted it a little. "I shouldn't have stewed her snakes," she said. "If she can't kill her fiancé this year, after the old witch's coming-of-age ceremony, she'll be engaged to him and live happily ever after in her new home." After speaking, Hui Er took a sip of the snake's soup, her eyes lighting up. He was amazed. The taste was absolutely divine, truly exquisite, but he only got 1 sip. Hui Er coldly snatched the bowl back from her brother, not letting him have any more. Hui Er glared at him, clearly disapproving of them cooking the snakes, right? Hui Er, unwilling to give up, cried and acted coquettishly, blinking his eyes and promising to protect her if she ever had trouble with the old witch. But Hui Er was unmoved, tilting her head back and finishing his bowl. After finishing his, she drained her own. Yang Er watched pitifully, tears in her eyes, holding the last bit of snake soup. "Yang Er, give me a little, it's so delicious." But Yang Er only responded with a look that said, "In your dreams." Hui Er cried like falling petals beneath a withered willow tree, carried by the wind, feeling that his sisters no longer loved him. Since the snake soup incident, that young Miss Ma Jieja hadn't been seen in the dorm. But just as Nan Gong Yi had said, ever since they provoked her, Huang Er and the others had been in constant trouble. For example, today a group of punks stopped them, shouting Nanyang Jui's nickname and blaming them for bullying their goddess. Nanyang cracked her whip, telling them to scram and warning that anyone who touched Hui Er would taste her whip. The punks ran off in terror. Heavens, is she really a girl? So ruthless. However, one of them seemed to enjoy being whipped. Hui Er was speechless at Hui Er, but she understood that if they didn't act ruthlessly, they would continue to be bullied. She clenched her small fists. Before she could react, a guy wearing glasses came over and asked if she was Gugu, immediately challenging Hui Er. Hui Er raised her fist and asked if his scrawny frame could withstand her punch. The bespectacled guy, seeing how tough Hui Er was, got quite scared, thinking she wasn't at all like the delicate and refined Dai. He got scared and quickly changed tactics, challenging Hui Er to a battle of wits, a classical poetry competition. Hearing about classical poetry, Hui Er inwardly groaned, thinking this guy was pretty hardcore. She thought she was doomed. What to do? The kid looked to Hui Er smugly, thinking a barbarian like her must be uneducated, confident that his poetry skills were the best in the whole school. He told Hui Er that if she didn't dare to compete, she would have to kneel down and apologize to Dai. Hui Er grinned and said, "Kid, why don't we just fight?" She figured a fight wouldn't kill her. She figured she was an idiot anyway, but the guy with glasses didn't agree and started reciting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses. Hui Er thought he was going to recite some profound poetry, but he actually recited a children's counting rhyme. The guy looked smug, thinking this poem was ancient and that Hui Er must have never heard such a profound masterpiece. Today he was determined to make Hui Er apologize to Ma Jiejia, but Hui Er's shout instantly stunned him, shattering his dreams. With a look of disgust, she yelled, 6, 7 pavilions, 8, 9 flowers. The bespectacled guy realized he had underestimated her. Hui Er raised her voice and told him that she had been a good-for-nothing since childhood, almost failing everything except PE. The guy with glasses couldn't understand what Hui Er was saying. She confidently declared that his level was far too low compared to hers, so weak that she could take him down in minutes. The kid's face turned red with anger, and he shouted at Hui Er, "Even if you can recite ancient poems, don't be so arrogant." The boy who had just been beaten by Hui Er suddenly switched sides, speaking up for her and asking the bespectacled guy, wasn't he just being arrogant, and now he was being petty toward the girl. Everyone around laughed, and the boy's face turned red, angrily calling Hui Er a lowlife. He said that Hui Er's ability to recite a few poems was just luck, that he was superior, and that Hui Er couldn't compare to his son. He said her skills were like moss on the roadside, easily trampled underfoot. He acted as if being better than him was nothing special. Hui Er couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to ask him, "Are you looking down on me just because I'm a girl?" She retorted, "Since you were also born from a woman, are you more noble than me?" Hui Er grabbed his collar and asked him if he would be ashamed and want to die if someone called him the son of a lowly woman. The guy was stunned, stammering, and unable to speak. Hui Er continued to press him, "If you think women are as lowly as moss, have you ever thought about who taught you that? Where did these ideas come from? What about your Ma Jiejia? If someone compared her to moss, would you be happy? Would your mother and grandmother be willing to be called moss?" The kid just yelled nonsense, saying his sister would never be lowly. Hui Er didn't boder argent anymore. She casually recited a few lines of poetry. Where the sunlight doesn't reach, spring will still come. The tiny moss flower blooms alongside the peony. She said these were the ones she remembered and asked if he could match them. The argument ended there. But behind the wall, a blond young man was eavesdropping. The third prince, with a smile, repeated Hui Er's verses, finding her quite interesting. In the classroom, Hui Er held her sister's hand, preparing to go home. Hui Er glanced at the bespectacled guy and asked Hui Er if she had beaten him silly, because he looked dazed. Hui Er said innocently, "I didn't hit him, I just recited a poem." Hui Er seemed to suddenly remember something, recalling that her sister had indeed recited a poem. She confessed that she was really moved when Hui Er recited the poem. The bespectacled guy was still rolling on the ground, agonizingly asking why he had never heard such beautiful poetry. Hui Er just stared blankly at Yangji, then said goodbye to Hui Er. Because she had to go to math class soon, she didn't have time to chat. Yangji waved goodbye to her sister. Then she jumped up happily. After all, math class was even scarier than Chinese, and she didn't want to go with Hui Er at all. Standing at the door of the math classroom, Hui Er had a vague premonition of something bad, wondering what those people were up to now. A group of people in a classroom were demanding Hui Er compete with them in math. Hui Er, who had gone from a complete idiot to a math whiz, sighed and said she didn't want to compete, but they just wouldn't let her off the hook. At this moment, a nerdy guy poked his head out and called for Gugu to compete with him. Hui Er looked at the test paper on the desk with a puzzled expression. Hui Er looked at the problem, guessing it must have been set by Uncle Alan. Alan was conducting an experiment with the principal in a mosquito-infested area. Initially, the principal weighed 109 grams. 10 minutes later, after eating mosquitoes, his weight increased by 1,412 grams. Given that the average weight of each mosquito is 0.0002 grams, calculate how many mosquitoes the principal ate per minute on average. Hui Er, feeling bored, tossed the test paper aside, saying she wanted to have those kids verify something else now. She wondered why a rigid person like herself had to compete with these guys today. The nerdy guy asked Hui Er what she wanted to verify. The children thought this girl was too dangerous. We've lost every competition these past 2 months, and this problem is so difficult. They assumed Hui Er was giving up. Hui Er picked up a pen and said, "This time, I'll write a general formula and let you verify it yourselves. If I'm wrong, I'll drop out of school. If I'm right, don't bother me again." Furthermore, Hui Er requested to meet the math teacher. She felt particularly upset that she hadn't met the teacher after attending school for so long. So Hui Er wrote down a formula. A superscript 2 plus B superscript 2 equals C superscript 2. The children were all stunned. "What is this?" Hui Er said proudly. "This is the formula for calculating the side lengths of any right-angled triangle. Try it yourselves if you don't believe me." She then realized that the Pythagorean theorem didn't exist here, and this formula was sure to shock all the mathematicians. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal was almost breathless from shock. Isn't this the Pythagorean theorem that was lost thousands of years ago? He was completely bewildered, wondering how that little girl could know this. Alan scratched his head, completely baffled by how she suddenly came up with this formula. He sighed, feeling that this was a big problem. The principal anxiously blamed Alan. "Didn't we agree to prevent everyone from becoming too smart and technology from becoming too advanced? What do we do now? The Pythagorean theorem is back. Doomsday is coming." Alan was also confused. He had suppressed technological progress for so many years. So how did this little princess figure out? This was truly a disaster. In addition to Shihengpu, other countries had also sent people to the southern kingdom, such as Princess Luo Shuoxian of the northern kingdom, only 10 years old, and Prince Dongshun of the eastern kingdom, 14 years old. The principal asked Alan, "What should we do?" Alan replied impatiently, "Why are you asking me?" He just wanted to sleep and wait for his little fairy. This irresponsible attitude made the principal's hair stand on end, but the demonic Alan reached out and patted the principal's head. He comforted him. "I'll handle it. Don't get excited." The principal craned his neck and asked Alan what he planned to do. Alan said mysteriously, "Since these little devils are all coming to our school, let's add another child to the mix. Let them all come." The principal was completely confused, having no idea what Alan was thinking. Alan's target was the little green sprout that had been on the Red Star for a long time. It was time to give him a compulsory lesson in monarchy. That night, in Hui Er and Yang Er's bedchamber, Luo Shuoxian was looking at her daughter, worriedly asking Jiang Sui about Hui Er's condition. It had been almost 3 months. So why hadn't she recovered yet? Jiang Sui comforted Luo Shuoxian. "Your Majesty, don't worry too much. The princess is fine, just a little agitated mentally. Her immune system hasn't calmed down yet." Xian thought that Hui Er's body was too weak. Xian herself was already frail, and her daughter was not even half as strong. If she was only kept alive by nutrients, it would definitely not work in the long run. Luo Shuoxian sadly embraced her daughter. "As long as my daughter can live well, I'm willing to trade my life for hers. I'm willing to trade my life." Jiang Sui reproached, "Your Majesty, don't say such ominous things. Hui Er is safe, and you must also live well." Jiang Sui then stood up and turned to persuade the Empress not to overthink things and to rest early. She would visit them again tomorrow. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, the restless tree took the opportunity to stretch its branches, doing who knows what. Just then, Nan Gangwei walked in and happened to see this scene. He was terrified, thinking the tree was going to hurt his daughter, and quickly tried to use magic against it. At this moment, Alan suddenly appeared and quickly stopped Nan Gangwei, asking with a smile, "Why so agitated?" Nan Gangwei angrily retorted, "What's it to you?" Alan replied, "Observe first. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Nan Gangwei's face turned purple with anger. He asked Alan, "If my daughter or the Empress suffers even the slightest injury, how will you take responsibility?" Alan was taken aback, wondering how he would take responsibility. "Whatever. This devil said he'll marry whoever gets hurt. If Xian is injured, I'll marry her. If Hui Er is injured, I'll marry her too. Nan Gangwei couldn't stand Alan's nonsense any longer and landed a righteous punch directly on the devil's face. Ignoring the two fighting, the little green sprout extended a branch towards Hui Er, scolding her for being useless. It said she was too weak to even bother killing. A few drops of liquid dripped from the branch into Hui Er's mouth. Shala was actually soft-hearted, saying he spared her because she was someone else's sister, and he worried that girl would be heartbroken if Hui Er died. Hui Er's face flushed, a comfortable warmth spreading through her. The little green sprout insisted, "You stupid human, I'll heal you, and then I'll kill you myself." It still resented Yang Ji, believing this was the only way to get back at that annoying brat for digging it up. Alan watched the whole thing, hearing the little sprout's confession, and found it utterly adorable. Behind him, his father panicked. "What did he give my Hui Er?" Alan turned, saying he wouldn't tell him what it was, but assured him it wasn't poison. With that, Alan used magic to unlock the chains binding Shala. The little sprout, terrified, quickly retreated into the seedling, wondering if it had been discovered. "Little green brat," it grumbled, annoyed that smart people were so troublesome, seeing through its disguise so easily. The great Alan cupped the seedling in his hand, asking if it had been hiding in their red crystal. 8 years. Nan Gangwei was shocked. How did I not know for 8 years? The demonic Alan affectionately called Nan Gangwei little punk, saying there were many things he didn't know. Hearing this, Nan Gangwei kicked Alan away in disgust. "Get lost." The next morning, the principal was intently observing the little green sprout at school. The principal asked Alan suspiciously, "Is this the secret you said could influence other countries?" Alan, not serious at all, grinned. "That's right. Isn't it amazing?" The principal was about to lose it. He waved his paws, exclaiming, "This ugly little sprout is trash. This principal can snip it with a single fox claw." He demanded Alan explain himself, asking if he wanted to quit running the school. If so, he should just resign. Seeing the old fox so agitated, Alan erected a barrier to block him. Once the little fox tired himself out, Alan picked him up by the scruff of his neck. "Oh dear, is the old fox angry again?" Alan soothed the principal in his arms. "Of course, that little sprout is powerful." Alan explained that it was someone he'd been searching for years, a villain with a strong sense of good. The great Alan cast a spell on the little green sprout, and soon it gradually transformed into a green-skinned child, completely stunned. 8 years to return to human form, it couldn't understand what Alan had done, how its body was now brimming with power. The moment Alan saw the little green sprout, he found it ugly, poking its face experimentally. The principal then realized the child was 6-star ranked, recalling how he'd stood next to it without sensing its presence at all. Now wearing gloves and a lab coat, Alan declared the little sprout unbearably ugly. He actually picked up a scalpel, intending to perform full-body plastic surgery. The little green sprout was bewildered. It only felt the magic surging within, completely clueless about what was happening. After a few snips, a pale-skinned, handsome youth resembling a plant spirit emerged. The youth touched his face, still getting used to his new appearance. "Who am I? Where am I?" Alan held up a large mirror for the youth to see, praising his new handsomeness, and immediately quoted a price. 100 million. Remember to pay after graduation. The sprout was shocked by the figure, finding it exorbitant. Alan stood firm on the price, claiming the surgery had been incredibly exhausting. "What, does the little prince want to skip out on the bill?" The sprout didn't dare, reluctantly agreeing to pay in full. While munching on a kebab, the principal telepathically told Alan, "If I'm not mistaken, you just accelerated the child's growth, not actually performed plastic surgery." In other words, even without intervention, this child would have grown up this handsome. Hearing the fox's words, Alan, afraid of being exposed, brandished his scalpel and turned to the principal. "What are you muttering about, little fox?" Startled, the fox quickly denied it, showering Alan with flattery, praising his handsomeness. Alan then lowered the scalpel, patting the little fox's head. "That's more like it." He then turned to the youth. "Remember, no messing with the red crystal until you've paid. If I find out, you'll owe even more." Alan held up his drawing, saying, "If that brat dares touch my nephew, he'll die like this." Terrified, the sprout could only cling to Principal Fox, trembling. Alan smiled and patted both of their heads, telling the sprout that his new friends were all here and he would get to know everyone soon, next week. A week had already passed since then, and he hadn't expected so many people now. She turned to her older siblings and asked when the junior high students usually had meetings. Yang Ji replied that she didn't know. only that she'd heard there were new transfer students, so the school had called everyone together to welcome them. As soon as Hui Er heard about the transfer students, she became incredibly excited. This reaction puzzled her older siblings, who wondered what was so special about transfer students. Hui Er sighed and said, "You wouldn't understand." In her mind, based on years of reading novels, transfer students were generally not the main characters, but they were important supporting characters who could become powerful allies to the protagonist. Just like Hui Er herself, she was determined to approach these transfer students proactively and build good relationships with them. Seeing her overexcitement, Yang Ji quietly asked her brother what was wrong with Hui Er, as she seemed strange. Her brother replied that perhaps children were just naturally lively. Just like that, the two suddenly felt like responsible adults, saying that Hui Er was, after all, still just a child. The first person introduced to the whole school was brought up by Lian, Princess Luo Shuoxian of the Northern Kingdom. Seeing this young girl, all the boys in the school praised her, some even saying that Luo Shuoxian was as beautiful as Jiedai. Hiding in the back, Jiedai clearly looked displeased upon hearing this. Hui Er snickered to herself, finding the name Luo Shuoxian quite amusing. Her two older siblings started analyzing her expression again. Yang Ji guessed that perhaps their little sister was missing Hui Er, as this wealthy young lady was about the same age as Hui Er. Just then, another eye-catching boy took the stage, instantly outshining all the other boys in the school. With a single wink and a smile, this handsome boy captivated countless hearts. He introduced himself as Dong Chun from the Eastern Kingdom. He was very cool, stating that he knew everyone here used code names, but in his country, sincerity was valued more, so he didn't need a code name and didn't want to hide his identity. Dong Chun hoped everyone would like him, which immediately caused all the girls in the audience to scream. He was truly incredibly handsome. Yang Ji then asked Hui Er why she looked so disdainful, even though he was so good-looking. Hui Er confidently replied, because he's not as handsome as Little Six. Little Six had already taken the stage, standing at the front, nervously and shyly introducing himself as Lu Xiaobai. Xiaobai's gaze quickly locked onto Yang Ji, surprised to find that annoying woman here as well. Then he saw Hui Er beside her and immediately recognized her as the person he had once planned to jump into. The boy still remembered that his initial intention had been to infiltrate the Red Crystal's side. Master Alan had been watching Xiaobai's every move, and seeing him so reserved, Alan frowned, clearly displeased. Xiaobai quickly sensed the killing intent and immediately froze in fear. Yang Ji also thought this Lu Xiaobai looked somewhat familiar. Even Hui Er thought he looked like Yang Ji, but she also said she had never met anyone surnamed Lu. In any case, Hui Er didn't care and didn't mention it again, because just based on his surname, she was 100% certain he was definitely not the male lead. The narcissistic Ru Wei told his two younger sisters, "It's normal that you don't know him, because Little Six isn't anything special." Watching their brother grinning from ear to ear, Hui Er and Yang Ji both wondered where his confidence came from. The last person to take the stage sent the entire audience into a frenzy. He sat in a chair, exuding an aura of royalty. Handsome yet arrogant, he introduced himself as Shi Hengpu. The entire hall fell silent. No one dared to make sound. Hui Er was stunned, wondering where the chair came from, and if this was the legendary male lead aura, complete with background music. Shi Hengpu said he chose this code name because there was someone very important to him here. Hui Er nearly choked on her own blood. She didn't yet know he was talking about her, but at this moment, Hui Er swore that this show-off could absolutely not be the male lead. All the girls in the audience went wild again, finding him cool and handsome. The old witch, Magia, even poked her head out, scoffing and saying that Shi Hengpu was just somewhat good-looking. The third prince stood up, took a step forward, tilted his head, and said romantically, "I'm willing to change my surname for her." After that passionate confession, the third prince confidently believed his lovely fiancée must have recognized him. Shi Hengpu's gaze remained fixed on Hui Er, convinced that his entrance was flawless and that she would definitely be moved. However, Hui Er blurted out that he looked familiar, thinking she remembered him, but then asked, "Who is that?" And just like her, Hui Er's older siblings didn't recognize Shi Hengpu at all, leaving him heartbroken. Alan watched secretly from a distance, chuckling to himself. He found Sharrower's sudden acquisition of these three little ones utterly adorable. The headmaster, snacking lazily, interjected with a hint of reproach. Alan, what's the meaning of bringing those little devils into the school? Are you sure this is all right? Alan took a large bite of cotton candy. Don't worry, headmaster, he said, things will be more interesting with them around. The little fox, having dropped its candy, cried heartbrokenly. Another week passed. Teacher Xiao Zhang, the magic instructor, slammed his hand on the desk. You children need to take notes, he bellowed, so you can practice in the field later. He threatened to beat anyone who didn't practice during class. Yang Ji whispered to Hui Er, why are those transfer students still following us around? It had been a week. Hui Er sighed, admitting she didn't know either. After the theory lesson, the children went to the magic practice field. Once outside, Yang Ji whispered to Hui Er again, they're still staring at you. Indeed, every single transfer student was surreptitiously watching Hui Er. Teacher Xiao Zhang also noticed the strange atmosphere. He frowned in displeasure and yelled at the new students. What are you ugly brats looking at? Why aren't you practicing magic? Stop ogling the girls. Sighing, the children headed to math class after that chaotic magic lesson. The teacher wrote a general formula on the blackboard. Thanks to the Pythagorean theorem provided by our friend Gugugu, he said, this problem can be easily solved. Another wave of gazes fell upon Hui Er, putting her under immense pressure. Luo Shuaxian couldn't believe Hui Er could come up with such an impressive formula, secretly suspecting her of cheating. Dong Chun, as if under a love spell, was completely captivated by Hui Er. Lu Xiaobai felt inferior to Hui Er, and it bothered him deeply. He just couldn't accept it. The third prince, Shi Hung Pu, grinned, thinking as expected of my fiancée, Hui Er is truly amazing. He glanced at the portrait he had drawn of her, feeling a little sad that she hadn't spoken to him in a week. The children's strange behavior left the teacher both exasperated and bewildered. He couldn't figure out if they were there to learn or just to stare at someone. Next was literature class. Hui Er had good news. Her older sister, Er, was finally returning to school after 3 months of illness. Of course, Hui Er had been keeping up with her studies at home, so there was no need to worry about her falling behind. Hui Er felt the lower grade material wasn't too difficult and could memorize most of it immediately. Hui Er was stunned, silently weeping for herself. No matter how gifted she was, she still had to review for a long time, even recalling knowledge from her past life. Finally, Hui Er mustered the courage to ask her sister, where are you a legendary genius? Hui Er admired her greatly. While others struggled with literature, Hui Er memorized it with ease. She remembered her past life as Gugugu, when her teacher scolded her for not being able to recite the text. The teacher pointed at her and asked, have you been studying seriously? Gugugu lowered her head. Teacher, I really have been studying hard, but I just can't remember. The literature teacher, particularly harsh, sneered, everyone else can remember. Why can't you? They have brains. Is yours filled with straw? With such a disrespectful teacher, the already unkind classmates joined in, mocking Gugugu and calling her a pig brain. A good-for-nothing. Faced with these vicious words, Gugugu could only weakly cry and retort, I'm not stupid. I'm not a pig brain. Back in the present, Hui Er sighed, accepting the differences between people, saying Hui Er made her green with envy. But in Hui Er's eyes, her youngest sister was the most impressive, especially since few students participated in all 3 subjects. Just as she finished speaking, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the hallway. The students craned their necks in the same direction, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. It was those 4 transfer students again. There were even whispers in the school that wherever Gugugu went, these 4 would follow. Hui Er glanced at them, surprise registering on her face. When she saw Lu Xiaobai, she gasped softly, as if on the verge of recognition. Hui Er asked her sister, do you know them? Isn't this your first time at school? Hearing her sister's question, Hui Er didn't think much of it, assuming she had mistaken them for someone else. Hui Er, however, puffed up her cheeks and told her sister to ignore them, saying those people clearly had something wrong with their heads. She complained that they had been staring at her for a whole week since transferring, which was incredibly annoying, especially since she had no idea who they were. Hui Er was quite surprised to hear her sister say this. Hui Er innocently confirmed that she didn't recognize any of them. Hui Er cleverly guessed in her mind that if she wasn't mistaken, the green-haired guy was probably young Earth's Little Green. Hui Er was shocked that a plant could transform into a human. She also worried whether he was good or bad, and what his purpose was in approaching Hui Er. At this moment, Hui Er interrupted and asked Hui Er, do you remember the blonde guy? Hui Er shook her head. Shi Hung Pu looked at Hui Er, paused, and then looked back at her, smiling. Seeing Hui Er's expression, the boy thought she finally remembered him as her fiancé. What? Hui Er shook her head and commented, "That blonde guy is pretty good looking, but he's too arrogant." Then she added, "Ugh, I really can't stand him." These words directly shattered Hung Poo's heart, causing him to instantly crumble. Hui Er couldn't bear to watch her silly younger sister and decided to tell her the truth. But before she could finish, someone suddenly tapped Hui Er's shoulder and called out to her. Hung Poo, with a meaningful look, asked Hui Er, "Classmate, she doesn't recognize me, but do you? Do you remember who I am?" Hui Er's eyes widened, looking at Hung Poo shyly and awkwardly, speechless for a moment. Then Hung Poo smiled gently and said, "You're beautiful when you're quiet." Hui Er immediately understood the implication of his words, knowing that he was reminding her not to reveal his identity in front of Hui Er. Before she could react, Hui Er had already covered her sister's eyes with her hands and righteously advised, "Hui Er, don't look at him." Seeing this, Hung Poo smiled slightly and began to overthink, wondering if Hui Er was jealous because she wouldn't let her sister look at him. Hui Er also found it amusing, wondering if Hui Er had recognized her future husband. Unexpectedly, Hui Er whispered to her sister, "He's the strangest one of the four." She worried that her sister's innocent charm would be captivated by this playboy. She even announced loudly, "This kind of person is most likely a scumbag." Hung Poo coughed up blood for the third time, his fiancé's prejudice and evaluation piercing his heart like 1,000 arrows. It made him feel miserable. Wiping his tears, Hung Poo sadly asked Hui Er, "How can you speak to a new friend like that?" Hui Er immediately said to her sister, "You're being a bit much." She deliberately spoke up for her future brother-in-law, saying he looked pitiful and definitely couldn't be a bad person. Hui Er then looked at the boy, who called himself Hung Poo, with inquiring eyes, finding it strange that he had the same surname as her. And he even dared to flirt with Hui Er in public. Hui Er was sure there was something fishy going on. In Hui Er's memories of her past life, she had once received a shocking love letter. She never thought anyone would like her. When Gugugu opened the letter, it read, "Gugugu, I like you. If you like me too, wear a red dress tomorrow." As a result, the next day, Gugugu was publicly criticized by the teacher for wearing the wrong school uniform and having flashy clothes underneath. Immediately, another wave of unpleasant laughter followed. Some busybodies even went to the teacher to complain, saying that Gugugu dressed like that to seduce the school heartthrob. This made the teacher even angrier, scolding her for being so young and not studying properly, and demanding that she bring her parents to school. Gugugu cried her eyes out and was completely disillusioned with love from then on. Now, facing a guy who was trying to flirt with her, Hui Er was even more assertive, standing in front of the third prince and saying, "An apology will do, right?" Hung Poo wiped his tears and softly said to Hui Er, "No need to apologize." In fact, he was hoping Hui Er would comfort him, but Hui Er directly sent the third prince flying with a punch. "If you don't want to apologize, then get lost." Like a drowned rat, the third prince never expected his fiancée to be so violent. He sat up, also surprised that his usually gentle brother had such a fierce sister. After beating him up, Hui Er happily clapped her hands and ran off, leaving Hui Er to awkwardly apologize for her sister. But Hung Poo was still smiling even after being beaten. He felt that someone as smart as Hui Er would never be easily bullied. Seeing her determined expression, the little old man secretly guessed that Hui Er must have suffered a lot. The problem was that the third prince didn't know how to approach her after that, so he could only walk away dejectedly with his bruised ego. Seeing this kind of situation for the first time, Hui Er couldn't help but scold her sister, saying that it was wrong to hit people like that. She was also struggling internally, unsure whether to tell Hui Er the truth. Hui Er, however, felt no guilt at all. Instead, she comforted her sister not to worry, saying that the guy had thick skin. Meanwhile, the work atmosphere in the vice principal's office was tenser than ever. The blonde-haired boy, knowing the teacher might lose his temper at any moment, walked in timidly. He shyly greeted the teacher in a soft voice, clutching a stack of documents, and explained that the headmaster had sent him with materials needing approval. The stressed teacher frowned and told the student to inform the headmaster that he would finish all the approvals in the headmaster's office tonight. At this moment, the magic screen displayed an image of the vice principal buried under a mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, the headmaster was leisurely waiting for afternoon tea. He immediately commented that the vice principal couldn't continue like this, finding his situation pitiful. Working 365 days a year year without a single break. But the headmaster also had his own justifications. He recalled the year when the vice principal and his sister were nearly bullied to death, and how he had intervened to save them. The headmaster also painstakingly nurtured them into capable individuals. He mused that if that sister hadn't fallen in love with the king of the Western Kingdom, he would now have 2 vice principals. The little fox remarked that the vice principal had already pledged his complete dedication, so this was how it should be. Alan slapped away Pan's greedy hand, saying, "I know he's completely dedicated, but can't be like this." He then asked if the headmaster had named the green-haired person Lu Xiaobai, specifically to make him the vice principal. The little fox admitted that he had checked, and Lu Xiaobai could live for 10,000 years, so there wouldn't be a problem. The headmaster intended to cultivate Xiaobai into a talented individual, thus eliminating the need to find another vice principal. What a strange hobby. For thousands of years, all the vice principals have been Xiaobai, all sorts of Xiaobais. Li Xiaobai, Tian Xiaobai, Shi Xiaobai, Shu Xiaobai Alan. The onlookers' eyes lit up. Then whose Xiaobai is it? Is it the headmaster's dream lover? Hearing this, the headmaster immediately recalled a pet he had 10,000 years ago, a cat named Xiaobai. Then he chuckled. This old man has traveled far and wide and seen so many lovely ladies, unlike Alan, who's been obsessed with a broken-down car for 1,000 years. Alan, enraged, punched the damned fox, retorting, "Don't compare my fairy to the girls in your tiny world." Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Xiaobai looked at the intermediate-level documents in his hand, knowing it was time for the intermediate-level students to go to the mountains for mecha internship. He needed to divide them into 2 groups. Just then, someone interrupted. It was the 3rd prince, grinning brightly. "Why not let some of the lower-class students try it too, uncle?" The vice principal turned and replied, "How can that be done? The lower-class students don't even know what a mecha is. How can they try?" The 3rd prince's face immediately fell, deflating like a soaked rice cake. His uncle still insisted it was impossible. So Shi Hongpu resorted to pleading, running over to cry and beg his uncle to make an exception and let him go with Hui Er. Shi Hongpu complained that he hadn't had a chance to get to know Hui Er since he arrived, and how would she ever agree to marry him in the future? Hongpu wanted to cultivate their relationship from a young age. The vice principal stubbornly refused. But in truth, his heart was softening, his nephew being so adorable. He struggled internally with whether to agree. Hongpu asked the vice principal, "Uncle, don't you know that new students come to this school to pass this test? You know, right?" Seeing that smile, the vice principal's heart melted. He thought his nephew's smile was too much like his sister's. So the vice principal agreed to the 3rd prince's request, but still reminded his nephew not to harass the female students excessively. Hongpu thanked his uncle happily. Teacher Xiaobai watched his nephew with a melancholic gaze, thinking that if his sister were still alive, she would be very happy to see her son so outstanding. A month later, Hui Er was practicing with a mecha, grumbling and cursing under her breath. Hui Er asked her sister in confusion, "Why aren't you moving? Mechas are simple. Didn't you learn, Hui Er?" A whole month had passed, and her movements were still clumsy. Hui Er retorted loudly that she was very capable. How could she not have learned? Little Hui Er smiled brightly, urging her sister to hurry up or they would be late. Hui Er had been waiting for a long time, and they couldn't keep her waiting. Hui Er obediently nodded and followed, her mecha wobbling along. By this time, her older brother, Nan Gonghui, had already run far ahead. He turned back and shouted to her, saying he had slowed down and told his sister to hurry up. Hui Er had no choice but to hold back her tears inside the cockpit, cursing her stupid second brother in her heart for actually believing him. Hui Er tried to encourage herself, saying she could definitely do it, and her magic power instantly erupted. But then, the mecha suddenly slipped, causing her to fall face first onto the grass. Just then, a mecha arm reached out to help her. Shi Hongpu asked if she was all right. The funny thing was, the 2 mechas seemed to have disconnected from their pilot's consciousness and started flirting with each other. Hui Er was going crazy, wondering if these transforming robots could actually fall in love. Honestly, the scene was truly absurd. Shi Hongpu laughed and comforted her, saying it was normal for the center of gravity to be unstable when first piloting a mecha. He extended his hand for Hui Er to grab, saying he would guide her through her first experience. Hui Er obediently took his hand and accepted his help. She thanked him, and the two held hands tightly as they walked towards the meeting point. Hui Er was still too embarrassed to open her eyes, knowing the scene outside must be awkward. As for Hui Er, after running a distance, he stopped and turned back to ask, "Where's my sister?" The little guy thought his clever sister, finding him too slow, had snuck ahead while he wasn't paying attention. Thinking this, Hui Er became even more motivated. He activated his magic power to control the mecha and dashed towards the finish line. At the meeting point at the foot of the mountain, all the students had already gathered. Teacher Xiao Zhang, so hungry he was gnawing on grass, was preparing to divide them into groups. His grouping method was utterly ridiculous. Those two ugly ones, you're a group. Those two go to the strong group. Those two to the looks group. The students all sighed helplessly, having long grown accustomed to this. Even more absurdly, the teacher put Nan Hui, Ma Jia, and Bai Lian in the same group. Nan Yu, Lu Xiaobai, and Dong Chun, who were participating for the first time, were also placed in the same group. Suddenly, Hui Er said, "Wait, we haven't seen Yu yet. Where's Yu Er?" Teacher Xiao Zhang replied, "Don't worry about that little fairy. I've already arranged for her to start her training." Inwardly, the teacher cursed the vice principal's nephew. That brat was always pestering the princess. He truly hoped nothing would happen. Then he glanced at Lu Xiaobai, thinking to himself, "I heard the headmaster name this kid Xiaozong. If the vice principal really dies, what will happen if this kid takes over?" He sneered inwardly. This skinny, weak kid definitely won't live long. Dong Chun, also up to no good, was scheming something when no one was looking. He kept trying to get close to Hui Er and ended up bumping into her, quickly apologizing. Nan Yu politely said it was all right, thinking it wasn't intentional. Dong Chun winked at her, saying, "Since Nan Yu has forgiven me, let's shake hands." He then grabbed the fourth princess's hand. Teacher Xiao Zhang saw everything, thinking, "You kids are so good at flirting at such a young age." Then he scolded them loudly, "If you don't know how to pilot a mecha, go learn from that loner over there." He added, "Even though they're ugly, at least they know how to use a mecha, unlike you two ugly ducklings who can only crawl inside, but can't operate it." He pointed at Dong Chun and warned, "Don't get any ideas about that girl." The pitch-black mecha wobbled as it stood up, inviting the two children into the cockpit. Inside, Lu Xiaobai was piloting the mecha, muttering, "This human teacher is so fierce." He decided to stay away from the teacher. Otherwise, how would he repay that 100 million to the big demon and then invade the Red Star? Hui Er climbed in and sweetly said thank you. Seeing her, Lu Xiaobai cursed inwardly. Why is it her sister again? If that woman were here, I would have killed her with my own hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Lian acted coyly, calling out why. Hui Er shuddered, wondering why she was calling him. The red-eyed Bai Lian whined about not knowing how to operate the mecha, hinting that she wanted to get into Hui Er's cockpit. Hui Er stammered, backing away, and said, "Sure." The child was dumbfounded, finding the woman's way of speaking strange. The next second, Bai Lian touched Hui Er's lips with her finger and said something incredibly cheesy. Hui Er could only thank her. After that, Bai Lian touched her own lips with her finger, smiling suggestively. Ma Jia, standing nearby, almost threw up. "Go away, disgusting." Unexpectedly, Bai Lian's gaze turned incredibly fierce and frightening when she looked at Ma Jia. The next second, Bai Lian ran crying to Hui Er, saying Ma Jia had insulted her. Hui Er was so scared his soul almost left his body. He could only hide behind his grandma. She told the student that, according to seniority, Ma Jia is his aunt, so even if she cursed at him, there was nothing he could do. Upon hearing the word aunt, Bai Lian immediately wrinkled her brow like a monkey and started counting on her fingers. She asked Ma Jia if her parents had her when they were 50, 60, 70, or 80 years old. Clasping her hands together, she asked her aunt if her parents were very old. Then, in a nasty tone, she asked, "Can they even move?" Ma Jia was furious and said it was none of Bai Lian's business. But then Ma Jia added that Bai Lian wouldn't be able to move soon either. As soon as she finished speaking, the aunt rushed over and bumped into Bai Lian. Bai Lian immediately shut up. Hui Er was so scared she trembled, thinking that compared to Ma Jia, she and Hui Er were truly gentle and sweet. After dealing with that evil spirit, the aunt ordered her grandson to put her in the mecha. Hui Er could only reply tremblingly, why yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hui Er looked around, noticing the quiet, open space filled with blooming flowers, and asked, are we sure we're going the right way? The two mechas released each other's hands, and Shi Hongpu confirmed they weren't lost. Hui Er thought to herself, this place is the perfect spot for a first date. Still somewhat suspicious, Hui Er asked again, as she didn't see anyone else. Shi Hongpu got out of his mecha, holding the gem that summoned the robot, and feigned a voice, where did they go? Then, Shi Hongpu removed the gem from Hui Er's mecha. Hui Er landed on the ground and asked him blankly, why did you take my mecha? When she realized it was the transfer student, her jaw dropped in surprise. The third prince, looking at the vast sea of flowers in the sky, said to Hui Er, look. Hui Er stammered, a look at what? She was completely confused. She didn't understand why the transfer student had brought her to such a remote place. Looking down at her hands, she wondered if she punched him, would he fall down? But seeing his frail appearance, Hui Er wasn't sure if he was the type of person Hui Gu told her not to hit. She worried about what would happen if she injured him or even killed him. Seeing Hui Er's silence, the third prince wondered what she was thinking. He hadn't expected her to be so different from her brother. The third prince took a step forward and said gently, Hui Er, look at these flowers. How beautiful they are. If the mechas were here, wouldn't they crush the flowers? Hui Er sat down to admire the flowers, thinking he had a point. She had never seen such beautiful flowers in her own garden. The third prince then asked Hui Er, I heard that besides Nan Hui, you have another brother, right? Hui Er froze. Then, grabbing the third prince's collar excitedly, she blurted out, tell me, who are you? Before Shi Hongpu could react, Hui Er kept pressing, how do you know I have another brother? Hui Er felt that this guy must have been secretly following her. Shi Hongpu was bewildered by the questions. This was completely beyond his expectations. However, he also thought Hui Er was smart, quick-witted, and highly alert, and found such a girl truly amazing. Hui Er pointed at Shi Hongpu's face and warned him, don't follow me again, or I'll beat you so badly your parents won't recognize you. After saying that, Hui Er punched Shi Hongpu in the head as a warning. Shi Hongpu clutched his head, wondering why she hit him. He had followed Yishang for so long, and Yishang had never hit him, yet this girl treated him like an enemy. But the boy was still smitten. Thinking that Hui Er was a good girl, even though she thought he was a bad guy, she still held back. This boy was truly love-struck. At this moment, Hui Er turned to the third prince and said she was going back. She got in her mecha and told the third prince, don't bother me again, or I'll send you flying to OSA. In the principal's office, OSA and Kiwi were eating and drinking while watching Hui Er on the surveillance monitors for entertainment. Alan sighed, the little princess is so cool and cute. But the principal disagreed, saying Xiao Hui Er was more terrifying. He was furious. Which boy dared to take his daughter to that kind of place? Alan and the principal huddled together, trembling with fear, and had a rush to stop Nangongwu, or he would surely beat someone to death. Nangongwu calmed down only after eating a skewer of barbecue. Then it was Alan's turn to ask him, it was clearly your daughter who hit someone. Why do you think your daughter was wrong? Alan felt that parents like Nangongwu were too biased. Nangongwu's face turned red with anger as he heard this, and he said, my daughter is kind-hearted. That boy deserved to be hit. The principal then whispered in Alan's ear, saying he had always doubted whether Narcissus was kind. Hui Er and Hui Er had been holding back, and now he understood. Alan burst out laughing and immediately told the emperor. His aloof image was completely shattered. While observing Nangongwu's face, someone asked if he was still angry, as it was clear he was furious. Hui Er, also feeling irritated, bid farewell to Shi Hongpu. Having only taken a few steps, she heard a strange sound from behind. The sound resembled an animal rapidly chasing her. Hui Er turned around, puzzled, and asked, what's that strange sound? Shi Hongpu yelled in alarm, warning her to be careful. He rushed forward and pushed Hui Er to the ground. Sure enough, moments later, Hui Er's eyes widened as a giant wild boar charged towards them. It was an exceptionally ferocious boar, and Hui Er, terrified, instinctively pressed her hand against the third prince's head. As a result, the third prince now had another bump on his head, and Hui Er had a new question. How could there be a wild boar here? The third prince seized the opportunity and took Hui Er's hand. Their gazes shifted towards the mountain where a group of wild boars lurked. It seemed the presence of wild boars here wasn't so surprising after all.